Book 4. The Mountain Remembers What Seattle Almost Became. Chapter 41. Eastbound Under Rain. Seattle let them go the way a bad memory lets a person leave a room. It did not release them cleanly. It followed them in smell and sound and the pressure that stayed in the chest after too many nights of alarms. The rain had thinned by dawn, but only enough to become a finer kind of misery. It drifted across the block in cold silver lines and glazed the roofs around the bar until every brick and gutter looked darkened with old grief. Corvin stood in the alley behind the building with a duffel over one shoulder and watched Raphael and Martin lash the last supply crates into the bed of the truck. Chains clicked. Canvas straps pulled tight. Priya moved between them with the flat, hard focus of a person who knew no one was listening to talk about rest and was trying anyway. "You are not carrying me into a mountain," she told Corvin as she checked the fresh bandage beneath his shirt. "So do not act as if you are unbreakable just because you heal faster than other people." "I was not acting. You were about to." He smiled in spite of himself. "That obvious?" To everyone with eyes. Kaelen came out the back door carrying 2 wrapped sword cases and a weatherproof satchel full of ammunition, maps, and the compact field tools she kept organized with the devotion some people reserved for religion. Rain dotted the shoulders of her black coat. Her hair was tied back for travel, but a few strands had escaped and darkened against her cheek. She had the look she always had before movement into danger, stillness pulled tight over speed. Corvin had learned that the stillness was not calm. It was discipline arranged over instinct. Behind her, Elena stepped into the alley with a ring of keys and a clipboard she had no business making look as serious as any battlefield document. During the last month, the bar had become more than a family business. It was shelter, dispatch point, first aid station, neighborhood rumor mill, and the nearest thing 6 blocks in any direction had to reliable leadership. Elena had grown into that reality with a severity that made grown men stand straighter when she cleared her throat. "I have the district roster updated," she said. "Raphael has the contact schedule. Martin knows the roof watch rotation. Priya left enough medical notes to terrify anyone who forgets basic hygiene. If the radios go strange, we lock down first and ask questions second." Raphael grunted his approval without looking up from the truck bed. "If anything bigger than a bell runner gets into the neighborhood before you come back, I am charging it rent." "Take cash in advance," Kaelen said. That drew the thin version of a smile from him. "Always." The humor lasted only a breath. Corvin could feel the strain underneath it, the same strain that lived in every farewell now. There was no normal way to leave people behind in a city still limping from terror. The block had held because everyone in it had decided, night after night, that holding together beat dying separately. Walking away from that felt wrong even when reason insisted it was necessary. Mercer watched the departure from the small barred basement window that opened near the alley steps. His face hovered behind wet glass, pale and indistinct as a drowned thing. He had asked twice during the night to speak again about the bunker routes. Raphael had refused the first request. Corvin had taken the second. The man had spread an old rail survey and a photocopied military overlay across the interrogation desk and pointed with bound hands to service roads cut into the Eastern Range decades earlier, roads that no longer appeared on public maps and had been left to moss, mud, and deliberate forgetting. "The outer access is not the dangerous part," Mercer had said, voice thin with the fear of being useful too late. "The harrower wants people to arrive. The danger begins after you believe history is only machinery." Corvin had remembered that line because it sounded like the sort of sentence a clever coward made after helping a nightmare eat a city. Even so, the maps had matched fragments the grandfather kept in an oilskin folder older than Corvin himself. The route was real. Now the grandfather came out carrying that same folder tucked inside his coat. He looked worse than he had 3 nights earlier and better than he had any right to after everything the city had taken from him. Age sat on him in uneven ways. Some mornings he moved like an exhausted man in his 70s. Some mornings he looked carved from wet cedar and old hate. This morning he was both. "You done staring?" he asked Corvin, "or planning to let the rain waterlog your thoughts until noon?" "I am saying goodbye." "You can do that while moving." Corvin opened his mouth, closed it again. then stepped forward and pulled the old man into a brief rough embrace that smelled of coffee, tobacco, cold air, and the faint iron trace that clung to all Varga blood. The grandfather stiffened for a fraction of a second out of habit, then returned it with one scarred hand between Corvin's shoulder blades. "Do not get sentimental in public," he muttered. "You started it by not pushing me away. I am old, not weak." Kaelen watched them with a softness in her eyes she would have denied under oath. When Corvin drew back, the grandfather looked at both of them, and the softness vanished from his face entirely. "The chamber is older than the army poured concrete around it," he said. "Remember that. The bunker walls matter less than what they were built over." Men in uniforms found a tear in the old system, did not understand half of what they saw, and wrapped steel around it, because that is what states do when they fear what they cannot name. Your parents understood more. Not enough. More. The alley seemed to narrow around those words. Corvin had known pieces since the rail yard interrogation, then a little more from a lockbox of old notes the grandfather finally opened. His parents had not died in random violence. They had died in orbit around something hidden in the mountain, something tied to the Varga line and the seal that kept the harrower from full strength. Knowing it and understanding it were not the same thing. He still had whole sections of his life that felt retroactively rewritten by a history no one had trusted him with. "I am coming back with answers," he said. Raphael climbed down from the truck. "Bring answers. Bring yourselves. Preferably in that order." Priya shoved a packet of gauze and syringes into Kaelen's satchel. "And bring back enough sanity that I do not have to run this block with a mechanic, a retired menace, and Elena." Elena gave her a flat look. "You say that as if I am not the frightening one." "You absolutely are," Martin said from the driver's seat. It was the boldest thing Corvin had ever heard him say to her. He looked impressed with himself and terrified at once. Even Elena laughed. The sound steadied something in Corvin. It reminded him that the city they were protecting was not made only of monsters and sirens and fear. It was also this. Bad jokes in an alley. Coffee in paper cups. People who should have been strangers now trading logistics, because survival had made them intimate. Kaelen touched his wrist lightly. "Time to move." They split into two vehicles. Martin stayed behind. Raphael took point in an armored utility truck modified so thoroughly it barely resembled its original civilian self. Corvin rode with Kaelen and the grandfather in the second vehicle, a battered dark SUV that smelled of oilcloth, silver polish, old leather, and mountain dirt tracked in from previous trips. The moment they pulled onto the slick street, the block receded in the mirrors, and the city swallowed them. Seattle in retreat looked almost innocent. Side streets glistened. Morning buses sighed at curbs. A woman in a yellow rain jacket walked a dog that wanted very much to investigate every puddle on earth. Two dock workers argued good-naturedly outside a corner market over the correct way to lash tarps in crosswind. It would have been beautiful if Corvin did not now hear the extra layer under it all, the hidden tightness in pulse and breath, the way public calm vibrated with private readiness. At an intersection near the river, he looked west and saw the distant line of the stadium through torn sheets of cloud. The place had once held his most ordinary dream. He had believed a body could be enough then. Strength, timing, accuracy, discipline, hours in the gym, hours in the rain, hours reading a defense until the field slowed and lanes opened in the mind before they opened in real life. All of it had felt noble because it had been bounded. Rules, goals, applause. Now the same skills lived inside a different life. He tracked lines of movement through city traffic and thought about ambush points. He felt the hum of fear over whole districts and wondered how much of the harrower still lingered under concrete and crowd memory. He could no longer tell where the athlete ended and the predator began. "You are too quiet," Kaelen said without turning from the window. "I am thinking." "Dangerous hobby." The grandfather snorted in the back seat. He got that from his mother. Corvin looked around. "You never say things like that." "I say useful things when useful. Do not get excited." But the old man did say more. Mile by mile, as they climbed from wet industrial outskirts into the long, winding roads east of the city, he began dropping memories in hard, sparse pieces. Not the whole story. He did not seem built for whole confessions, but enough to alter the shape of the silence between them. Corvin's mother had learned Old Seal lore the way other children learned family recipes, though Varga tradition had stopped teaching openly 2 generations earlier. Corvin's father had not been born to the line, but had chosen into it by marriage and then by action, after seeing enough to understand that disbelief offered no protection. Both had gone to the mountains because a breach warning came through an old contact network thought dead. Both had left Corvin with relatives for what should have been a single night of work. They did not come back, the grandfather said. Official reports called it landslide damage and structural collapse. Convenient paperwork. Cheap coffin language. Corvin stared at the rain beating and racing across the side glass. And you knew? I knew pieces. Then I knew more. By the time I knew enough, you were already a boy who loved daylight and football and all the things I had hoped might spare you. Spare me from what? The old man met his eyes in the mirror. From inheritance. No one spoke for several minutes after that. The road curved upward through cedar and fir. Logging cuts opened and vanished. Fog moved low through the branches like breath from a sleeping mouth. Kaelen shifted closer until her knee rested against Corvin's. The contact was simple, almost practical. It carried more comfort than a speech would have. He turned his hand palm up on the seat between them. She laced her fingers through his. That was how Seattle finally disappeared behind them. Not as skyline or river or memory of lights, but as pressure at their backs while the mountain ahead waited with its own kind of silence. Chapter 42, The Closed Road. By noon, the paved route had narrowed into an old service road that no county crew still admitted existed. Raphael radioed from the lead truck every 20 minutes in clipped updates. Fallen tree cleared. Culvert washed out, but passable. No fresh tire marks. Strange prints near a drainage ditch, too smeared to classify. The farther they climbed, the less the world looked like any map meant for ordinary drivers. Moss swallowed concrete barriers. Alder and blackberry had reclaimed turnout lanes. Rusted signs leaned sideways with their warning paint faded to ghost colors. Once, Corvin saw the remains of a chain gate folded into the slope as if some giant hand had peeled it apart years ago and left the metal there to rot. The mountain air should have felt clean after the city. It did not. It smelled cold and mineral-rich and heavily alive, but threaded through it was the old dead note Corvin now associated with buried seal stone and things that had waited too long without light. They stopped at a quarry overlooked to stretch, check weapons, and rework the route around a section where the road had slumped toward a ravine. The clouds sat low enough to hide the higher ridges, turning distance into a wall of white and gray. Water ran in narrow, bright threads down black stone. Somewhere unseen, a creek hammered over rock with relentless force. Kaelen spread the military overlay across the hood of the SUV and held the edges flat against the wind. Here, she said, tapping a faded contour line. Original bunker access. Here, and here. Mercer marked the western spur as compromised, and the southern one collapsed. This northern approach is the only one he thought still usable. Raphael scanned the slope beyond the road. Usable for us, or usable for whatever else has been nesting on it. Both can be true, Kaelen said. The grandfather lit no cigarette, because Priya had threatened to bury him herself if he smoked around the oxygen canisters and medical kits. But he rolled one between his fingers as if memory alone might count. Outer patrol roads were never the point. Supply line, emergency extraction, munitions staging. The real chamber sits deeper than the army excavated. There is a chance the bunker proper remains mostly intact. There is also a chance the mountain has been digesting it since the Cold War, and only the old stone still knows what shape anything ought to be. Raphael gave him a long look. You say reassuring things in a way that makes me miss direct gunfire. Corvin stepped away from the hood and looked out over the drop. The forest below was a layered green ocean broken by rock and fog. No stadium lights. No apartment blocks. No ambulance sirens. Yet the feeling in his chest had not eased. The city had been loud fear. The mountains were concentrated fear, refined and sealed, and held under pressure for decades. You feel it too, Kaelen said quietly, joining him at the edge. Yes. Describe it. He considered. She always made him do that when instinct ran ahead of thought. Not hunger. Not exactly. More like standing near a room where people argued for so long the walls kept the shape of it. There is an afterpressure. Good, she said. That is good. It means you are distinguishing influence from appetite. That matters. He exhaled through his nose. You never let a single thing stay simple. No. Simplicity gets people killed. Her shoulder brushed his. The wind pushed strands of hair across her cheek, and he reached to tuck them back before thinking too hard about the intimacy of the gesture. She let him. There was no audience close enough to turn tenderness into embarrassment. Only forest and rain and a man in the other truck pretending not to watch anything at all. I keep thinking about what Mercer said, Corvin admitted. That the danger starts after we decide history is only machinery. Kaelen studied the trees instead of him. My order used to think relic sites were simple. Silver. Fire. Doctrine. Clean the nest. Destroy the artifact. Move on. Then I learned that old places are not containers. They are agreements. Some broken. Some still half in force. Bunkers, monasteries, burial mounds, rail tunnels, storm drains under ruined churches. Humans build over what they fear. We rarely replace it. That is a terrible lesson. It is also accurate. Raphael cut in over the radio before the moment could settle into anything softer. Movement uphill. 2 shapes on the ridge, 100 yards north. Too fast for elk. They moved immediately. Training and habit snapped everyone into position. Corvin felt the old quarterback awareness widen through the terrain. Not a stadium now, but a wet mountain face with possible approach lanes, dead ground, exposed rock, and brush thick enough to hide things with more patience than brains. Kaelen drew one blade. Raphael shouldered his shotgun. The grandfather retrieved a short lever-action rifle from behind the back seat of the SUV with the casual ease of a man collecting an umbrella. The first creature came downhill wrong. It did not charge like an animal defending territory. It descended by fits and jerks, stopping in impossible places on near vertical rock, then launching again in a blur of claws and bone-white joints. Its shape suggested a mountain lion stretched through a fever dream and remade by something that loved too many elbows. Corvin met it halfway. Impact drove them both through wet brush. For one bright second, instinct nearly took over, the hot, easy red response of the Varga line answering movement with annihilation. But Kaelen's voice reached him before that heat locked in. Left shoulder. The neck follows. He adjusted instantly. His grip shifted, using the creature's own twisting momentum to expose the seam where sinew had been overworked into grotesque strength. Kaelen's blade flashed, and silver kissed the open line. The creature shrieked, not in pain alone but in offended surprise, as if silver should not have reached something that far from civilization. Corvin finished it against a rock shelf with one brutal downward strike. The second one never reached them. Raphael hit it mid-leap, and the shotgun blast scattered silver shot through its chest. It cartwheeled into ferns and kept trying to crawl until the grandfather ended the matter with a single round through the skull. Silence returned all at once except for rain. Corvin stood over the first corpse and fought down the aftershake. The smell rising from it was foul beyond rot. Wet fur over grave dirt, over a faint chemical tang, like old batteries. Not a natural predator, then. Something altered by long exposure. Another servant species of the harrower, or perhaps merely a thing that had layered too close to the sealed breach for too long. Kaelen crouched beside it. Bone structure drifted. Eye membrane wrong. Teeth doubled in the back. Influence exposure over years, maybe decades. Can it call others? Raphael asked. It probably already tried. They did not linger. The road ahead had become less road than suggestion, and twice more that afternoon they had to leave the vehicles to move debris or scout washouts. The weather worsened as if the mountain resented their persistence. By the time they reached the coordinates Mercer had marked as the final motor approach, daylight had flattened into an early dark gray that made the trees seem to lean inward. The entrance was not visible at first. What looked like an ordinary slope of rock and brush gave way under closer inspection to a recessed concrete face covered by old camouflage netting long since rotted into green ribbons. A blast door sat 10 feet back inside the cut, half open by maybe 18 inches, its original wheel mechanism rusted into place. Black water dripped steadily from the gap. Raphael stared. No fresh footprints. Corvin listened harder. No. But something moved in there within the last day. The grandfather's hand tightened around the oilskin folder. Then we are late by exactly the amount I feared. Kaelen stepped to the door and laid her palm against cold steel. Her eyes narrowed as if listening through skin. The air is wrong inside. Old stone under concrete. Electrical residue. Blood. Fear. She glanced over at Corvin. And something that knows you're lying. That sentence should have chilled him. Instead, it clarified him. He set his shoulder to the door with Raphael opposite him. Metal groaned. Rust flaked. The opening widened with awful reluctant inches until one person at a time could slip through. Darkness waited on the other side, deep enough to seem less like absence of light than active refusal. Corvin looked back once at the world outside. Rain. Trees. Fog. The last ordinary weather they might see for a while. Then he drew the heavy flashlight from his belt and followed Kaelen into the mountain. Chapter 43. Concrete over a grave. The bunker breathed cold. Not wind. Not true circulation. Breath. A slow exhale from deep internal spaces where temperature, memory, and whatever old wrongness lay beneath the facility had been sharing air for too many years. Corvin felt it cross his face as he stepped through the widened door. The beam of his flashlight struck wet concrete, rusted conduit, a collapsed security desk, and a faded wall stencil that read Section A. Personnel entry in military lettering half hidden by mineral streaks. Water clicked somewhere in the dark at measured intervals. Farther in, metal answered metal in a tone so faint it might have been settling structure. Or footsteps taken with exquisite care. Raphael stayed at the entrance long enough to rig a fallback line and mark the path with chemical lights at shoulder height. If lights start disappearing on the way out, he said, I will become unpleasant. You say that as if it is a future development, Kaelen replied. He grunted and moved on. The first corridor ran straight for 50 yards before splitting around a caved-in central security hub. Old fluorescent housings clung to the ceiling like dead fish bellies. The walls were painted institutional cream over raw concrete, but moisture had peeled great sections back to rough gray. Here and there old government posters still clung in fragments. Preparedness is survival. Report anomalous electrical events. Maintain civil order during seismic response. Human efforts at control, laminated and nailed up against a reality none of their authors had understood. Corvin found himself imagining his parents walking these halls while he was still young enough to believe storms ended because adults wanted them to. The thought tightened his jaw. Do not let the place choose your rhythm, Kaelen said behind him. He slowed. He had not realized he was accelerating. How do you always know? Because old sites make people pace themselves to fear. Faster when panic pushes, slower when dread thickens. Either way, the place starts deciding for you. He almost asked how many places like this she had seen before remembering that her life before him contained more ghosts than she ever named. Some were literal, some were institutions. The Hunter faction had shaped her with doctrine and violence, and then demanded she call that virtue. Since leaving them, she had been building herself in new forms piece by piece. Corvin respected the ferocity of that more every day. The bunker opened into a vehicle bay big enough to hold 6 military trucks. Most of the far wall had collapsed inward under a wash of rock, but the remaining space still carried the skeleton of logistics. Fuel drums turned orange with rust. A forklift sat low on ruined tires. Wire cages for munitions storage stood empty with their locks burst. In the center of the floor, a circle of old black residue marked where something had burned hot enough to scar concrete, and then had gone out without smoke stains rising to the ceiling. The grandfather knelt there and touched 2 fingers to the edge of the burn. Seal fire, he said. Raphael frowned. That is not a phrase I enjoy hearing. You were not meant to. Someone broke an inner line once, and the chamber pushed back. Old Varga method. Corvin crouched beside him. My parents. Possibly. Or the line before them. Hard to tell age on this kind of mark. Kaelen scanned the upper catwalk. Not alone here. Everyone froze. It came again, subtle as thought. A scrape above the vehicle bay. Then another, farther left. Corvin shifted his hearing upward and caught not only movement, but breathing. Too many narrow breaths being controlled badly. Human, maybe. Or close enough to matter. Raphael swung his light high. 5 figures blinked in the beams from the catwalk shadows, pale faces beneath rain capes and salvaged military gear. Not monsters, Men, young to middle age, dirty, half-starved, armed with a mismatched collection of rifles, rebar spears, and one antique pistol. The leader squinted against the lights. "You stop right there." His voice cracked on the command. Fear sat on him like another layer of clothing. Corvin smelled it immediately. Not harrower influence alone. Human desperation sharpened by hunger and too many nights underground. "We can," Raphael said mildly. "But the wiser question is what happens after that." The group on the catwalk flinched at his tone more than the words. One of the younger men lifted the pistol with shaking hands. Kaelen's stance altered by half an inch. Corvin knew that posture now. He knew how quickly death could follow it. "No one needs to be stupid," Corvin called up. The leader looked down at him, then at Kaelen, then at the grandfather. His expression changed when he saw the old man. Recognition, or at least a memory of stories. "You are Varga," he said. The grandfather rose slowly. "Depends who is asking." "Elias Dorr. My father kept watch on the East Maintenance Line before the first collapse. We thought your branch died out. Rumors of my death were exaggerated by idiots. That, bizarrely, did more to lower the guns than any reassurance might have." Dorr signaled to his people, and the pistol dipped. Corvin let out a breath he had not admitted holding. Within minutes they had the shape of it. A small remnant group, descendants of maintenance personnel, local families, and 2 SEAL Watch affiliates who had survived intermittent breaches and periodic military abandonment by choosing to stay hidden after the facility was officially decommissioned. They lived in lower ration rooms and old filtration spaces where groundwater still ran mostly clean. They had learned not to trust visitors because every outsider in the last 10 years had either come hunting relics, fleeing something worse, or serving it knowingly or not. "You should have left," Raphael said bluntly. Dorr laughed once without humor. "Left to where?" "The logging towns hollowed out. The roads washed. The cities went strange. Up here we understood the thing under the rock was dangerous, but at least it stayed in one place most years." "Most years," Kaelen repeated. Dorr's eyes slid toward a dark tunnel at the back of the bay. "Until recently." He led them down through a secondary corridor lined with old lockers and emergency shower stalls into a living area assembled from scavenged decades. Blankets, canned food, battery banks, hand-drawn maps, a school desk used as a surgery table. There were children too, fewer than Corvin expected, but enough to make the bunker feel suddenly more terrible. A girl of about 9 sat with a deck of worn cards and watched the newcomers with solemn alertness. An elderly woman stirred soup over a propane camp stove. Every face carried the same mountain version of urban siege strain. People who had survived by narrowing their world until safety fit inside arm's reach. The grandfather spoke with them in names and fragments of older networks Corvin had never heard. A woman named Mara remembered his sister. A one-eyed mechanic named Jules produced an old SEAL token wrapped in cloth and nearly cried when the Varga ring on Corvin's hand reacted with a faint cold pulse. Dorr showed them a ledger where bunkers, access lines, and breach anomalies had been recorded across 27 years in cramped, disciplined writing. One entry stopped Corvin cold. November. Storm event. Varga pair arrived by night with archive key case. Breach pressure severe. Outer line failed. Elias's father assisting reroute. Heard child name from woman. Corvin. His throat closed. He touched the page as if the ink might answer back. This was them. Mara's lined face softened with something like pity. Your mother spoke your name whenever the mountain shuddered. Said she would not let the dark take one more thing from her family. Corvin could not speak. Kaelen came to his side without ceremony and stood close enough that their sleeves touched. No performance. No request for witnesses to honor grief. Just presence. Mara continued quietly. They brought a case no one else could open. Said if the inner lock failed, the old relic had to stay out of the harrower's reach. Your father was bleeding before they even reached the lower stair. The bunker around Corvin seemed to blur at the edges. He had spent years carrying the clean false story of a tragic accident, because clean lies are easier for the living than ugly truth. Now the ugliness had shape. His parents had died working, fighting, choosing. His name had been in the room. The grandfather's voice cut through from across the shelter. Enough for now. We go deeper after food and rest rotation. Dorr shook his head. Deeper is worse than before. The lower galleries are not stable. Lights fail where no wires remain. People hear family voices on sealed levels. 3 of ours followed sounds last month and came back wrong. Not bitten, not fevered. Wrong. How? Kaelen asked. They forgot which year it was. One tried to walk into a sump because he said the stars were down there. Another begged us not to open the school gym because the crowd would trample him. None of it matched where he was. Fear traps. Corvin felt the phrase settle with unpleasant precision. The harrower had shifted tactics. Less brute horror now. More psychological pressure, tuned to memory and expectation. Raphael accepted a bowl of soup from the old woman and sniffed it like a suspicious wolf. So we eat first and descend later into a mind-bending relic chamber under a bunker full of children. Excellent. Glad we all agreed on a reasonable profession. Even Dor smiled at that, briefly. It vanished when another sound rolled through the mountain. Not a quake. Not exactly. The concrete gave a low subterranean hum, and every lantern flame in the shelter bent the same direction for the span of one heartbeat. Corvin felt the ring on his hand turn cold. Far below them, something had noticed the bloodline was home. Chapter 44, The First Trap. They waited 3 hours before descending. Part of Corvin wanted to call that caution weakness. The stronger part knew better. People made stupid choices when shock dressed itself up as urgency. So they ate. They listened. They traded information with Dor's settlement and copied the most useful sections of the old ledger. Priya's packed blood bags stayed cold in an insulated crate, while Kaelen checked every weapon twice, and Raphael rigged 2 more fallback charges from supplies that should not have fit in any normal understanding of his code. The grandfather sat apart for a while with Mara and spoke in a low voice about the night Corvin's parents died. He did not invite Corvin into that conversation. For once, Corvin did not force the issue. There would be a time. It did not need to be this hour. When they moved again, Dor insisted on guiding the first section despite Kaelen's clear assessment that he was brave, useful, and entirely too mortal for what waited below. He accepted the warning and came anyway. The route to the lower levels passed through a blast corridor where the paint had bubbled off the walls in long gray curls. Beyond that lay a stairwell wrapped around an old freight shaft. The elevator car had been removed decades earlier, leaving a black rectangular drop through the center that swallowed flashlight beams after 20 feet. As they spiraled down, the bunker changed character. Upper levels had looked abandoned by institutions. Lower levels looked abandoned by geology itself. Concrete gave way in places to exposed stone worked smooth by tools much older than the army installation above. Silver-gray mineral veins crossed the walls in natural patterns that resembled script if looked at too long. "Do not stare at the stone line work," the grandfather said. Raphael immediately looked harder. "That sounds like an order specifically engineered to make people stare." Kaelen caught his sleeve and turned him forward. "Listen to the old man." For the first 40 feet of descent, nothing happened except the ordinary dread of going down where light diminished and air cooled. Then Corvin heard cheering. Not echoes. Not some trick of water through pipes. Cheering. Stadium loud and immediate. The dense physical roar of a crowd surging to its feet as one body. It rose through the shaft around him and struck every part of his nervous system that had once been trained to answer that sound with sharpened focus and joy. He stopped so abruptly Dor nearly walked into him. Kaelen turned at once. Corvin. He knew she was speaking, but her voice reached him from far away. The cheering grew. Suddenly, the concrete rail beneath his hand had become slick-painted sideline barrier. The flashlight beams spilling over the stairs became floodlight glare. The smell of rust and wet stone vanished under hot rubber pellets, turf, cold night air, and the electric charge of a home crowd waiting on fourth down. It was not memory alone. Memory never arrived that complete. The harrower, or the architecture shaped around it, had found a seam in him and widened it. He saw himself younger, knee whole, shoulder loose, breath easy. He saw the scoreboard showing 9 seconds. He felt the old certainty that the field could still be solved. Then, sliding in underneath the image, came another version. His knee exploding. The sick sideways wrench. The sound he had made that he still hated remembering. Not the injury itself, but the instant after, when he knew life had split into before and after, and no one could stop it. The roar of the phantom crowd changed timbre. Applause became hunger. 40,000 people with their faces turned to him, not admiring now, but expectant, waiting to see what kind of monster pain would make. A hand struck his jaw, not hard enough to injure, hard enough to break the spell. Kaelen. He blinked, and the stairwell returned. Dark shaft, wet concrete, door swearing under his breath. Raphael half turned with a hand on Corvin's shoulder and the other near his shotgun. Kaelen's eyes held his with fierce concentration. Name the present, she ordered. He swallowed. Freight stair. Lower bunker access. You. Raphael. Door. Grandfather. Again. He did. The last of the false roar drained from the shaft. His pulse still pounded as if he had just taken a snap under lights. Door stared. That was not there yesterday. It changes, Kaelen said. It learns. Corvin forced himself to move again. Shame wanted a place inside him, the same old shame that came whenever instinct or memory briefly took his body out of his own command. He refused it. Kaelen had warned him this would happen. Surviving it mattered more than being embarrassed by it. 2 flights lower the trap found her instead. They entered a cross-tunnel lined with cable trays and sealed steel doors. Frost silvered the hinges despite the season. The moment Kaelen stepped past the third door, she stopped with the unnerving suddenness of an animal scenting a sniper. Corvin heard it a second later. A voice from ahead. Male. Stern. Cultivated. The kind of voice that believed judgment and certainty were the same virtue. Cadet Vance. Kneel. Kaelen's face went pale in a way Corvin had never seen. Her blade came halfway free and stayed there. Door looked from one to the other, confused. Raphael mouthed Old Commander to Corvin without sound. The voice came again, clearer now, accompanied by the scrape of boots that were not actually touching the floor. You were offered purpose and chose contamination. Kneel and receive sentence. Corvin moved in front of her. She shoved him aside instantly. No. The word tore out of her with raw force. Not to him. To the air. To the memory built into it. The corridor warped at the edges. Corvin did not see the illusion fully, but he caught impressions, enough to understand the shape of what assaulted her. A stone training yard. Rows of gray uniforms. A man with priestly posture and executioner eyes. Blood on snow. Young Kaelen standing straight while being taught that mercy was treason and doubt was rot. She was back there. Some part of her at least. The grandfather stepped close and spoke not loudly, but with the impossible authority of an elder who had outlived too many zealots to fear one more. Girl, that dead fool has no standing here. Something in the tone reached her where logic would not have. Her breathing hitched. Her grip tightened on the sword hilt. Corvin stepped beside her, not touching yet. Look at me. No response. Kaelen. Her eyes flicked toward him and away as if the sight hurt. You chose, he said. Not him. Me. This life. This is the true thing. The corridor shuddered. The phantom voice sharpened in fury. You love a corruption and call it well. Kaelen's whole body coiled, and for one terrible second Corvin thought she might answer the illusion with blood and cut him by mistake. Instead, she did something harder. She sheathed the half-drawn blade. I love what I judged with my own eyes, she said into the corridor, each word deliberate. And I reject every hand that tried to make me less human in the name of purity. The steel doors along the hall banged once in unison like giant fists. Then the pressure snapped. Kaelen swayed. Corvin caught her by the arms before she hit the wall. Up close he could feel the tremor she tried to hide. That one was personal, Raphael said softly. Yes, she answered, voice still thin from strain. It was. They did not speak of it for several minutes after they resumed. Some ordeals need silence first so dignity can reassemble. The tunnel opened into an archive room where file cabinets stood warped with age around banks of deactivated real storage and microfilm readers. The place smelled of wet paper and old insulation. Door moved toward a central table and brushed dust from a stack of sealed metal canisters. These were found after the first military withdrawal, he said. We never got the inner cases open. The grandfather set down the oilskin folder beside them and withdrew a small brass key plate inscribed with the same interlocking line pattern that had run through his private notes for weeks. Corvin had seen it only once before. It had hung hidden behind the bar mirror for years while he thought it was some ugly heirloom. Because they were not yours to open, the old man said. The key plate fit the canister cap with a cold, precise click. Inside lay microfilm spools, a bundle of handwritten seal maps, and a narrow flat case wrapped in oilcloth gone black with age. Corvin felt the ring pulse again as the case changed hands from grandfather to him. It was not warm, not alive, but it recognized. "Do not open that yet," the grandfather said. Corvin held the weight of it and knew, without proof and with complete certainty, that it had once been in his mother's hands. Door made a warding sign over his heart. Raphael looked around the archive room with renewed dislike. So the traps are getting worse. The relic box hums at bloodline touch, and we still have more levels to go. I assume things continue improving from here. No one answered because no one was foolish enough to lie. Chapter 45, Names in the Ledger. They made camp for the night in the archive room because everyone agreed, openly or not, that continuing deeper while mentally frayed would be less courage than stupidity. Raphael secured both entrances with trip lines, bells tuned to frequencies Kaelen insisted could not be easily mimicked by echo tricks, and 2 charges designed to turn the room into a very temporary grave for anything that rushed the doors. Door returned to the upper shelter with copies of the new map pages and a promise to keep his people ready for flight if the lower levels breached. Mara sent down blankets, extra lantern fuel, and a small loaf of coarse bread that somehow tasted more comforting than any ration had a right to taste. The gesture moved Corvin more than he expected. Strangers with almost nothing had still chosen hospitality. Later, after the others settled into their watches, he sat alone at the central table with the ledgers and the wrapped flat case before him. The lantern light left the corners of the archive room in respectable darkness. Water ticked in distant pipes. Every so often the bunker shifted with sounds that would once have sent him running to a coach, a doctor, a structural engineer. Now he only cataloged them by threat. Kaelen came to stand opposite him. She had shed her outer coat and rolled her sleeves to the forearms, revealing old scars he still did not ask enough about, and new ones he knew well because he had watched them happen. She set down 2 tin cups of heated coffee substitute that had more bitterness than flavor. "Raphael claims this is drinkable," she said. "Raphael also claims can peaches count as diplomacy." "They often do." Corvin let out a tired breath that almost became a laugh. It faded when his eyes dropped back to the ledger page open under his hand. The entry with his name sat there like a cut left uncovered. "I keep trying to imagine them here," he said. "Not as symbols. Not as the noble dead everyone talks around. Just them. Wet. Tired. Arguing over routes. Thinking they would go home after." Kaelen took a sip from her cup and grimaced at the taste. "That is closer to truth than most memorial language." "You never knew them?" "No." She watched him for a moment. "But I know what people look like when they continue anyway because the alternative is worse." He turned the page. More entries. More maintenance reports, pressure anomalies, missing personnel, improvised repairs. Then another mention of the Varga pair. Then a sharper note in different handwriting. Seal line compromised at inner gallery. Case transferred. Child not present. If pair fails, notify old man at city contact. He knew they might fail, Corvin said. The grandfather, from his place near the doorway, answered before anyone asked whether he had been listening. Of course they did. Corvin looked up. "You were awake. I am old, not dead." He came to the table slowly, the stiffness in his gait more pronounced in cold underground air. For a while he only looked at the ledger, one scarred finger resting beside the inked line that named him. When he finally spoke, his voice had none of its usual bark. "Your mother was the brave one. Your father was the stubborn one. Brave and stubborn together can resemble confidence. It is not the same thing." Corvin waited. The old man took the chair opposite and folded his hands. The line had been thinning for years. Too much secrecy. Too many families wanting normal lives. I could hardly blame them. You do not grow up hearing the old duties and think, "Yes, I want my children burdened with this." So knowledge narrowed. Rituals were kept in pieces. Contacts aged out or vanished. Then came your parents. She inherited more than I expected because my sister, God rest her inconvenient soul, had ignored me and taught her anyway. He married in and saw enough to stay. Not everyone does. Kaelen settled beside Corvin without interrupting. The archive room seemed to hold its own breath. When the breach pressure rose that winter, the grandfather continued. We thought we still had margin. Old seals hold if tended. But the harrower had been probing for years by then, using minor events, fear spikes, accidents that were not accidents. Your parents took the archive key case because it held the relay token to the inner chamber. Without that token, the relic could not be accessed. With it, there was a chance to strengthen the lock or move the relic if all else failed. Corvin touched the wrapped case between them. This? Yes. And you sent them? I did. The words landed heavy and clean. No excuse attached. No theatrical regret. Just truth, which was somehow harsher. Corvin looked at the old man and saw not only family but command. Decision. The ugly burden of directing people into danger because someone had to choose. He hated it. He respected it. Both emotions fit at once. Did you know they would die? I knew they might. The grandfather's jaw tightened. I knew if no one went, worse would follow. So I sent the two best I had. And after I lost them and kept you ignorant because I could not bear to hand the same knife to the next generation until there was no other option. Corvin stared at him. In another life, that admission would have become a shouted argument, maybe a thing broken against a wall. Here, under the mountain, with the smell of old paper and cold stone around them, anger moved differently. He felt it. Of course he felt it. But beneath it was the bruising knowledge that love and failure often arrived holding hands. You do not get to decide forever who I become, he said. The old man's eyes were rimmed red with fatigue, but unflinching. No, I already learned that too late. Silence stretched. Kaelen laid her hand over Corvin's on the table, grounding without steering. He turned his palm and held on. The warmth of her skin in that dead archive room felt like a rebellion against every doctrine that had tried to strip tenderness from survival. What about the relic? She asked quietly. The grandfather nodded once, grateful perhaps for movement into the practical. Older than the bunker. Older than the current line records by a great deal. The Varga branch did not create it. We inherited stewardship. It answers to bloodline markers because the families tasked with keeping the seal were woven into its function over time. Think of it as anchor and key at once. The harrower does not need to destroy it completely. It only needs to corrupt the relationship around it. Corvin frowned. Meaning if it can turn the guardian line into the breach path, the lock opens from the wrong side. That sentence stayed in the air like frost. Kaelen's fingers tightened over his. Then the fear traps are not random pressure. No, the grandfather said. They are vetting, testing, finding where love, shame, rage, grief, ambition, or faith can be inverted. Corvin looked at the wrapped case again. So the mountain wants to know whether I am fit to defend the relic or easier to use. Now you understand inheritance, the old man said. A noise from the corridor cut across the conversation. Not loud. A child singing. All three of them went still. It was a little girl's voice, thin and sweet, and entirely wrong for the hour and location. The tune drifted through the doorway from somewhere beyond Raphael's first trip line. Corvin recognized it after two lines with a chill that ran deeper than cold. A lullaby. One he had not heard since before his parents died. He was on his feet before thought finished forming. Kaelen rose with him. Raphael appeared at the far end of the room, already aiming down the corridor, expression murderous. Do not, he said flatly, care what it sounds like. The voice continued, closer now. Child feet pattered on concrete just out of sight. Corvin's entire body strained toward the doorway, every instinct cut open by that old tune. He pictured himself at 4 years old, head in his mother's lap, rain on a window, safety so complete it had not even been named. Kaelen stepped directly in front of him. No, she said. He met her eyes, and the present held. The singing stopped. A moment later, something scratched slowly down the outer wall of the corridor, as if long nails were testing the concrete for softness. Raphael fired once into the dark. The blast rolled through the bunker. Whatever waited outside retreated with a wet, skittering rush. No one slept much after that. Near dawn, when the lanterns had burned low and the archive room felt half dream itself, Corvin finally unwrapped the flat case. Inside lay a narrow disc of blackened silver stone mounted in an old iron frame, small enough to carry in 2 hands and inscribed with the same line work that threaded the bunker walls. At its center sat a recessed place, shaped unmistakably for the Varga ring. The relic had been waiting for him longer than he had been alive. Chapter 46. Below the military level. Morning underground had no sunrise. It arrived as a change in routine, not in light. Raphael cursed quietly over the spent shell casing he had not intended to waste. Kaelen sharpened both blades with long measured strokes that seemed less about the edges than about restoring internal order. The grandfather studied the relic without touching it, as if proximity alone reopened old arguments in his head. Corvin sat with the disc in his lap and tried not to think about how neatly the ring would fit the central recess. Dor returned from the upper shelter with two of his people, Jules the one-eyed mechanic and a broad-shouldered woman named Sarah, who carried a lantern pole and moved with the assurance of someone who had been navigating broken infrastructure for most of her life. Both had volunteered to guide the descent through the maintenance galleries below the mapped military level. "You asked for the path to the inner line," Sarah said. "This is the path we still have. If the mountain changes its mind while we are in it, that becomes theology instead of navigation." Raphael stared at her. "I like her." They left the archive room shortly after, taking only what they could carry quickly. The relic rode wrapped and strapped tight against Corvin's chest under his coat. Every few steps he felt its weight tap lightly against his sternum, less burden than reminder. The lower route dropped through a broken service hatch concealed behind old supply shelving, then into a crawl space large enough to walk hunched for 20 yards before opening into a natural lava tube that had been widened long ago with picks and later stabilized with poured concrete ribs. This was what the grandfather had meant. The bunker proper had been built over something else. Below the military corridors, the mountain showed its older anatomy. The air changed again. Less mildew now. More mineral cold and deep groundwater. The walls glimmered in veins where silver-gray deposits caught the lantern light. Some passages were unmistakably excavated by army engineers, square and functional with cable brackets and blast markings. Others curved in ways no military survey would have chosen, following natural seams that seemed to know where they wanted human bodies to bend. They crossed an old filtration chamber where rusted fans hung motionless in their housings and descended through a pipe tunnel tall enough that Raphael had to duck. At one junction, they found claw marks scorched into the stone. At another, a section of concrete had melted and cooled again in rippled black sheets. Everywhere there were signs that containment here had never been solely structural. The place had been argued with, prayed over, reinforced, and nearly lost in more than one vocabulary. Corvin walked near the front with Kaelen. His senses stretched constantly. He heard the drip of water 2 corridors over, the irregular heartbeat of fear in Dor's chest, the small catches in the grandfather's breathing when the pace grew too hard, and beneath it all a low subsonic thrum that could have been the mountain itself or something nested in it. "You should not be carrying all of it alone," Kaelen said quietly. "The relic, and the rest." He knew what she meant. Parents, bloodline, Varga rage, expectation, city guardianship, all of it. He kept his voice low so the others would not hear. "I do not know how not to. That is not the same as being required to." He glanced at her. "You say that like you believe it." She met the look without flinching. "I say it because I am learning it too." There were whole conversations packed into that single answer. About her order. About how easily strong people mistake endurance for obligation and isolation for competence. Corvin wanted to stop in the tunnel and kiss her simply because truth spoken in the dark had become one of the deepest forms of intimacy he knew. Instead, he reached back and squeezed her hand once in passing. Her thumb brushed his knuckles before they separated again. The maintenance gallery ended at a stone bridge over a black runoff channel. The water below moved silently, too dark for the lantern to measure. On the far side stood a door unlike any they had passed yet. Not steel, not concrete. Ancient stone slabs reinforced with iron bands that had fused to the rock with age. The line pattern on its surface matched the relic and the recess for Corvin's ring. The grandfather stopped dead. "This was not on any military map," Dor whispered. "Because the army did not make it," the old man said. He stepped forward with reverence, so raw it bordered on pain. The old inner gate. Corvin felt the ring turn colder. The relic against his chest answered with a heavy pulse. Sarah raised the lantern. "No one from our side ever got it open. No one from your side was supposed to." The grandfather nodded to Corvin. Every eye turned. He swallowed, suddenly very aware of the beat of his own unnatural heart. Then he moved to the gate. The recess in the stone at shoulder height matched the ring perfectly. When he pressed his hand into place, cold shot up his arm, not damaging, simply absolute. The line pattern across the slabs filled briefly with dim silver light and then went dark again. Nothing else happened. Raphael shifted. That is not ideal. Wait, Kaelen said. Corvin kept his hand in the recess. The sensation had not vanished. It had deepened, moving from ring to palm to wrist like something reading pulse and memory through bone. Then words rose in his head, not spoken aloud but unmistakable. Not language exactly. Function, line, claim, burden, witness. He understood them the way one understands a pattern rather than a sentence. I need the relic, he said. The grandfather unwound the strap from under Corvin's coat and handed over the wrapped disc. Corvin set it against the central depression in the gate. Iron groaned. The stone line work brightened. Somewhere beyond the slabs, mechanisms older than the bunker and perhaps older than the nation above them woke with reluctant dignity. The gate opened inward by an inch. Then the trap struck. The lantern light blew sideways. The runoff below the bridge roared though its surface had been still a second before. Corvin heard Seattle screaming, not one person but thousands. Beside him, Kaelen jerked as if a blade had slid between her ribs. Raphael swore and fired into darkness at nothing visible. Door dropped to one, knee clutching his head. Sarah began saying her dead brother's name in a flat, horrified loop. Corvin saw two realities at once. The gate in front of him, half open, and the bar in Seattle burning while children pounded on windows from inside. He knew it was false. That did not weaken its force. The harrower had learned again. Ground yourselves, Kaelen shouted, though her own voice sounded strained and distant. Name each other. Name the true room. Corvin dragged breath into lungs that did not need air as much as memory did. Stone bridge. Inner gate. Kaelen. Raphael. Grandfather. Door. Sarah. Raphael snarled through gritted teeth. Still ugly tunnel. Still hate all of you. Still not dead. That absurdity helped more than it should have. Corvin blinked hard, and the image of the burning bar flickered. He leaned toward Kaelen, who stood rigid with her eyes locked on something Corvin could not see. What is it? He asked. My mentor, she said, voice low and furious. And every execution yard after. Look at me. He says if I step through this gate with you. The order was right, and I have chosen apocalypse. Corvin moved closer until their foreheads nearly touched. Then let him be wrong inside your face. Her eyes found his. The illusion around her cracked. On the bridge behind them, Door suddenly screamed. A shape had hauled itself from the runoff channel without making a splash. Long arms. Eyeless face. Skin stretched translucent over muscle like wet parchment. It lunged for Sarah with a jaw that opened far too wide. Raphael's second blast took off half its neck. The thing kept coming. Corvin released the gate and hit it from the side at full speed. They slammed into the stone rail. Claws tore through his coat. Pain flashed bright and real. Better real pain than false fire. He caught the creature's upper limbs, felt impossible leverage in its joints, and drove a knee into its trunk hard enough to crack whatever passed for sternum. Kaelen arrived half a second later and buried silver through the ruined neck seam Raphael had opened. Black fluid hit the stones. The creature convulsed, then slid back toward the channel. More movement below. Inside, the grandfather barked. Now, the gate had widened just enough for single-file passage. Sarah shoved Door ahead of her. Raphael backed, through firing one-handed into the dark below the bridge, while Kaelen guarded the flank. Corvin grabbed the relic, jammed it under his coat again, and followed the others into the chamber beyond. The door ground shut behind them with final terrible weight. For several seconds, they heard bodies striking stone on the far side. Then silence. The chamber they had entered was circular and older than everything above it. Not bunker, not military, not even remotely modern. Stone benches ringed the wall. The floor was set with concentric inlaid silver lines now dim with age but intact. At the far end stood a second sealed passage leading deeper still. In the center of the chamber, preserved by cold and dry air beyond all reasonable hope, lay two broken spear shafts, an old leather satchel, and a smear of blackened blood on the stones. The grandfather went to one knee. This, he said, voice nearly gone, is where they made the last stand. Chapter 47. What the Dead Held. No one disturbed the chamber for a long time. It was not reverence alone that held them still. It was the pressure of proximity, the sense that the room retained its final moment the way struck metal retains heat. Corvin felt it immediately, not as an image this time, but as emotional residue worked into stone. Resolve, fear, pain accepted instead of denied, love sharpened into duty. Kaelen gave the chamber a slow tactical sweep before allowing grief any room at all. The old discipline in her would never entirely vanish. She checked wall seams, the second passage, ceiling alcoves, air movement, floor integrity. Only after deciding nothing was about to leap from the architecture did she return to Corvin and touch his shoulder gently. He barely felt it. The old satchel near the center looked ordinary enough at first glance. Dark leather shrunk and stiffened with age. Then Corvin saw the strap. His mother had repaired her gear with a distinctive cross-stitch pattern because she hated waste and trusted her own hands more than any store-bought replacement. He remembered watching those hands mend a school backpack, an oven mitt, the cuff of his father's jacket. Ordinary domestic repairs. It had never occurred to him that the same stitch would survive down here among relic lines and blood. He crouched slowly. The grandfather reached out as if to stop him, then let the hand fall. Inside the satchel lay 3 things wrapped in oilcloth: a handwritten notebook, a cracked silver tube containing map strips, and a voice recorder no larger than a deck of cards, old enough that its plastic casing had gone brittle but protected inside a padded sleeve. Corvin stared at it in disbelief. Raphael exhaled. "Please tell me that thing still works." "Maybe," Jules would have said, but Jules was above. Sarah only shrugged. If the batteries did not bleed out years ago, maybe. Corvin's hands shook once and then steadied. He set the recorder aside and opened the notebook first. The handwriting was his mother's. Compact, slanted, disciplined until emotion forced it larger at the edges of certain sentences. Pressure spike at inner line. Elias assisting with reroute. M believes upper concrete will not hold if the harrower reaches secondary resonance. T bleeding but functional. If we must choose, relic remains hidden and line passes to C when old enough or never if God is kind. He stared at the letter. C. Kaelen knelt beside him and read only enough to understand before respectfully looking away. The restraint made him love her so sharply it hurt. There were more entries. Rapid notes. Sealed geometry sketches. Names of contacts. Instructions on what to tell the old man if they failed. Then one line written so hard the pen had nearly torn through the page. "It is trying our memories now. It knows his name." Corvin closed his eyes. The grandfather's boots approached and stopped near the bloodstain. When Corvin looked up, the old man was no longer fighting his face into hardness. Age and grief had won temporary rights over pride. "She always wrote during crisis," he said. Said putting terror into sentences made it smaller. "Did it? Sometimes." Corvin held out the notebook. "You should read it." The old man took it with care roughened by guilt. Kaelen rose and gave them room while Raphael and Sarah inspected the second passage. Dor sat on the outer bench with both hands over his mouth, perhaps understanding that he had lived most of his life in the shadow of a story whose center was only now visible. Corvin picked up the voice recorder. The device had a manual switch and a tiny speaker grid. He wiped a thumb over the battery compartment and found no corrosion. That almost felt cruel. Hope should not come so easily underground. He pressed the power switch. For a second nothing happened. Then a tiny red light blinked once. Every person in the chamber froze. Corvin's thumb hovered over play. He looked at the grandfather, who gave one short nod and then seemed to regret having a body immediately, as if flesh itself made waiting harder. The recording began with static and a burst of distorted breathing. Then his mother's voice came through, thin with age and damaged by the old speaker, but unmistakable. "If this is found by family, the lower line failed or nearly failed. Corvin, if by some terrible joke you are old enough to hear this, I am sorry." The chamber blurred. Not illusion now. Tears he refused to wipe yet. Her voice continued, trying for steadiness and not quite finding it. She spoke in practical bursts, just as the notebook had been written. The harrower was testing memory and fear instead of force. The relic could not be removed without a live bloodline interface and the old relay disk. The military engineers had built over the ancient chamber to hide instability after an early breach, but had never understood the relational nature of the lock. Most important of all, the inner seal did not simply bar the harrower physically. It throttled its access to collective fear. If it reaches full resonance in a city, she said, it becomes larger than a creature. It becomes an event pattern. Raphael muttered a curse under his breath. That explained too much about Seattle. Then his father's voice entered the recording, rough with pain and forced humor. Tell the kid I always said his throwing motion drifted when he got cocky. A sound broke out of Corvin before he could stop it, halfway between laugh and grief. Kaelen was suddenly beside him again, one hand at the back of his neck. His father kept talking. He said the old man would blame himself and should be ignored where practical. He said Corvin should not mistake kindness for weakness because the dark would always try to teach that lie. He said if Kaelen was the hunter girl his wife suspected existed in several possible futures, then she should trust her own judgment over any order that fed on certainty. Kaelen's eyes widened. How? His mother's tired laugh answered across time. Yes, I know that sounds impossible. If it is not a hunter girl, ignore me and let history keep some dignity. Even Raphael barked a startled laugh. The message turned serious again in its final minute. The inner passage beyond the chamber led to the relay sanctum where the relic's full housing remained. If the chamber had stayed closed, the line still had a chance. But the harrower would keep evolving its methods, and someday someone of the bloodline would need to descend, interface with the relic, and choose whether to strengthen the old seal or reforge it entirely. Choice, his mother said. Not fate. If you hear anything from us tonight, remember that. You are not machinery in a family shape. You choose what kind of guardian you become. The recording ended in static and one distant sound that might have been the chamber door failing under impact. Corvin lowered the device with both hands because one no longer felt adequate. The chamber stayed silent for many breaths. No one tried to fill it. Some truths deserve the respect of temporary quiet. At last the grandfather spoke, but not to Corvin. To the heir. To the dead. You should have come home, he said. Then he sat heavily on the nearest bench as if the sentence had taken all the strength currently available to him. Kaelen knelt in front of Corvin until he met her gaze. Her own eyes were bright, though whether from the recorder message, the mention of her, or the chamber's overall brutality, he could not tell. Choice, she said softly. He nodded once. Say it. I choose. What? He looked around the chamber. At the satchel. The blood. The old man bowed under guilt and age. The second passage waiting in sealed dark. I choose to finish what they started without becoming a tool for the thing they died holding back. A tremor moved through the floor the moment he said it. The silver lines inlaid around the chamber brightened faintly, as if the room itself had heard and taken note. Raphael turned from the second passage with no trace of humor left. That was not your declaration impressing the architecture. Something opened deeper in. The far-sealed door, untouched until that moment, had begun to slide aside on its own. Chapter 48, The Door That Answered. The opening in the far wall widened slowly, accompanied by a grinding resonance that felt older than mechanics and more intimate than stone. No one approached it at first. They had all seen too much in the last 2 days to mistake invitation for safety. The silver lines across the chamber floor brightened another shade, enough now that the circular pattern became readable as a network of locking paths, pressure routes, and containment geometries. Corvin realized with a strange lurch that the chamber was not merely a memorial room or last stand position. It was part of the mechanism, a decision threshold, a place where intent mattered. The room is responding to bloodline declaration, the grandfather said, standing again by force of will alone. Or to the relic recognizing succession. Wonderful, Raphael said. I was worried things might remain straightforward and survivable. Beyond the open seal lay a descending corridor of carved black stone lined at knee height with old silver channels. No dust covered it, no drift of debris. The passage looked maintained by systems no human hand had tended in years. Sarah lifted the lantern pole, but its flame bent backward sharply and nearly guttered out. Air draw, she whispered. Corvin heard more than air. A low-layered murmur, too diffuse for words, came from below. Not one voice. Many. Fears stored by the relic over generations, perhaps. Or the harrower testing every memory it had sampled. Kaelen took position at his right. We do not all go. Raphael turned to object and then stopped, probably because he had already calculated the same answer. Narrow corridor. Psychological threat. Unknown chamber function. Too many bodies would be weakness, not strength. The grandfather nodded once. Bloodline, bonded witness, one rear guard. Door straightened at once. I can dash. No, Sarah said, cutting him off with familial authority sharper than rank. You keep our people alive if this collapses. Raphael eyed the corridor, and then Corvin. Rear guard is me. If whatever is down there decides to become physical, I would like the first opportunity to offend it. Kaelen did not argue. That told Corvin how serious she judged the risk. She only looked at Raphael for one long second and said, Do not fire unless you confirm target. This level is probably reactive. I hate when you are reasonable. They moved quickly after that because hesitation had become its own kind of pressure. Sarah and Dor stayed in the chamber with the grandfather, who insisted on holding the relic notes and recorder in case the lower path sealed behind them. Corvin kept only the relic disc and the ring. Kaelen adjusted the strap on one sword and checked the second with a smooth practiced touch. Raphael rolled his shoulders and muttered what might have been a prayer or might have been an insult aimed at geology. The corridor beyond the seal curved downward in a broad spiral. The black stone underfoot had been cut with impossible precision. No tool marks remained. The silver channels along the walls pulsed dimly in time with nothing Corvin could identify at first. Then he realized they matched his own internal rhythm, the slowed, uncanny beat of his altered heart. It is keyed to you, Kaelen said. I noticed. How does it feel? Like being measured while walking. Stay offended, Raphael advised from behind. It keeps people sharp. Halfway down, the first vision hit again. This time it was not the stadium or the alley or any cleanly recognizable fragment. It was Seattle under dark water. Freeways submerged. Apartment towers sticking up like gravestones. The bar sign flickering underwater while people inside beat helplessly at windows. Corvin knew instantly it was false because fear often selected the wrong metaphor. The city feared quake and flood, yes, but the harrower had learned he feared failure of guardianship more than any specific disaster. Still, the image hurt. He kept walking. Beside him, Kaelen inhaled sharply. Her pupils widened. Corvin. He glanced over and saw what the corridor was feeding her, at least in outline. She was no longer in black coat and field gear, but in gray order cadet cloth stained at the cuffs. Rows of kneeling figures lined the walls, all of them wearing her face at different ages. No, she said, voice shaking with rage rather than surrender. You do not get to multiply me. The silver channels flickered. Raphael's illusion arrived as a smell before it became anything visual. Smoke. Diesel. Charred insulation. The smell of a place that had once held civilians and then had not held them long enough. He went silent in a way Corvin had learned to distrust. The man carried his history compactly, but not lightly. Raphael, Corvin said. I know where I am. Say it. The reply came after a beat. Ugly magic hallway. Mountain. You two are making romantic suffering look organized. Good enough. They continued. At the end of the spiral, they entered a sanctum unlike anything above it. The chamber was vast and circular, domed overhead in natural stone polished to a dull midnight sheen. Silver lines rose from the floor and climbed the walls in branching patterns like roots made of moonlight. At the center stood the full relic housing, a black stone dais ringed by iron braces and ancient anchor chains that disappeared into the surrounding rock. Set within the dais was a recessed cradle clearly meant for the disc Corvin carried. Above it, suspended in a web of silver lines, shimmered a vertical tear of darkness no taller than a man and only a hand wide at its brightest point. The breach. Not open, not free, but present. Cold radiated from it without temperature. Corvin looked at the narrow wound in reality and understood at once why the bunker had never truly been enough. Concrete did not solve this. Armies did not solve this. They only delayed, disguised, buried, recorded. The real work had always belonged to people standing close enough to terror to choose against it deliberately. The murmuring all around them resolved into fragments of sound. City panic, whispered prayers, crowd noise, the intimate small fears of single rooms. The harrower had fed on all of it for generations, even weakened. Kaelen scanned the sanctum perimeter. No visible host bodies. Raphael circled left, shotgun down but ready. That means the room itself wants a conversation. Corvin approached the dais. The ring burned cold now. The disc under his coat felt so heavy it might have been the heart of the mountain. He climbed the shallow steps and stopped before the cradle. Instantly, the false visions intensified, not around the room, but inside him. He saw himself tear through the bar in blood hunger. He saw Kaelen dead by his hand. He saw the city turning on him when they learned what he was. He saw his parents looking disappointed, which hurt more than any other image because disappointment is a child's oldest fear. Then another voice cut through them. His mother from the recorder. Choice, not fate. He drew the disc free. Below the dais, darkness stirred. A shape began to gather along the edges of the breach, not fully emerging, more like pressure learning a silhouette. Hornless, faceless, huge without occupying space the way normal bodies do. It had no eyes yet looked directly at him with perfect violation. The harrower, not full manifestation. A projection, a reaching. Every instinct in Corvin wanted to attack, to meet ancient evil with speed and violence and the honest language of impact. The chamber told him that would be a mistake. This was not the rail yard, not the stadium. Strength alone did not rule here. Guardian blood. The thing said, voice arriving from all around rather than from any mouth. At last grown into leverage. Raphael raised the shotgun. Kaelen's sword flashed halfway up. Corvin did neither. You killed my parents. I tested them, the harrower said. They chose closure over adaptation. Kaelen took one step forward with murder in every line of her body. Say one more word like that, and I will teach you new definitions. The thing did not even acknowledge her. Its attention remained fixed on Corvin. You have tasted the city now. You know its secret home. Fragile, crowded, lonely, always one jolt from stampede. Why defend a species so eager to feed what frightens it? Why not govern the current instead? The temptation, to Corvin's own disgust, arrived in a shape he could understand. Not simple evil. Control. If fear was inevitable, what if it could be managed? Directed. Harnessed. No more random suffering. No more helpless neighborhoods. No more begging for scraps of safety. Power offering itself as order. He saw in an instant how entire factions could fall for that logic. Kaelen's voice came low and steady from his right. It is offering you the right to become what hurt you. That broke the lure. He stepped to the cradle and placed the relic disc into its housing. The sanctum erupted in silver light. The harrower screamed, not in pain alone, but in thwarted appetite. The silver lines up the walls ignited. Chains snapped tight. The dark tear at the chamber's center narrowed by a fraction. Corvin felt knowledge flood through the ring into his arm, through the disc, through the dais, into some old relational architecture that had waited years for a living interface. Not words. Functions again. Seal status. Resonance drain. Anchor fracture. Recomposition possible. Too much. Far too much. He dropped to one knee under the force of it. Kaelen lunged to steady him, but stopped short when sparks of silver leapt from the dais and chased along the floor. Raphael fired then, not at the breach, but at three skittering shapes erupting from side fissures. The blasts echoed like thunder in the sanctum. One thing burst apart. Another kept coming until Kaelen met it in a whirl of silver steel. Corvin, she shouted. Stay with me. He forced his head up. Inside the flood of ancient system knowledge, one truth stood clear. This was not the moment to finish the work. The seal could be strengthened temporarily, stabilized enough to keep the harrower from fully leveraging Seattle while he learned the deeper reforge process. Anything more done blindly would risk turning guardian blood into breach, key exactly as the grandfather had warned. Part 1's answer, then, was not triumph. It was survival with information. He reached with his free hand, found the correct line of force more by instinct than comprehension, and pressed his palm to the outer ring of the dais. The silver geometry shifted. The dark tear shrank another fraction. The harrower's projection convulsed and flung a wave of psychic force across the room. Corvin held. Kaelen nearly lost footing. Raphael slammed into a wall hard enough to crack stone and still got up swearing. Somewhere above, deep through layers of rock, alarms no human had installed began to ring. The sanctum had entered active defense. "Retreat path now," Raphael shouted. Corvin tore his hand from the line. The light dimmed from blinding to survivable. The disc remained seated in the dais, locked for the first time in years. He stared in shock. "I cannot take it back out." The grandfather's warnings clicked into place with brutal clarity. "Insert for interface. Remove only under full sequence control." They had committed. Kaelen killed the last side creature and seized Corvin by the front of the coat. "Then we return for it when we know how. Move." The harrower's voice followed them as the sanctum trembled and the silver lines pulsed warbright through the floor. "You close one mouth and think the mountain silent," it said. "Guardian boy, I know your rage now. Hunter girl, I know your love. I will wear both before this ends." Corvin turned at the threshold long enough to meet the projection's formless gaze. "No," he said, with more certainty than he felt. "You will learn my choice instead." Then he ran with Kaelen and Raphael back toward the chamber above while the mountain began, all around them, to wake. Chapter 49, The Mountain Gives Chase. The chamber above the sanctum did not look the same when they burst back through its threshold. Stone that had sat quiet for decades now hummed with pale silver light. Old cable housings shook against the walls. Dust drifted from the ceiling in steady gray curtains. Sarah and Dor had taken cover behind a stack of rusted field lockers with the grandfather between them, but the old man was still on his feet, rifle up, face hard, as if the years had been scraped off him by pure refusal. The moment he saw Corvin and Kaelen return with Raphael, he understood the answer before anyone spoke it. The relic disc was still below. The system had accepted blood and command, but not release. What had been sleeping under the mountain was now awake enough to defend itself, and the harrower was awake enough to be angry. A sound rolled through the bunker from somewhere too deep to map. It felt less like thunder and more like a giant door deciding it had tolerated visitors long enough. The concrete deck under Corvin's boots shivered. A seam split down the far wall, and a spray of bright fragments cut through the air like a burst of thrown glass. Kaelen knocked Sarah flat. Raphael dragged Dor behind a support pillar. Corvin moved without thought and caught one of the larger shards against his forearm before it could bury itself in the grandfather's throat. The silver piece punched through sleeve and skin, cold as winter river stone. It stayed there for one hard beat before his healing pressed against it and failed to push it free. This was not ordinary metal. It had sealed charge in it, the same disciplined bite as the lines around the sanctum gate. "Do not pull it yet," the grandfather snapped, already moving toward him. His voice stayed steady, but Corvin heard the effort in it. The old man pressed 2 fingers to the shard, muttered 3 clipped words in a language Corvin had only heard when family history got older than comfort, and the charge in the fragment dimmed from white to dull gray. Only then did Kaelen break the piece off and yank the rest out cleanly. Pain flashed bright enough to narrow the whole room into a point. Corvin's jaw locked. The skin sealed, but not all the way. A pale line remained, proof that the mountain could still mark him if it chose. Kaelen's eyes flicked from the mark to his face. She did not waste breath asking if he was all right. She asked the useful question, "Can you still feel the route?" He closed his eyes for half a second and let the new awareness settle. The disc below was no longer just an object in his mind. It was a pressure line, a fixed command lodged into the lower sanctum like a nail in stone. Around it the bunker unfolded in layers of distress. Some corridors were opening, others were sealing. A set of old defense channels on the east side had gone live with enough force to turn a human body into debris. Beyond that, something less mechanical moved through the dark, following the disturbance with patient delight. The harrower had found the mountain through them. Not fully, not in body, but in touch, in influence, in whispered pressure over all the rooms where fear was easiest to grow. Corvin opened his eyes and pointed toward a maintenance corridor half hidden by cracked lockers. "That way. The bunker is trying to hurt us. We go where it thinks we will not." They ran. There was no formation clean enough for comfort because the passages kept changing shape. Old blast doors slammed down without pattern. Light strips strobed alive and then failed. One hall filled with a child's laughter that made Sarah go white because it came in her dead sister's voice. Another carried the smell of stadium grass after rain, so sharp that Corvin's chest tightened before he understood why the mountain would choose that memory for him. It knew the pressure points now. It knew shame, lost futures, private failures. The words people did not admit still lived in them. Kaelen moved near him without touching, blades out, watching not just the corners, but his face. She could read the moment a memory tried to take hold, and when it happened she cut through it with practical language. 4 dips left. Pipe above. 2 side vents. Stay here. Stay now. The plainness of her voice kept him inside himself. They hit the first true kill corridor 3 turns later. Door saw it half a second before the rest and shouted for a halt. The passage ahead looked normal except for the fine silver dust settled in the grooves along the walls. Raphael swore softly. Wire grid. The grandfather nodded once. Not wire. Pressure arc tripped the midpoint, and the whole hall turns into a furnace. There was no time for a slow solve. The harrower's pressure pushed at their backs, filling the air with a far-off chorus of people screaming in stadium stands. Corvin crouched and put a hand to the floor. The route lines in his head trembled. One narrow section at the far right edge of the hall held a lower charge. Not safe, but survivable. Single file, he said. Right side. Match my steps exactly. He had never sounded more like command in his life, and everyone obeyed before he realized it had happened. He took the lead because that was the price of the call. The charge prickled through his boots with each careful step. Kaelen came next, then Sarah, then Dor. Raphael carried the heaviest pack and kept one hand on the wall for balance while the grandfather brought up the rear with that hateful old rifle held across his chest. Halfway through, a voice spoke directly behind Corvin in the exact tone his father had used after practice on bad days. You always needed the line painted for you. The words hit harder than the pain in his arm. For one terrible instant, he almost turned. Kaelen's hand struck the middle of his back, not hard, just enough to anchor him. Forward, she said. He breathed once and obeyed. The pressure arc flashed under their feet as if offended by their refusal to panic, then let them pass. They came out of the corridor into an old communications room lined with dead switchboards and dust-coated wall maps. No alarms sounded there. No lights strobed. The silence felt designed, which made it more dangerous than noise. Sarah slammed the steel door and drove an emergency bar through its brackets. Door sagged onto a broken equipment crate and laughed once in disbelief. Raphael set charges on both interior jams out of habit. The grandfather leaned both palms on a console and bowed his head for the first time since they had entered the mountain. Not surrender. Calculation. Corvin looked at him and understood that the old man was measuring cost in real time. Whatever came next would not be a simple retreat. The bunker had given them a message with all the force of stone. Entry had been granted. Exit would have to be earned. Chapter 50, the second archive. The communications room had once been meant for officers who believed a switchboard could impose order on catastrophe. Dust softened every instrument. Mold climbed the lower plaster in dark fans. A row of field telephones hung dead and patient on the far wall, their cords twisted like dried roots. Yet one thing in the room still worked. Behind the central console, hidden beneath a steel panel Sarah pried up with a crowbar, sat a small relay cabinet with 3 silver lines burning dimly inside it. The moment Corvin stepped close, the ring on his hand pulsed, and a low tone traveled through the room. The cabinet door clicked open on its own. Inside lay a second archive tube, black lacquer over old metal, marked with the same interlocking pattern as the disc and the gate below. The grandfather laughed without humor. Your mother knew this room mattered. She salted a fallback before the last descent. Corvin lifted the tube with both hands. It felt lighter than it should have and older than the bunker, as if the military had built around an artifact that had no interest in their timeline. Inside were 2 things. The first was another strip of microfilm sealed in wax paper. The second was a narrow iron spike wrapped in dark cloth from point to grip. It was no longer than Corvin's forearm. Silverline work ran along the black metal in channels so fine they looked etched by patience rather than tools. The moment his fingers touched it, a brief shock moved through his arm and into his chest. Not pain exactly, but recognition. Images flashed too fast to hold. Stone circles in deep forest, a winter rite, hands passing the spike from elder to heir, and at the far end of all of it a vast dark shape, trying and failing to cross a threshold. Kaelen saw his expression change. "What is it?" "The seal iron," the grandfather said before Corvin could form the words. He had gone very still, and that frightened Corvin more than any raised voice. "That is what your line was charged to guard, not the disc. The disc is interface and relay. The spike is the old killing instrument. It binds. It anchors. In the right hand, at the right moment, it can also end what breaches." He took one step forward and stopped, as if an invisible chain had pulled taut around his chest. "I have not seen it since the winter your parents died." Sarah stared between them. Raphael let out a long breath and looked at the weapon with a kind of annoyed respect, like a man forced to admire a rival. Kaelen moved closer to Corvin, not to claim the relic, but to make sure nothing in the room claimed him while he held it. They rigged the ancient microfilm reader with battery power from Raphael's pack. The bulb fought itself twice before holding. Frame by frame, the strip advanced beneath the lens. Notes written in Corvin's mother's hand filled the screen first, crisp and disciplined even under pressure. Then came layout drawings of the deeper chambers and a final block of text that made the room seem smaller. The disc below had been designed to wake the seal array and identify the living successor. Once awakened, the mountain would seek confirmation through ordeal. The seal iron would only remain accessible to a successor who could cross the proving route without surrendering command to fear, hunger, or borrowed rage. Should the Elder Guardian become unable to lead, line authority would shift at once to the successor acknowledged by the sanctum. No committee, no debate, no delay. The language on the strip was plain in a way old ceremonial text rarely was. It had been written for emergencies, not poetry. Corvin read the lines twice. Then a third time because his mind kept resisting the obvious meaning. The sanctum had not simply accepted him as useful muscle. It had identified him as the acting guardian already. The grandfather saw the understanding land. His face did not soften, but something old and exhausted in it finally admitted the truth. "That is why the room answered you," he said, "and why it did not answer me." Corvin wanted to refuse the burden on instinct alone. He wanted to point to age, experience, mistakes made and survived, anything that kept the role where it had lived all his life. Instead, he heard his own voice come out level. "You are still here." The old man nodded. "I am still here. That is not the same as being what the system trusts next." The admission cost them both. Kaelen felt it and looked away long enough to grant the privacy of not being watched while family structure shifted under open pressure. Dor, who had spent years keeping frightened people alive beneath a mountain, recognized the change at once and accepted it with the immediate pragmatism of a man who valued competence over ritual. Sarah did the same. Raphael just crossed his arms and said, "Fine. Then the new boss should decide whether we keep sitting in a room built to die in or go finish the route." Corvin almost smiled. The urge passed when another pulse of sound rolled through the bunker, this one carrying the echo of a crowd chant from the stadium and the scrape of something large moving across stone. The harrower was not done with them. It was learning how to speak through architecture. Kaelen took Corvin aside while the others packed the relay tube, the film, and the equipment that still mattered. She guided him to the blind side of the room, where a collapsed cabinet gave them half a wall of privacy. Up close, dust silvered the dark strands at her temple, and there was a fresh cut across one knuckle where she had struck metal instead of flesh in the last rush. "Listen to me," she said quietly. "What that strip says changes duties. It does not change reality. You do not have to become hard and strange in the next 10 minutes just because old systems have good timing." He looked at her, surprised into honesty. "I do not know how to stand where he stands." Her mouth shifted in the closest thing she allowed herself to tenderness in bad places. "Good. Men who enjoy command too quickly usually poison it. Stand there because people need you. That is enough for now." He could have kissed her then. The room, the danger, the dust in the air, none of it erased the pull between them. It sharpened it. He did not move because timing mattered, and because there were other eyes in the bunker, and because desire under pressure could turn selfish if handled poorly. Instead, he pressed his forehead lightly to hers for one quiet second. Her breath caught. That was all. It was not enough, and it was exactly what the moment could bear. When they drew apart, her voice was steady again. Tell me what you need from me, Corvin. The question landed deeper than affection. It was partnership spoken plainly. He looked past her at the door, at the shadowed corridor beyond, and let the role he had not wanted settle into place through use rather than ceremony. Stay close when the fear comes for me, he said. And if I start sounding like something that enjoys this too much, stop me. She nodded once. Always. Chapter 51, The Proving Route. The route marked on the film descended through a service spine that had not been opened since the bunker still had payroll. Door found the hidden latch beneath a shelf of rotted manuals, and the entire steel rack swung inward on old bearings, revealing a narrow stair cut straight into the rock. No military concrete lined that shaft. No numbers marked the levels. The mountain showed only itself there, damp stone and mineral glint, and a dark deep enough to make flashlights feel like poor jokes. The air changed as soon as they entered. It lost the stale human note of abandoned facilities and took on something older, cleaner, almost ritual in its severity. Corvin felt the seal iron grow cooler in his hand with every step. The deeper they went, the more distinct the sanctum pressure became behind his eyes, like a second heartbeat trying to teach his body a different rhythm. At the base of the stair, the passage split into 3 arches. No signage, no obvious cues. Just 3 mouths in the stone and a silver line at Corvin's feet dividing into matching branches. He knew at once that the route was not meant to be solved by logic alone. The proving demanded choice, and choices made under fear told truths people spent whole lives hiding. The left arch carried the scent of old cedar and warm kitchen light. Home. The center carried the metallic tang of blood and the distant roar of a game crowd. Glory and violence braided together. The right arch smelled of rain, steel, and the faint clean soap Kaelen used when time and safety briefly allowed ordinary things. Love. The harrower had already found the shape of the test and had set memory against function like a loaded deck. Raphael muttered, "Of course the haunted mountain does symbolism." Corvin did not answer right away. He crouched and touched the silver line where it split. Under his fingers, the current in the left and center branches raced hot and eager, almost hungry for response. The right branch stayed cooler. Not gentle, merely honest. "This one," he said, pointing right. The grandfather studied him with sharp approval and no praise. "Because it tempts you least?" Corvin shook his head. "Because it tempts me honestly. The others feel staged. This one feels like something I could choose and still remember who I am." Kaelen's eyes narrowed, then softened with understanding so private it almost embarrassed him. They took the right passage together while the mountain breathed around them like a patient beast curious whether they deserved to keep going. The corridor narrowed until shoulders brushed stone. Then it widened without warning into a round chamber lit by no source Corvin could identify. Silver lines glowed under the smooth floor in spiral patterns. At the center stood a long table set for 2 beneath hanging lamps that did not exist a second earlier. Steam rose from plates of food that smelled like the best night of a life Corvin had lost. He knew at once the room was false, and still his body reacted as if the world had opened and offered him mercy. On one side of the table sat his mother exactly as she appeared in the last photograph taken before she died. On the other sat Kaelen, but not the real woman beside him. This version wore peace like it had never cost her anything. She smiled and said, "You can stop fighting now. Sit down. Let someone else carry what your blood bought." Sarah made a sound in the back of her throat and turned away fast, because the room was working on her too. Dor saw someone else entirely. Raphael began cursing in low, controlled Spanish under his breath, proof that his own vision had found a nerve. The grandfather alone kept his gaze down and moved as if he had expected this exact cruelty. Corvin's chest hurt with the force of wanting what the room offered. His mother alive. Kaelen unmarked by her own history. A table instead of a battlefield. A future shaped like rest rather than duty. The false mother reached for him. "You were never meant to inherit this," she said gently. "You were meant to live." Kaelen, the real Kaelen, stepped in front of him without looking at the illusion. "He still can," she said to the room with open contempt. "Just not on your terms." The words broke the spell enough for Corvin to see what the vision avoided. Nothing on the table cast a true shadow. The food gave off warmth, but no smell of spice or salt when he pushed past the first memory hit. The faces were perfect where real life always carried motion and flaw. This was not comfort. It was a collector's copy of comfort, built by something that understood desire but not soul. He tightened his grip on the seal iron. Silver flared along its channels. The false table split down the middle with a dry crack, and the whole chamber lurched. Lamps went out. His mother's image folded into black ash that blew upward against the ceiling. The false Kaelen hissed in a voice that had never belonged to any human throat. The room had lost elegance. Now it showed its true task, to make surrender feel noble. They crossed 2 more test chambers before the rout ended. In one, Corvin stood on a field under stadium lights while thousands chanted his name and demanded he choose glory over guardianship. In another, Kaelen faced a line of her old order and heard them offer forgiveness, rank, and belonging if she would hand Corvin over cleanly. She did not hesitate. She drove one silver blade through the image of her former mentor and said, "You train me to know a trap when it flatters me." By the time they cleared the 3rd chamber, both of them were shaking with fatigue they could not admit in full because the mountain still had more to ask. Yet the fear tests had changed something useful. They had made the shape of each other's hidden weakness visible, and instead of breaking trust, that knowledge strengthened it. Each now knew precisely where the other would need guarding when the worst finally came. The final door on the proving route did not open for blood alone. It opened when Corvin set the seal iron into a waist-high notch beside the arch, and then spoke his own name, followed by the names of both parents, followed by Kaelen's as bonded witness. The stone waited half a breath, as if measuring the truth inside the order, then folded aside into a chamber no bunker engineer had ever designed. It was older than all the rest, circular and high-domed, lined with carved cedar blackened by age until it looked almost like stone. At the center stood a single pedestal, and above it hovered a thin cage of silver light. Inside the cage hung a second object, a chain-linked harness of dark metal meant to wrap around the forearm and hand, each link engraved with the same seal geometry. The grandfather inhaled sharply behind him. "The bearer rig," he said. "I thought it was lost." Chapter 52, The Bearer Rig. The chamber smelled of old resin, rain trapped in cedar, and the faint metallic edge that followed every seal device. Unlike the false rooms on the proving route, nothing there tried to seduce. It simply waited. The harness inside the silver cage was not decorative. Corvin could see at once how it worked. The chain links would lock along the forearm, the handplate would align with the seal iron's grip, and the whole assembly would turn a human arm into a conduit able to deliver the relic's force without burning the bearer empty in a single use. Practical. Severe. Built by people who expected sacrifice and wanted at least the dignity of efficient sacrifice. Kaelen circled the pedestal without crossing any of the floor lines. "You said the spike alone could bind or kill," she said to the grandfather. "Why build this?" The old man's expression had gone distant with memory. "Because killing is easy to describe and hard to survive." Corvin stepped toward the cage and felt resistance meet him, not physical exactly, more like a hand laid flat against the center of his chest. The chamber wanted confirmation. He set the seal iron point down on the pedestal, and the silver lattice around the harness widened by a fraction. Not enough. The grandfather opened the archive folder he had carried into the mountain and removed one last page Corvin had not seen. It was not a map. It was a short handwritten declaration in his mother's script. If the succession triggered under emergency conditions, the bearer rig would only release to a successor who received active assent from both witness and elder. The elders who built the system had understood the danger of lonely power. Blood could unlock, but community still had to consent. Corvin almost laughed from the sheer moral stubbornness of ancestors who had designed a supernatural weapon and still insisted on procedure. The grandfather looked at the page for a long second before raising his eyes to Corvin. Nothing theatrical lived in his face. He had never been a man for grand blessing. What came instead carried more force because it sounded dragged up from truth. "I turned you to keep the line from ending with me," he said. "I told myself necessity was enough. It was not. I also did it because I could not bear losing every branch of this family to the thing below our city. That selfishness is mine. This burden now is also mine to acknowledge properly. You have acted as guardian already, whether I like the timing or not. I give assent. His voice roughened on the final word, but he did not look away. All eyes shifted to Kaelen. She did not tense under it. She stepped beside Corvin, close enough that the heat of her presence crossed the thin, cold air of the chamber, and put one hand flat over his quiet heart. I know what he is afraid of, she said. I know what he is tempted by. I know what happens when rage opens in him, and how hard he fights to stay a man inside it. I have seen enough to judge. Her gaze held Corvin's. I give assent because he does not hunger for power more than he hungers to protect. If that changes, I will be the first person in his path. It should have sounded like a threat. Instead, it sounded like the highest form of trust available to either of them. The silver lattice parted at once. Corvin lifted the bearer rig from the cage. It was colder than the seal iron and heavier in a way that had little to do with metal. The links moved with unnerving intelligence, sliding into place along his forearm when he brought it near. Kaelen helped fasten the final clasp at the wrist, because some burdens should never be taken up entirely alone if help is standing there. When he seated the seal iron into the grip channel, the line work along both relics flared and then settled into a dim internal glow. No blast of power, no choir of ancestors, just an immediate practical change in balance. He could feel pathways now, not only in the mountain but in people, weak points where fear tried to root, and seal lines where breach force would react. It was like discovering that every room had been speaking a second language all his life, and he had finally learned enough to answer back. The heir answered first. Its laughter filled the chamber from no one point, touching every carved cedar panel at once. Lovely, it said. The child puts on the family tool and calls it destiny. The lights overhead dimmed from silver to bruised gray. A shape pressed into existence across the far wall, not full manifestation, but a projection heavy enough to leave frost on the wood. Hornless this time, almost human in outline, as if it had decided familiarity might unsettle them more than monstrous display. Do you know why your parents failed, Corvin? The question struck with the precision of a knife placed against scar tissue. Corvin took one step forward before Kaelen's hand caught his sleeve. Not to restrain, to remind. He used the reminder well. Tell your own story, he said. I am done taking mine from you. The projection smiled with a mouth too wide to belong on a face. They failed because they loved each other more than the work in the final minute. They thought that made them noble. It made them late. The grandfather made a low sound in his throat that held grief and murder in equal measure. Corvin felt the new rig react to his rising rage, opening channels he did not yet know how to govern. The seal iron brightened. A hot tide climbed his arm. If he lunged in blind fury, the relic would answer, and the chamber might turn into a furnace. He understood then why the device demanded assent. Raw pain plus old family tools could break a world as easily as save one. He drew a long breath he did not need and gave himself the rule out loud. No strike without purpose. The rig cooled slightly. Kaelen nodded approval once, fierce and small. He had just passed another test, and this one no ancient designer had scripted. Door interrupted the moment with the practicality of a survivor. This room is no longer sealed. He pointed toward the arch where black vapor had begun to leak in along the floor. Not smoke. Not mist. Breach residue. The harrower had found a thinner place in the awakened system and was pressing through with everything the mountain allowed. Raphael shouldered the satchel of charges and looked at Corvin without ceremony. Decision time, Guardian. It was not mockery. It was respect stripped down to urgency. Corvin took one last look at the chamber, at the empty cage, at the cedar walls that had held faith through generations, and made the call that felt both obvious and brutal. We go up fast. We take the archive. We seal what we can on the way. If the mountain wants a commander, it gets one in motion. Chapter 53, Names of the Dead. The return path from the bearer chamber did not mirror the route in. Old systems rarely rewarded a person by making the way home simple. Entire sections of corridor had shifted. Two of the proving rooms collapsed into rubble the moment they cleared them, as if they existed only long enough to judge. The black residue leaking behind them thickened into grasping shapes that were not yet bodies but had enough form to slash and drag. Corvin learned the first real use of the relic in motion 3 turns into the ascent. When one of the shapes spilled across the ceiling toward Sarah, he raised the seal iron by instinct and drove a line of command through the bearer rig the way the sanctum had taught him. Silver light snapped from point to wall in a clean straight lash. The residue pinned in place, hardened, and shattered like black ice. Everyone stared for half a second. Raphael grinned without humor. That will do nicely. The grandfather did not praise the strike. He pulled Corvin into a side recess while the others covered the corridor and said what needed saying while there was still time to say it cleanly. Your father used that same rule your mother wrote into the archive. No strike without purpose. He learned it from me, and I learned it from mine. Remember it when you are angry enough to feel righteous. Corvin nodded, but the old man was not finished. The bunker, the relic, the transfer of duty, all of it had shaken loose words long avoided. There is another truth you need before we leave this place, he said. I did not simply fail your parents by sending them down here. I failed them years earlier by teaching them to carry everything between two people and call that strength. Family work should never rest on a pair alone. It makes love easy to exploit. Corvin looked at him, hearing at once the confession and the warning aimed forward. The harrower had said his parents loved each other more than the work in the final minute. Whether that was true in any simple way did not matter. The demon had used intimacy as leverage. It would try the same with him and Kaelen the first chance it got. You are telling me not to make us into an isolated unit, Corvin said. The old man's eyes flashed with tired approval. I am telling you to love her without making the whole war depend on only that love. Build structure around it. Allies. Rotations. Plans that survive grief. Do not hand any enemy a single hinge and call it devotion. It was the most practical blessing on a romance Corvin had ever heard. It also carried enough pain to make the point unforgettable. They moved again, slower now because the grandfather's breathing had turned rough and because the mountain had begun to answer Corvin differently than it answered the others. At certain junctions, the silver lines in the floor brightened beneath his steps, offering him rapid flashes of what had happened there before. Not full visions. Impressions. His mother bracing a failing door while blood ran from one ear. His father laughing once under impossible pressure because that was better than letting fear set the pace. The grandfather younger, broader, almost unrecognizable except for the eyes, arguing with men and women whose names had been erased by time. Each glimpse vanished before it became indulgence. The mountain was not granting comfort. It was handing over context. Guardian work had always been a relay. Every generation thought it was improvising alone until the archive proved otherwise. They reached the communications room and found it half destroyed. One wall had peeled away where an internal blast had vented through older stone. The barricade Sarah had built was gone. More troubling, fresh boot prints cut through the dust around the shattered consoles. Human prints. Small team. Disciplined spacing. Kaelen dropped to one knee and read them at a glance. 4, she said. Modern tactical saws. Not doors people. Raphael checked the corners with his shotgun ready. Your order? She hated the answer before she gave it. Advanced scouts, maybe. Not the full unit. They came in after us, or from another access point. Corvin felt a fresh line of danger slot into place beside the mountain and the harrower. The two-front war of the future had just sent a test finger into the present. The old order had not forgotten Seattle, and it had certainly not forgotten Kaelen. One of the boot tracks stopped near the broken console where the microfilm reader had been. On the metal surface, someone had carved a single symbol with a blade tip, a vertical line crossed by two shorter marks. Kaelen's face closed hard when she saw it. Claim sign, she said. It means they were here and chose not to wait. It also means they want me to know it was them. Corvin looked at the mark, then at her. Can they track us from it? Not directly. She rose in one fluid motion. But they know enough now. They know the mountain is active. They know I came here with you instead of with them. That alone will change how they move. The grandfather spat blood into a rag and folded it away before anyone but Corvin could react. Then let them move, he said. Better an enemy in the open than one pretending patience. Corvin saw the blood, and the moment changed shape. The old man caught his glance and gave the smallest possible shake of the head, but secrecy had already missed its chance. The grandfather's side had begun to darken under the coat, where one of the sanctum fragments or later blows had done more than scratch. When Corvin stepped close, he caught the scent immediately, not just blood but seal burn, an injury laced with hostile charge that healing would not treat kindly and age would treat even worse. "How long?" he asked under his breath. "Long enough to dislike your tone," the old man murmured. Then he added, more honestly, "Since the first corridor." Corvin swore and called for a halt. No one argued. There are moments when command proves itself not by pushing forward, but by refusing the lie of one more room. They packed what remained useful in the communications room, including the archive tube and the last intact maps, while Priya's field kit came out of Raphael's bag. Corvin helped Kaelen cut away the ruined fabric at the grandfather's side. The damage beneath made Sarah look away, and Dor cursed softly. A silver shard had sliced under the ribs and left a burn line that spread like frost beneath the skin, not wide but deep. Priya's supplies could slow it. Nothing in the room could cure it. The grandfather stayed insultingly conscious the whole time. "Do not hover," he told Corvin, while Kaelen cleaned the injury with hands steadier than his own. "I am not hovering. You are rearranging the air with your worry." "It is distracting." Kaelen, without looking up, said, "Be grateful he worries. It means he plans to keep you." The old man almost smiled despite the pain. That was as close to tenderness as any of them were likely to get in a bunker. Chapter 54 Breakout. The cleanest route to the surface was gone. The old East maintenance line had collapsed under triggered defense charges, and the Western freight lift sat dead behind a blast door fused shut by heat. That left a narrower emergency drainage path Dor remembered from years of bunker scavenging, a route never meant for loaded retreat under pursuit. It snaked upward through storm channels, storage culverts, and one vertical shaft fitted with ladder rungs so corroded they looked held together by insult alone. Corvin spread the copied map across a crate and forced himself to think beyond the rising panic around the edges. The harrower pressed from below. Hunter scouts were somewhere above or adjacent. The grandfather was hurt badly enough that every extra minute mattered. "We split weight, not people," he said at last. "No one walks out of my sight unless I send them. Sarah, take archive tube. Dor, point on drains. Raphael, rear charges. Kaelen with me. Grandfather stays center." No one challenged the plan, which frightened Corvin more than disagreement would have. They were accepting him too quickly because the circumstances left no luxury for politics. Leadership under emergency had a way of looking clean from the outside while it tore the person doing it in half. He felt that split now. One part of him wanted to move fast enough to get the old man into Priya's hands within the hour. Another part wanted to remain in the bunker long enough to hunt every scout, every breach pocket, every line of influence before anything followed them home. The bearer rig amplified both instincts. Action felt easier than patience. Violence felt temptingly efficient. Kaelen noticed the shift in his face while the others packed and leaned close enough that only he heard her. "Choose the living people first." The sentence cut through the relic heat at once. He nodded. The living first. They entered the drainage route through a hatch behind the communications room. Cold water slid over rusted grates and echoed down the narrow channel with the steady confidence of gravity. For 20 minutes the climb held to miserable but manageable. Then the scouts found them. The first sign was not a shot. It was a small polished disc rolling down the channel and coming to rest against Raphael's boot. Kaelen's curse came at the same instant Corvin recognized the hunter sigils cut into the metal. Flash charge. He snatched the disc and drove the seal iron into it on reflex. Silver caged the charge just as it burst, the light folding inward instead of out. The resulting sound was a dull, angry thump instead of a blinding detonation. Above them, boot steps broke into a run. A woman's voice called from the dark, cold and familiar to Kaelen in a way that made her entire body sharpen. "You could still come back." Kaelen answered before Corvin could ask who it was. "Not this life." Then she moved like a decision finally tired of discussion. She sprang up the channel wall, caught a pipe brace, and launched herself into the dark above. Steel rang on steel. Sparks dropped in thin orange arcs. Corvin passed the grandfather to door and went after her because partnership meant more than saying the word in calm rooms. The scouts were fast, disciplined, and fully human, which in some ways made them more dangerous than the harrower's creatures. They used cover. They set cross angles. They aimed for joints and eyes instead of making theatrical lunges. The woman leading them wore a half mask and a dark field coat marked with the same double-cross claim sign from the console. Her short blade flashed toward Kaelen's throat in a compact, efficient line that spoke of shared training and old affection turned methodical. Corvin met two of the other scouts at once in the constricted channel. There was no room for his full strength, so he fell back on what Kaelen had spent months grinding into him in mountain cabins and wet clearings. Keep center line. Read the hips before the shoulders. See the next movement before the current one ends. The first scout tried to slash inside his reach. Corvin trapped the wrist, pivoted, and slammed the woman into the wall hard enough to loosen her grip without breaking her spine. The second drove a silver pick toward the gap under his arm where the earlier seal injury still throbbed. He twisted, took the point across the bearer rig instead, and answered with a short controlled strike from the seal iron's haft to the scout's jaw. Human bones reminded him at once why restraint mattered. The man dropped limp. Corvin checked the blow had not killed him, then turned because Kaelen's fight had become the center of gravity in the channel. Her former comrade was named Irina. Corvin knew because Kaelen said it once with fierce disbelief when the woman tried to bait her into yielding. I watched them bury your banner, Kaelen said, blades moving in quick silver arcs that forced sparks off stone. Irina laughed, and the sound held the same faith made cruel by zeal. They buried what you loved, not what we are. She moved beautifully. That was the hard part. Watching people shaped by the same discipline clash always carried an awful elegance. Every feint meant something. Every angle was history. Corvin wanted to intervene, but he also understood that taking this from Kaelen would be a theft even if done to help. So he did the only thing that honored both strategy and trust. He blocked the third scout from reaching her flank and held the lane while she settled the old account herself. The fight ended when the harrower chose chaos over patience. Black residue burst through a cracked side vent and took shape around the hunter's boots, trying to drag them all indiscriminately into a single screaming knot of fear. Irina cut free and might have escaped if Kaelen had wanted escape more than certainty. She did not. One clean pommel strike to the temple put Irina down without killing her. Take your surviving faithful and leave Seattle, Kaelen said, voice flat with exhausted anger. Next time I will not soften the choice for your mother's sake. Then Corvin drove the seal iron into the channel floor and sent a sealing line across the vent. Silver flared. The residue shrieked and collapsed back into black grit. The scouts who could still move hauled their unconscious leader away into the upper dark rather than keep testing the outcome. It was not victory. It was warning written in bruises and light. They had paid for the delay. The grandfather's color had gone a shade that made even his stubbornness look borrowed. When Corvin reached him, the old man shoved away, offered help on instinct, and then nearly fell because instinct and strength were no longer on speaking terms. Corvin caught him under the shoulders. For a brief, ugly second, pride flashed in the older man's eyes. Then it burned out and left only harsh practicality. Get me out of this hole, he said. Corvin nodded and took more of the old man's weight without comment. That simple acceptance did more to mark the transfer between them than any archive clause ever could. A guardian who could no longer stand alone had allowed the next one to carry him. Bloodline had become action. There was no room left for symbolism after that. Chapter 55, The Price Paid. The vertical shaft came after another half hour of hard upward movement, and by then every person in the group was operating on discipline rather than reserves. The ladder rungs rose through a cylinder of wet concrete toward a square of storm-gray daylight far above. Water dripped down continuously, turning metal slick. Door went first to test the route. Sarah followed with the archive tube strapped across her back. Raphael climbed third with charges clacking softly against his harness. Kaelen wanted to take the grandfather next, but Corvin overruled her after one look at the old man's breathing. I carry him. You cover the shaft. She looked ready to argue, then saw that the command was not macho posturing. It was triage plus duty plus family all braided together. Then do it fast, she said. We are out of almost every version of luck. Corvin slung the grandfather onto his back carefully enough to avoid the injured side and started up. The bearer rig scraped concrete. The seal iron rode locked along his forearm, dim now but alert. Halfway up the shaft, the harrower struck not through residue or architecture, but through thought. The ladder vanished from Corvin's perception, and in its place came the 50-yard line under floodlights, bright and open and terrible. The crowd roared his name. His dead knee ached with memory. His father stood at midfield smiling, healthy, alive, holding out a football with both hands as if all of this had been a long detour from the life originally promised. Finish the drive, the false voice called. The weight on Corvin's back became shoulder pads instead of a man. The rung under his hand became turf. One wrong breath, and he would have believed it enough to let go. The grandfather saved him by doing the least sentimental thing possible. He jammed one thumb hard into the bruise under Corvin's ear, a pressure point from some brutal old lesson, and growled, "If you drop me for a game, I will haunt you out of spite." The pain was sharp enough to cut through the illusion. The field vanished. The shaft returned. Corvin barked a humorless laugh and climbed harder. Above him, Kaelen had heard nothing of the false stadium, only the change in his rhythm. "Talk," she ordered from her own ladder rung, facing downward with one blade between her teeth and the other in her hand. "What is it showing you?" "The old life," he said through clenched teeth. "Then hate its timing," she said. "Not yourself." That answer, brutal and clean, held him together for the remaining climb. They reached the surface vault at the top of the shaft and slammed the hatch shut behind them. It opened into a concrete runoff chamber, half hidden beneath a tangle of cedar roots on the mountain slope. Daylight looked unreal after so much underground silver. Rain sheeted across the trees in gray bands. Far below, the road they had used on the way and cut through the forest like a wet scar. A truck engine started there at exactly the wrong moment. The hunter scouts had moved faster than expected and had brought support. Muzzle flashes stitched through the rain toward the runoff chamber. Concrete spat chips. Kaelen dropped behind the hatch lip and returned fire with controlled bursts from Raphael's sidearm while he rigged his final heavy charge near the lower culvert. Dor and Sarah dragged the grandfather behind the root mass. Corvin looked at the slope, the shooters, the injured elder, the archive, and understood with sick clarity that someone would have to hold the line for 30 seconds nobody actually had. He was ready to make that choice himself. The bearer rig had begun to hunger for use in a way that terrified him because it felt efficient, even noble, to stand in the open and let the relic answer every threat until the mountain took the rest from his arm. Before he could move, the grandfather seized the front of his coat with surprising strength and hauled him close. Rain ran down the old man's face and turned the blood at his side almost black. "No," he said. "You do not spend the heir to save the elder in a runoff ditch." Corvin tried to pull free. The grip tightened. "Listen to me now because pain has made me concise. A guardian's life is not measured by dramatic scenes. It is measured by whether the structure survives tomorrow. That means you live. You carry the archive. You get them home." The order struck with all the force of the assent given in the chamber below. For the first time, Corvin heard not just a stubborn grandfather speaking, but the last elder of the line issuing formal command. Then the old man did what old warriors do when they know argument is slower than action. He rose, took the lever rifle from Dor, and stepped out from behind the roots into the ring. The movement was not graceful. It was grim and immediate and magnificent in the rough, unadorned way courage often is when age and pain strip out any chance of vanity. His first shot took one hunter through the shoulder and spun him off the road berm. His second hit a floodlight mounted on the truck and plunged the whole lower slope into deeper shadow. Kaelen swore and moved to cover his exposed side. Corvin felt anger hit, so hard the bearer rig flashed white along every line. The harrower's laughter rolled through the storm, delighted by sacrifice, eager to make any brave act into waste. Corvin forced the rage into shape instead of letting it burst. No strike without purpose. The rule mattered most when it hurt. He vaulted the chamber lip and drove the seal iron into the runoff channel itself. The bearer rig answered as if it had been waiting for true intention instead of raw fury. Silver raced through the water streaming off the slope and turned the entire ditch into a temporary seal line. Black residue hidden in the rain ignited and burned away. The hunters on the road stumbled as the ground under them flashed with old geometry surfacing through mud and roots. Raphael chose that instant to trigger the heavy charge at the culvert. Earth jumped. Water exploded upward in a wall. Half the road slumped sideways with a sound like the mountain biting down. Not a landslide, not fully, but enough to break pursuit and throw the truck into a leaning skid. Kaelen reached the grandfather just as he went to one knee. She dragged him backward while Corvin held the line another 3 breaths longer than safety allowed, then ripped the seal iron free and ran. They made the forest descent in fragments of movement rather than any clean march. Door led them onto a hunter trail too narrow for vehicles. Sarah kept the archive tube under her coat, as if sheltering an infant from weather. Raphael moved last, planting traps with whatever ugly genius had kept him alive for years. The grandfather never fully lost consciousness, which was both blessing and problem because he spent the entire retreat issuing corrections nobody wanted, but most of which improved survival. Not that gully. It floods. Change pace. They will predict the rhythm. Corvin, stop turning around every 10 steps unless you enjoy telegraphing responsibility. The old man's voice faded more each mile, yet stubbornness kept it present. Corvin stayed near enough to catch him whenever his knees buckled. By the time the bar's outer lights appeared through the rain at dusk, relief felt so foreign it bordered on pain. They had not escaped cleanly. They had merely escaped alive. For that day, it would have to count. Chapter 56. The chair behind the bar. Priya met them at the rear entrance before anyone knocked. Word must have traveled ahead by radio burst or by the simple intuition of people who lived under siege long enough to recognize the pattern of returning trouble. She took one look at the grandfather and started issuing orders in a tone that could have shamed generals. Martin cleared the back room. Fresh lamps came on. Medical trays appeared. Corvin tried to stay close, but Priya pointed to the door with a bloodied glove and told him in language elegant enough to sound polite and absolute enough to function as a shove. If you love him, let me work. There are commands even new guardians obey without pride. He backed out into the hall with Kaelen at his side, and rain still dripping from both coats onto the old floorboards. The sounds from the room behind them were controlled and terrible. Cloth tearing, water pouring, metal clinking softly in bowls, the involuntary sharp intake of breath from a man too stubborn to make a full cry. The bar had never felt more like a fortress than it did that night. Martin locked the front and darkened the windows. Raphael spread maps over 3 pushed-together tables and began marking collapse points, hunter approach lanes, and possible contamination routes from the mountain. Dor and Sarah, no longer just bunker survivors, but now part of the expanding perimeter of family, whether anyone said the word or not, sat with bowls of stew they were too shaken to finish. Every few minutes one of them would touch the archive tube just to confirm it remained real. Corvin stood behind the bar because standing anywhere else felt wrong. The old cash register, the mirrored shelves, the scars in the wood where bottles had slammed down over decades, all of it belonged first to the grandfather in his mind. Yet when Martin asked where to post watches, he asked Corvin. When Raphael wanted a call on whether to move the blood supply to the basement locker, he asked Corvin. The shift had followed them home. Kaelen found him when the room finally quieted enough for thought to become dangerous. She came around the inside of the bar instead of standing opposite it, a small choice that placed her with him instead of in front of him. You are doing the thing, she said. What thing? Standing very still so nobody notices you want to punch the shape of the world. He exhaled through his nose. Is it that obvious? Only to me. The answer should have embarrassed him. Instead it landed like shelter. He leaned both hands on the scarred wood and looked at the closed backroom door. He was right. About the structure. About living through today to hold tomorrow. I understand it, and I still hate it. Kaelen nodded. Of course you do. Good men usually hate the arithmetic that leadership demands. It would worry me more if you started enjoying these traits. He turned toward her. The bar light caught in her eyes and in the damp strands of hair that had escaped during the retreat. She looked tired enough to shake apart once safety allowed it, but her back stayed straight and her attention stayed wholly on him. The mountain named me before I was ready, he said quietly. The hunters found us sooner than expected. The harrower is learning faster. And now he is in there, because he stepped out into rain for me like the kind of fool I can understand too well. Kaelen let the words stand. Then she touched the bearer rig where it still sat on his forearm, clean now, but not removed. Do not confuse inheritance with isolation, she said. You are not carrying this alone unless you insult every person in this building by pretending otherwise. Her fingers slid from the relic to his wrist, warm despite the cold night. And do not confuse love with weakness either. We just need to build more around it than two stubborn people and a good intention. The grandfather's warning returned in full then, heard now through her voice as much as his. Build structure around it. Rotations. Plans. Allies. Corvin looked out past the shuttered windows toward the unseen streets of Seattle, toward the stadium farther south where the harrower still fattened itself on civic dread, toward the mountains east where old systems had woken and hunters had begun moving. Two-front war was no longer prophecy. It was weather. He had the seal iron. He had the archive. He had a bar full of tired, damaged people who still showed up when called. None of it felt enough. Perhaps nothing ever did. Perhaps guardianship was partly the discipline of moving anyway. Then we build, he said at last. The words were simple, and because of that they rang true. Kaelen's mouth softened. Yes, she said. We build. The backroom door opened near midnight. Priya stepped out first, exhausted and unsentimental. He is alive, she said before anyone could drown the hall with questions. He is also under direct order not to move, argue, smoke, or attempt heroics for at least 2 days, which means all of you will fail at enforcing it because he is himself, but I expect effort. Relief moved through the building like a shared breath. Corvin had not realized how tightly he had been holding his own body until that moment. Priya fixed him with a look sharp enough to cut labels off bottles. He asked for you when he became coherent again. Do not let that flatter you. He was coherent enough to complain about the stitching too. Corvin almost laughed. The sound came out rough and grateful and tired all at once. Inside the back room, the old man looked smaller under blankets than he ever had in daylight behind the bar. Age had returned in full. Pain had whitened the lines around his mouth. Yet his eyes were clear when Corvin entered. The rifleman from the runoff ditch had become once more the grandfather who could insult a person flat while handing over a lesson they would carry for years. He glanced at the bearer rig, then at Corvin's face. Still ugly, he muttered. Corvin pulled up the chair beside the bed. Priya says you are alive. Priya says many things with unreasonable confidence. A beat passed. Then the old man's gaze shifted toward the small oilskin folder on the side table. Take it. Corvin hesitated only once before obeying. The folder felt heavier now because it no longer belonged in transit. It belonged in transfer. I am not dead yet, the grandfather said, reading the hesitation perfectly. So stop wearing that expression. This is not inheritance by funeral. This is administration by reality. He swallowed, grimaced, and continued. The folder has the old contacts I never burned, the reserve caches, the names of families who might still answer a Varga call, and the places in this city where the seal lines run nearest the surface. You will read it all before dawn. Then you will sleep 2 hours because I know what your face looks like when you pretend fatigue is strategy. Then you will decide what to do with the stadium, with the hunters, and with the people who came back from the mountain because you told them where to step. He paused, and for the first time all night there was no hardness in his voice. You are not a boy caught in family machinery anymore, Corvin. Act accordingly. When Corvin returned to the front room, he did not stop behind the bar out of habit. He stopped there because it was now the proper place to stand while decisions got made. Martin slid a mug of black coffee toward him without a word. Raphael looked up from the maps. Dor and Sarah straightened in their chairs. Kaelen took her place at his right side, with such natural certainty, it felt less like performance than truth finally choosing an obvious form. Outside, Seattle kept breathing through sirens, rain, distant engines, and the thin, brittle quiet that followed public terror. Somewhere south, the harrower waited in the shadow of floodlights and memory. Somewhere east, Kaelen's old order had begun to mark routes and count their prey. Corvin set the oilskin folder on the bar, laid the seal iron beside it, and opened to the first page. Book 4, Part 2 would end there, not in triumph and not in peace, but in the harder thing that made both possible later. A wounded elder lived. The relic had been reclaimed. The structure had shifted. And at the center of the storm, Corvin Varga finally took the chair behind the bar as acting head of the family that had been bleeding toward this moment for generations. Chapter 57. The First Orders. Corvin did not read the entire oilskin folder at once because leadership had already started collecting at the edges of the room in practical demands. One page listed reserve caches. Another gave old phone numbers, call signs, and dead-drop phrases for families who had once carried small parts of the seal work without ever knowing the whole map. A third showed Seattle itself under a hand-drawn web of lines that ran beneath storm drains, railway cuts, utility tunnels, church basements, and one half-demolished school on the south side. The city looked different through that lens. It was no longer just neighborhoods and traffic routes and places where Corvin had lived ordinary pieces of life. It was a pressure system built over an older hidden anatomy. Every place where people gathered in fear or hope mattered more than public records admitted. The stadium was not only symbolic. It sat on a knot of old force dense enough to feed or starve the wrong thing, depending on who reached it first. Raphael took the maps as if handling unstable weather and asked the question everyone else had been circling. Do we fortify here or spread? Corvin studied the page and felt the burden of choosing where to place other people's bodies. He hated how quickly the mind adjusted to that kind of thinking when the situation demanded it. Both, he said. The bar stays primary because it is stocked, defended, and known to us. But we stop pretending one building can hold the whole city's future. He marked 3 fallback points from the folder. An old machine shop near the river. A church kitchen in the North District with a sealed basement. A derelict utility station connected to storm drains wide enough for fast movement on foot. Martin began writing assignments without needing the plan explained twice. Dor volunteered knowledge of below-ground lanes. Sarah offered to help run coded messages to surviving contacts because she had spent years learning how to move quietly between frightened groups. Structure began, not as a speech, but as work distributed across tired hands. The first call went out just after 1 in the morning. It was not digital. The old methods in the folder favored pay phones, relay phrases, and analog habits too unfashionable to attract modern surveillance. Martin used a back-office line patched through equipment Corvin had never realized the grandfather kept functional. 3 times they received no answer. On the 4th try, an old woman somewhere near Tacoma listened to Corvin give the recognition phrase from the page, then asked for the name of his mother before she believed him. When he told her, silence filled the wire for a full 3 breaths. So the line bent, but did not break, she said at last. Your father would dislike how dramatic that sounds. Corvin smiled despite the hour. He probably would. The woman promised to move 2 trusted people north with supplies and archival copies by the next evening if the roads held. 1 call became 3 more. Not many. Not enough. Still, each answer felt like another beam slotted into a structure he had been warned to build. Near 2 in the morning, Kaelen found him on the back steps taking air that smelled of rain, wet cedar, and far-off engine smoke. Seattle never fully slept anymore. Even under fear, even under curfew habits and monster pressure and hunter shadows, the city kept making noise like a person muttering through pain. She settled onto the step beside him without asking whether he wanted company, because by then they had moved past the stage of their bond where politeness had to pretend distance still existed. You look less shocked, she said. That is because I moved to planning before shock could collect rent. She almost smiled. Practical. I approve. For a minute they sat and shared quiet while water dripped from the roof edge in a steady pattern. Corvin looked down at the forearm rig, now covered by a dry shirt sleeve, but impossible to forget. I keep waiting to feel older, he admitted. Instead I feel exactly the same and vastly less excusable. Kaelen leaned her shoulder into his. That may be the most accurate description of sudden leadership I have ever heard. He told her then about the calls, the fallback points, the old woman in Tacoma, the map under the city, and the realization that the stadium was more than a personal graveyard converted into demon theater. Kaelen listened the way she fought, with total attention and no wasted flourish. When he finished, she traced 1 finger along the step's cracked paint and said, My order will not like the same thing the harrower likes. That matters. Corvin turned to look at her. Explain. The heir wants public terror concentrated where memory is already raw. Stadiums, transit hubs, shelters. It grows on panic and spectacle. My order wants clean kill zones and controlled entry points. They prefer places they can lock down, purge, and explain later. She met his eyes. Those goals can overlap and damage without being the same. If we are smart, we can force them into each other's path instead of letting both reach us on their preferred ground. The thought was cold, strategic, and exactly the kind of thing Book 5 would need. Corvin felt the city map in the folder rearrange itself in his mind. A blitz, he said softly. Kaelen nodded once. Not tonight, but soon. The closeness between them shifted after that, not away from strategy, but through it. He reached for her hand, and this time neither of them pretended the gesture meant less than it did. Her fingers slid into his with the certainty of a decision already tested by blood, fear, and bad weather. Corvin looked at their joined hands and thought of the grandfather's warning not to make love the only hinge in the war. The wisdom of it did not reduce what he felt. It clarified it. Love was not a replacement for structure. It was one of the reasons to build the structure correctly. I do not know how this ends, he said. Neither do I, she answered. But I know what I am choosing while it unfolds. She kissed him then, not with the wild hunger of near death stealing a moment, but with the deliberate steadiness of a promise made by two people who understood the price of vague language. It was deep and warm and honest enough to leave him a little unsteady when they drew apart. The city kept making noise around them. The war kept waiting. The kiss did not deny either fact. It made surviving them feel necessary in a different way. Inside, the bar had settled into shifts. Martin took the first watch at the front. Raphael slept with a shotgun across his knees in the booth nearest the rear hall because he trusted furniture more than beds. Dor and Sarah had accepted blankets in the upstairs storage loft after only modest protest. Priya emerged once to threaten everyone broadly with bodily harm if they made enough noise to wake her patient, then vanished again like an overqualified spirit of medicine and intimidation. Corvin read until his eyes blurred. Names from the folder became possible allies in his head. Supply notes became future movement. The city map became a living problem rather than an abstract burden. By the time he reached the final section, dawn had begun turning the window edges from black to dark gray. The last pages were not tactical at all. They were written in the grandfather's hand, and then later annotated by Corvin's mother. Short lines, direct language, rules refined by survival. Protect the living before avenging the dead. Never fight a symbolic battle when a practical one will solve the same problem. Keep food, fuel, medicine, and exits under separate authority. Do not let any enemy decide where the story climaxes. That final note stayed with him hardest. Do not let any enemy decide where the story climaxes. The heroer wanted the stadium because it was theater. Corvin had wanted it too, in darker moments, because pain likes symmetry and young men often mistake symmetry for justice. By dawn he knew better. The stadium still mattered. The knot under it still had to be handled. But obsession would serve the demon more than the city. When Priya finally forced him to sit for the 2 hours of sleep the grandfather had ordered, Corvin lay on the office cot with the folder on his chest and Kaelen in the chair by the door, boots up, blade on the table, eyes half closed but never really off watch. The last thing he saw before exhaustion pulled him under was the line of pale morning light along her cheek and the old mirrored bottles beyond her reflecting the room back in fractured strips. He woke to quiet competence. Coffee already hot. Martin already back from perimeter checks. Raphael already complaining that one of the basement locks had not been properly oiled since the previous century. The grandfather still alive in the back room, according to Priya's curt report, though not yet fit to threaten anyone at length. Corvin stood behind the bar again and felt that the position belonged neither to comfort nor to performance now. It belonged to function. He placed the Seattle line map on the wood, set 3 mugs around it for whoever would join the morning council, and when Kaelen came to stand on his right once more, he did not feel like a former athlete pretending at gravity. He felt like a man who had been given terrible work and enough reasons to do it well. Outside, the rain had eased. The city had not. Book 4, Part 2 closed on that colder, steadier truth. The bunker had taken its price. The family line had changed hands in everything but ceremony. And with dawn on the windows and the first orders already moving out into Seattle, Corvin Varga began preparing the war that would come from both mountain and stadium, from demon hunger and silver fire, and from every old damage the city still carried under its skin. Before he called the others to the map, Corvin placed one hand over the closed oilskin folder and one over the hidden bearer rig and let himself make a private vow nobody else needed to hear. He would not let the harrower turn memory into a leash. He would not let the hunters turn duty into a purge. He would not let love be isolated and exploited the way older generations had allowed. The promise did not make him noble. It made him responsible. At this stage, that was better. Book 5, Chapter 58, The City of Small Fires. Seattle did not fall all at once after the bunker retreat. It frayed. That was worse in some ways because a single disaster gives people something clear to name, while a city that comes apart by inches makes every block feel like a rumor. By the third day after they returned from the Cascades, the rain had eased into a cold mist that let smoke hang low over the streets. Sirens came and went without pattern. Whole stretches of the South End went dark at night, then lit again near dawn when crews too stubborn or too underpaid to stop patched lines that were already failing somewhere else. Corvin stood at the front window of the bar just before sunset and watched the glass reflect the room behind him. Tables shoved into planning clusters, taped maps, stacked water jugs, Martin carrying ammo cans toward the back hall, Raphael arguing with Dor over where tripwire would do the least harm to allies. The place still looked like a bar if a person wanted to lie to himself. The lie did not survive a second glance. The grandfather remained on strict bed rest in the back room under Priya's glare, which meant he was alive and furious, and therefore impossible to mistake for dying. Every few hours his voice rolled down the hall with some insult for the pain or for anyone within reach of his temper. Corvin had never found old man profanity comforting before. Now it grounded him. It meant the man who had changed his life with one impossible decision was still inside the building, still breathing, still present enough to make everything more difficult in the familiar way that family often does. Corvin took what ease he could from that, and then returned to the maps because ease did not build a defense grid. He had spent the previous 48 hours turning the oilskin folder into action. The city was no longer one position to hold. It was a chain of small fires that had to be managed before they became one blaze the harrower could smell from miles away. Fallback apartments, church basements, a shuttered machine shop in Georgetown, an old bait warehouse near Tacoma that Nora Pike claimed could shelter 3 families and 2 trucks, if everyone kept their voices down. The Varga line had not been a royal court hidden under Seattle the way stories would have liked. It had been a quiet lattice of ordinary people who knew how to lock certain doors, watch certain intersections, and remember certain phrases when monsters pushed too close to human life. Corvin had expected inheritance to feel grander. In practice, it felt like logistics and fear and choosing which exhausted person to trust with a spare radio. Kaelen crossed the room with a crate of silver bolts in her arms and set it on the long table. She moved with the controlled economy she carried into every space, but Corvin had learned to read the strain under it. The bunker had marked her more deeply than she admitted. It showed not in hesitation during a fight, but in the extra second she spent checking exits, in the way her hand drifted toward steel when a vent clicked on overhead, in how sometimes she looked at him, as if confirming the mountain had not kept some invisible piece of him behind. "Martin has the north route," she said. "Raphael wants permission to mine the drain behind the train depot." Corvin looked up from the map. "Permission granted if he uses light charges. We may need that route ourselves." Kaelen's mouth tilted at one corner. "He will call light charges an insult to his art. He can survive the insult." "Good. Because the scouts on Beacon Hill were not random." That turned the room quieter. Raphael stopped pretending not to listen. Doors straightened from the far end of the table where he had been sorting batteries into neat rows by size. Sarah, seated beside him with a shotgun across her knees more from anxiety than skill, glanced from Kaelen to Corvin and back again. Kaelen pulled a folded scrap of gray cloth from her coat pocket and laid it on the map. A mark had been stitched into the corner in silver thread so fine it only showed when the light hit at the right angle. A narrow spear over 3 broken rings. Corvin did not know the symbol, but he knew what it did to her face. It hardened her without draining the hurt from it. Advance eyes, she said. My order uses them before a sweep. They chart habits. They test discipline. They watch who runs toward trouble and who runs away from it. Raphael swore softly. Martin muttered. Thought we already had enough devils. Kaelen did not disagree. There is more. The stitch pattern under the mark is not standard field work. It is from Mara's school. Corvin rested both palms on the table and forced himself not to ask too quickly. He had learned that rushing a hard truth out of Kaelen only made her brace against it. Your mentor. She gave one short nod. If she is in the field herself, the order is no longer sending local purge teams. They are committing command. The words landed in the room like a dropped blade. Corvin thought of the old notes in the oilskin folder, of the contacts just beginning to answer, of the city only barely accepting that one hidden war was already underway. A second enemy front led by the woman who had taught Kaelen how to hunt was the sort of development he would have once met with pure fear. He still felt fear. It no longer got the whole chair to itself inside his chest. Then we move faster, he said. The plan that followed was the first one that sounded less like survival and more like a campaign. Martin would take a two-person team south to check the machine shop cache and reopen the alley route behind it. Dor and Sarah would stay near the bar and learn radio protocols from Nora Pike, who had arrived 2 hours earlier in a dented sedan full of canned food, spare spark plugs, and the kind of dry patience that came from living long enough to watch younger people make avoidable mistakes. Priya would keep command over the back room and over anyone foolish enough to ignore medical limits. Raphael would ghost through the industrial belt east of the rail yards and identify places where seal lines ran close enough to the surface for the seal iron to wake them in an emergency. Corvin and Kaelen would take the first mobile sweep at dusk, not because they were the strongest pair, but because every report he had received since dawn pointed to the same pattern. Fear incidents in the outskirts, brief monster appearances, then hunter sign left behind, as if one enemy were measuring the damage done by the other. Before they left, Corvin went back to the rear room. The grandfather was propped up on pillows and scowling at a cup of broth as if it had offended his bloodline. Priya glanced up from changing the bandage at his side. 3 minutes, she said. If either of you turns this into a speech, I throw you both out. The old man waited until she stepped to the sink before speaking. You have that look. Corvin stayed near the foot of the bed. What look? The one that means you finally understand planning is not the same as controlling. That was rude enough to count as affection. Corvin exhaled. Kaelen thinks Mara Voss is in the city. The grandfather's eyes sharpened. Then kill her quickly if given the chance. Some people can be reasoned with after faith breaks. Commanders are rarely among them. Corvin expected another lesson about ruthlessness. Instead, the old man shifted with visible discomfort and said, quieter, do not spend the whole board to protect one square, even if the square is her. She would hate you for it. Corvin did not answer because there was nothing safe to say. The grandfather, maddening as ever, read the silence anyway. Good, he muttered. That means you heard me. Night settled over the streets by the time Corvin and Kaelen left through the rear alley. The mist had thickened again and turned every lamp halo into a hanging blur. They moved north at first, cutting through service lanes and fenced lots before bending east toward the industrial edges, where warehouses, scrap yards, and storm drains blurred together into a landscape built for concealment. Corvin wore the seal iron strapped under his coat and felt its low hum against his forearm every time they crossed one of the half-buried lines on the map. The relic seemed more alert in the city than it had in the mountain, as if Seattle's layered concrete and iron and old fear gave it more to listen to. Talk to me about Mara, he said when the silence between them had stretched long enough to become an object. Kaelen did not answer for half a block. Then she said, she taught me how to survive a bad cause without admitting it was a bad cause. That is a very dangerous gift. They paused at the corner of an abandoned car wash where the runoff ditch dipped under the road. Kaelen crouched and touched 2 fingers to a smear on the concrete. Black residue, but thin, spread in a fan as if something had crawled out of the drain and then been driven back. Silver powder glittered through it. Hunters engaged here in the last hour, she said. Not a kill team. Too little blood. Corvin scanned the roofs, the side lanes, the blind mouth of the ditch. So what are they doing? Kaelen rose, testing where the creatures surface, watching who responds, building a pattern the way we are. She looked toward the darker blocks ahead where the rail lines began their slow climb toward the yards. And if Mara is truly here, she is looking for me. They found the first civilians 10 minutes later in the loading bay of a shuttered appliance store. A woman in a transit jacket, a teenage boy with grease on both hands, and an older man clutching a tire iron that shook against his leg no matter how hard he tried to hold still. They had barricaded the bay door with pallets and garden soil bags, but fear had already leaked into the room. Corvin felt it in the air as a pressure behind the eyes. The harrower's influence did not always need a visible creature. Sometimes it merely leaned on a place until ordinary people supplied the terror themselves. Kaelen lowered her blades and spoke first, plain and calm, giving directions instead of comfort because direction was often the kinder gift. Corvin moved the pallets aside enough to check outside while she got names, destination, and whether anyone else had been left behind. No one had. That alone felt like mercy. He led them by the service alleys to a church safe point 4 blocks west, taking the route that let him see 2 moves ahead, the same way Kaelen had taught him in the mountains. Broken fence, blind corner, likely funnel, possible roof access, ditch too narrow for a large thing, truck bed that could become either cover or trap. His old quarterback instincts had once translated motion into open field and pursuit angle. Now they translated panic into geometry. The skill should have depressed him more than it did. Maybe there was no point grieving every change after a while. Maybe grief, like hunger, had to be portioned or it consumed the structure around it. When they handed the 3 civilians to the church volunteers and heard the bolt slide behind the side door, Corvin looked at Kaelen and saw something like reluctant approval. What? She almost smiled. You are beginning to think like a man I would trust with my back in a crowded kill zone. That is the nicest thing you have said to me this week. Then your week has been disappointing. The humor did not last. On the way back east, they found a strip mall parking lot full of overturned carts, burst headlights, and a horse-sized thing crouched over the hood of a sedan as if trying to listen through the metal. Its skin shivered with too many joints under it. Wings, half-formed and wet black, twitched against its spine. Corvin saw the thing at the same moment Kaelen did. They moved without debate. She went low and fast to take the hind line while he drove straight for the center mass, boots slamming water out of shallow puddles. The creature turned toward him with a face that looked almost human until the jaw opened sidewise. It shrieked. The sound skated across the lot and lit up every bad memory the harrower could reach. Corvin felt the old stadium for one dangerous instant, the wet turf, the crowd, the ruined knee, the life ending by degrees before he had even understood it was leaving him. Then Kaelen's blade flashed across the thing's rear tendon and yanked the present back into focus. He hit the creature's shoulder first, carried it over the sedan, and drove it through the windshield in a bloom of safety glass. By the time it thrashed free, Kaelen had opened its throat with silver and pinned it under a blade through the collar seam. It died hard. Most harrower spawn did. When stillness finally took it, Corvin was breathing like he had run hill sprints with weights strapped to his chest. Kaelen crouched by the body and frowned at the marks cut into one forelimb. Hunter scoring. Corvin wiped black matter from his sleeve. Meaning, they tagged it and let it run. She looked around the lot, eyes narrow, either to see what it hunted or to see who killed it. Corvin followed her gaze to the roofline of a payday loan office across the street. A shape moved there, too distant in the mist for clear features, but not too distant for intent. A cloak edge, a pale oval of face, the faint reflected line of a spyglass or rifle scope. It did not hide when he looked straight at it. It simply stood and watched. Kaelen went motionless beside him, and in that stillness he understood that she knew the silhouette. "Mara," she said, not with surprise but with the flat certainty of a door closing. The figure inclined its head by a fraction. No wave, no challenge shouted over the lot. Only acknowledgement, which somehow felt more intimate and more hostile than any threat. Then it stepped backward into the mist and vanished. Corvin started forward on instinct. Kaelen caught his wrist before he had taken 2 strides. No. He turned toward her. We can still cut the angle. Not if she chose the angle. The answer came hard enough to stop him. He saw fear then. Not for herself, but for what his pursuit would mean in a field arranged by the woman who had once taught her how to arrange one. Corvin looked back at the empty roof, at the dead creature in the parking lot, at the fresh realization that the hunters were no longer a coming problem, but a present one with eyes on them already. Then we do this smarter, he said. Kaelen let go of his wrist only after a beat. Yes, she said. Now you are speaking my language. They left the parking lot before the next wave of trouble could arrive, carrying with them the first certainty of the new war. The city was no longer being hunted by one enemy at a time. Chapter 59, The Long Sweep South. By morning the bar smelled like coffee, gun oil, wet wool, and the tired attention of people who had not slept enough to afford mistakes. Corvin laid the night's notes on the table, while Martin marked routes in blue pencil and Nora Pike adjusted her glasses to study the hunter symbol Kaelen had copied from memory. Nora looked as if she had been born middle-aged and practical, with silver hair braided tight against her skull and a voice that could flatten nonsense from across a room. Mara Voss, she said at last. Heard the name once in Tacoma from a priest who should have stuck to sermons. Said she could empty a district by convincing everyone she was doing them a favor. Kaelen did not react outwardly, which told Corvin enough about how true the description felt. Raphael, half asleep and half meaner because of it, tapped the map near the industrial belt. If command is here, then command wants something besides sport. Corvin already believed that. The harrower wanted scale, theater, the amplification that came from large public fear. The hunters wanted control, elimination, clean lines. The city's southern outskirts gave them both a useful testing ground. Freight corridors, empty lots, storm channels, transient camps, forgotten infrastructure, neighborhoods politicians only remembered when cameras needed tragedy. If a person wished to learn where monsters surfaced and which defenders responded, the south routes were where to watch. We sweep from Georgetown to the rail approaches tonight, Corvin said. Not just to kill whatever comes out. We track intersections, places where residue and hunter sign overlap. Martin rubbed a thumb over the bridge of his nose. That is a lot of ground for one team. Then it will not be one team. Corvin divided the map into arcs, assigning pairs, fallback windows, and radio check times. The work came more naturally than he liked. Leadership felt too much like trespass and too much like instinct at once. The grandfather listened from the back room with the door cracked because nobody in the building could truly keep him away from strategy. Twice he barked corrections toward the table without being asked. Once he called Raphael a vandal with delusions of elegance. Priya finally marched out to threaten sedation for anyone who made her patient raise his voice. That bought 10 whole minutes of peace. During them, Kaelen stood beside Corvin and studied the route list. Her hand rested near the knife at the small of her back, the stance of a woman who had learned not to lean on furniture because furniture did not survive contact with violence. Take me south with you, she said quietly when the others drifted off to prepare. That was the plan. No, I mean do not assign me elsewhere if Mara shows herself again. Corvin met her eyes. I was not going to sideline you. Some men would. I am trying very hard not to be some men. Her mouth softened in a way he felt more than saw. You are succeeding today. They moved at dusk with 6 people in 3 pairs. Martin and Dor took the western service roads near the machine shop. Raphael and Sarah went east to seed alarms near the storm culverts that fed the rail district. Corvin and Kaelen took the center line through freight yards, tire dumps, and the cracked commercial blocks where fear lived close to the surface because poverty had already prepared the ground for it. Rain started halfway through the first mile, not hard enough to cleanse anything, only enough to make old trash shine and deepen the stink rising from the drains. Corvin kept the radio low at his shoulder and listened to the team check-ins come in with the clipped rhythm of people pretending they were not nervous. Martin all clear, Dor cursing a chained gate. Raphael delighted by some structural weakness no decent person should have admired. Sarah trying to sound steadier than she felt. The ordinariness of those voices against the abnormal landscape mattered. It made the war feel human-sized for a few breaths at a time. Their first contact came not from a creature, but from evidence of one. 3 bodies under the freeway retaining wall, all alive, all in shock, all carrying the blank-eyed exhaustion of people who had spent hours running from something they still did not know how to describe. Kaelen checked pupils and pulse, while Corvin questioned the only man among them still coherent enough to answer. He had been part of a late delivery crew trying to clear a warehouse before the district lost power again. Lights failed, one worker started screaming at shadows nobody else could see, and then something with too many limbs came down from the rafters. They fled into the street and were cut off by soldiers with silver on them, who told them to keep running east. Corvin and Kaelen exchanged a glance. Hurting again. Not random engagement. Deliberate pressure. Corvin gave the survivors water, pointed them toward Martin's western route, and told the man the machine shop would shelter them if he used the phrase Nora had chosen for the night. Tell them Pike sent the rain ahead. The man repeated it twice to fix it in memory. Half a mile later they found the warehouse. The loading doors hung twisted off their tracks. One wall had been scored by claw marks deep enough to expose rebar. Silver flecks sparkled along the concrete where hunter bolts had shattered. Corvin stepped inside and felt the temperature drop around him without meteorological reason. Fear lived in the air here, so thick it made the back of his tongue taste metallic. The harrower had not simply passed through. It had fed. Kaelen moved through the dark with her shoulders tight and her blades low. Not just one creature, she murmured. At least 4. Small pack. Driven hard. Corvin crouched beside a black smear on the floor and touched 2 fingers to it. The seal iron answered under his sleeve, a low pulse toward the southeast. There, he said. The residue is pulling. Kaelen glanced toward the open dock, toward the rail lines. The shape of the pattern sharpened another degree. They trailed that pull through a maze of storage lots until the ground itself started changing under their feet. Rail spurs multiplied. Gravel replaced cracked pavement. Rusted tanker cars stood dead on side tracks like giant old bones. The industrial rail yard ahead was not one place, but a district of places, switching towers, repair sheds, stacks of ties, fuel tanks, signal gantries, and a web of tracks that could split a group into isolated pockets if anyone smart enough arranged the fight that way. Corvin stopped under the shadow of a signal bridge and looked out over the lines. This is where they want the collisions. Kaelen did not ask who he meant. The harrower because terror echoes in places built for scale. My order because rail geometry makes containment feel clean. She scanned the towers. And because civilians are still nearby. Enough to add panic when the first big strike comes. Corvin hated how efficiently that reasoning fit. The radio crackled twice. Raphael's voice came through low and urgent. Found 2 culverts packed with old residue, fresh scraped. Someone has been clearing channels to move creatures faster. Also found hunter markers on the retaining wall. I repeat, this is prepared ground. Then Martin came in from the west. Contact at the machine shop. 3 survivors. Also eyes on a hunter pair moving rooftop line toward you. They are not hiding. Corvin pressed the radio close. Hold your sectors. No chase. We mark and fold back in 15. He clicked off and looked at Kaelen. No chase, she echoed, though the set of her jaw said every cell in her body wanted the opposite. We are still learning the board. They might have left cleanly if the child had not screamed. It came from the far edge of the yard, near a maintenance shed half buried in stacked pallets. Corvin was moving before the thought finished forming. Kaelen swore once and cut with him through 2 lines of dead cars, gravel spitting under their boots. The shed door stood open. Inside, under a hanging shop lamp that flickered more than it shone, a girl no older than 10 crouched atop a tool chest with both hands over her ears while a black, dog-shaped thing circled below, trying to gauge the jump. Corvin hit it at full speed and drove it through a rack of chains. The chains came down in a roar of metal. Kaelen vaulted the fallen rack, planted one boot on the creature's spine, and ended it with a short silver thrust behind the skull. The girl kept screaming even after the body stopped moving. Corvin forced his voice into the calmest register he owned and said his name, then Kaelen's, then the question of whether anyone else was with her. Her answer broke on sobs. Granddad. Outside. Did not come back. Corvin did not like the timing. He liked it even less when he stepped outside with the girl wrapped in Kaelen's coat and found the yard too quiet for a district this tense. Trap, Kaelen said softly. Yes. Still taking the child? He looked down at the girl, clutching his shoulder so hard her nails bit through the fabric. Yes. Kaelen nodded once, accepting the cost. They moved west by the fastest cover route available, keeping the child between them. 30 seconds later, the first shot sparked off a rail flange to Corvin's right. It was not a kill shot. It was a nudge. Another struck the gravel ahead, hurting fire, disciplined and cold. Kaelen angled them toward a maintenance trench while drawing one blade. 3 on the bridge, she said. Maybe too low near the sand bins. Corvin trusted her numbers before he had time to confirm them. He dropped into the trench with the girl, shoved a crate against the line of sight, and keyed the radio. Active contact in center yard. Child civilian with us. Need noise west if you can manage. Raphael answered like a man being offered a hobby. The first diversion went off 40 seconds later near the eastern culverts. Not a lethal blast, but a hard report and a burst of magnesium flare that washed the yard in ugly white light. Hunter fire shifted for the briefest moment. It was enough. Corvin used the trench ladder to come out on a diagonal the shooters had not expected, crossed 20 yards under cover of freight wheels, and hit the nearest low-position hunter before the man could reacquire him. Human bodies fought differently than creatures. Kaelen had drilled that truth into him until it lived in his reflexes. Control the weapon arm. Break the stance. Use the environment. End it before pity slows the decision. Corvin slammed the hunter into a switch post, stripped the short crossbow, and shoved him unconscious into the mud. Above, Kaelen moved across the bridge catwalk like silver weather, driving the rooftop shooters backward with a precision that made violence look almost mathematical. The last hunter of the set threw a smoke pellet and retreated instead of dying. When the wind tore the smoke thin, Corvin saw why. A woman stood at the far end of the bridge beneath a dead signal lamp, coat hanging straight despite the rain, as if even the weather hesitated to touch her. Mara Voss was taller than Kaelen by an inch or two, older by at least 15 years, and carried herself with the frightening stillness of someone who had spent decades making lesser people mistake calm for mercy. Her hair was braided tight and dark with silver at the temples. One gloved hand rested on the pommel of a narrow saber. She looked first at Kaelen, then at the child in Corvin's arms, then at the dead creature by the shed. "You rescue beautifully," she called across the yard. Her voice carried without strain. "You always did. It is why I warned them not to waste monsters on you." Kaelen's answer came like ice laid edgewise. "You warned them because you wanted me alive long enough to watch you fail." Mara almost smiled. Still dramatic. "Good. That can be useful if kept under command." Her gaze shifted to Corvin. "You must be the heir. You wear duty better than most young men wear anger." Corvin had heard enough predators compliment him to recognize the tactic. "And you must be the woman who mistakes order for virtue." Mara took the insult as if it were a weather report. "Return the relic, and the city loses 1 war instead of 2. Kaelen stepped forward, blades angled low. "You do not get to speak as if you were saving anyone." For the first time, something warmer than discipline lit Mara's face. Not affection. Pride, perhaps, twisted by disappointment. "You think love made you better," she said. "It only made you easier to predict." Corvin felt the girl trembling against him and knew this conversation served as theater for more than personal pain. Mara wanted them angry, off-center, reactive. He adjusted his hold on the child instead and said, "You came here to measure us. Consider it done." Then he backed toward the trench without turning, forcing her either to attack a man carrying a civilian or let them go. Mara chose restraint. That frightened him more than a strike would have. They made it back to the machine shop's safe point with the girl alive and the sector reports grimly consistent. More survivors displaced. More hunter signs near creature outbreaks. More residue flowing southeast. Corvin listened to every report twice and then gathered the team in the machine shop office, where grease-stained calendars still hung from years that no longer mattered. "The rail district is prepared ground," he said. "Not for one side. For both. Hunters are driving some creatures without fully clearing them. The harrower is feeding panic into the same lanes. That means the eventual collision site is not theoretical." He put his finger on the map near the switching yards. "It is here." Martin folded his arms. "Then we avoid here until we can hit it right." Kaelen looked at the mark, then at Corvin, and saw the next thought before he said it. "Or," she murmured, We make sure both enemies arrive there believing the idea was theirs. Corvin met her gaze. In it he saw fear for what that strategy would cost, and belief that he could carry it. Yes, he said. We start building a blitz. Chapter 60, Terms of Faith. The child's name was Lila Gomez. Her grandfather was dead by the time Martin and Dor found him near the perimeter fence, not torn apart, but dropped by terror and a broken fall while trying to draw the creature away from her. Priya would later say that was a cleaner ending than many people got in the city now. Corvin knew the statement was practical and even kind by the standards of their world. It still sat inside him like a stone. He drove Lila and the other rescued civilians back to the church network before dawn, then returned to the bar with the radio chatter of the night still running under his skin. Every block seemed louder in the gray morning. Delivery trucks. A distant argument. The slap of rain from gutters. Somewhere farther south, a burst of automatic fire that lasted for seconds and then cut off. Seattle had learned to absorb violence without stopping, and that might have been the saddest thing about it. He found Kaelen on the roof of the bar at first light. She stood near the parapet in a dark coat with her hair tied back and one silver blade laid across the ledge, as if she had set down a thought too sharp to hold. The city spread around her in wet layers of brick, low cloud, and uncertain smoke. From here the bar looked less like a fortress and more like an old stubborn tooth in the mouth of a changing neighborhood. Corvin came to stand beside her without speaking. For a long half-minute they watched the roofs and wires and drifting rain together. Finally she said, "When Mara first trained me, she told me mercy was only useful if it taught the spared person to fear you more." Corvin waited. "I believed her when I was young," Kaelen went on. "Not because I enjoyed cruelty. Because I thought certainty and cruelty were twins. Most of the order lives inside that confusion even now." He turned toward her. "And Mara." Kaelen rested both hands on the parapet. "Mara is what happens when a capable person gives her whole mind to a false altar and is rewarded for every hard thing she says yes to. She was brilliant. She could walk a district one time and tell you where people would run in panic, where they would hide, which doors they would jam with furniture, which rooftops would hold underweight. She taught me pattern, patience, and how not to die in close alleys. She also taught me that anyone outside the order was a future liability." Corvin heard the effort it took to keep the memories factual. "Did she ever care about you?" Kaelen looked out over the city instead of at him. "In the way a commander cares about a blade, she sharpened herself. She took pride in my discipline. She believed I would carry her lessons farther than any student before me. When I left, she would have felt it as theft." A knock sounded on the roof access door before Corvin could answer. Martin emerged with a folded note held between two fingers. "Left on the rear alley latch 10 minutes ago," he said. "Nobody saw who placed it, which is its own insult." Kaelen took the paper, unfolded it, and went very still. Corvin read over her shoulder. The message had only one line written in a narrow hand. "Noon. St. Bridget Schoolyard. Come with the heir if you want terms. No rifles. No games. M. She likes theater almost as much as the demon," Martin said. Kaelen folded the note again. "No. She likes control. Theater is only what control looks like to the outside eye." Corvin already knew the answer before he asked. "Do we go?" Kaelen's gaze cut to him, hard and searching. "If we do, she will have angles we do not see. If we do not, she learns we refuse direct reads." Martin glanced between them. "I hate every option in this city now." "That makes 3 of us," Corvin said. The grandfather made the choice for them from his bed. When Corvin took the note into the back room, the old man read it once and handed it back without visible surprise. "She wants a better look at you both and account of what sort of support you bring," he said. "So give her the first and deny her the second." Priya objected immediately, mostly because objecting to dangerous ideas had become her civic function. The grandfather ignored her and continued. "Go light. Hidden support only. Make her spend words. Fanatics reveal more in conversation than they do under fire because they think speech is a form of conquest." Corvin did not like how calm the advice sounded. "And if the schoolyard is mined or ringed, then you will learn something useful about how badly she wants this settled now instead of later." The old man shifted against the pillows and winced, angered by the pain more than diminished by it. Take Kaelen's lead if steel comes out. Take your own if talk turns strategic. And for the love of whatever still tolerates us, do not let pride answer questions that caution can leave hungry. St. Bridget had been a small brick school attached to a parish that closed years before the harrower ever found the city. The swing set rusted behind a chain fence. Hopscotch squares still showed faintly through moss and rain on the blacktop. Saints with weather-eaten faces watched over the yard from niches in the outer wall, their expressions blunted by time into something between pity and fatigue. Corvin and Kaelen arrived 5 minutes early through the rear lane, moving separately until the final corner and then together through the broken gate. No rifles showed. No bodies showed at all. That meant little. Corvin felt eyes from at least 3 directions before he reached the center of the yard. The seal iron, wrapped beneath his coat, gave a low warning pulse that might have been for hunters, might have been for the old consecrated ground, or might have been for both. He kept his hands visible and his steps steady. Mara Voss appeared from the covered walkway as the church bell tower struck noon with a cracked and tired note. She came alone to the eye, though Corvin would have wagered heavily against actual solitude. Her coat today was charcoal instead of black, rain beaded along the shoulders. She wore no visible insignia except a simple silver ring set with no stone. Kaelen's spine changed beside him the way it always did when danger went from abstract to specific. Mara noticed, and something like satisfaction crossed her face. "Better," she said. "You stand with less doubt in your feet now." Kaelen did not return the greeting. "You asked for terms." Mara inclined her head slightly toward Corvin. "The heir can hear them first. I would know how much of him is romance and how much is command." Corvin almost laughed. "You have us reversed if you think romance weakens command." Mara's eye sharpened. "Only when the commander confuses the beloved with the mission." The negotiation began as all bad negotiations do, with one side pretending it had come in good faith. Mara offered the city a narrowing of targets, safe passage for designated civilians out of 2 contested districts, and a halt to hunter pressure on the church network if Corvin surrendered the seal iron, the bunker archive, and his own presence for trial and doctrinal review. Kaelen she described as a recoverable asset provided she renounced intimate compromise with the tainted. Corvin listened without interrupting because the grandfather had been right. People who mistake speech for victory often explain more than they should. The heir can hear them first. I would know how much of him is romance and how much is command. Corvin almost laughed. "You have us reversed if you think romance weakens command." Mara's eye sharpened. "Only when the commander confuses the beloved with the mission." The negotiation began as all bad negotiations do, with one side pretending it had come in good faith. Mara was not here to secure peace. She was here to split their coalition and label the split an act of mercy. When she finished, Kaelen said, "You still talk as if your order owns the right to decide who counts as human enough to spare." Mara's expression did not change. "Someone must." "No," Corvin said. "Someone merely always has. There is a difference." Mara shifted her attention fully to him then, and Corvin understood why people followed her. She had presence without warmth, clarity without kindness, the cold charisma of a person who made uncertainty feel like a moral failure. "You are young," she said. "Young men in changed bodies often tell themselves they can define new ethics because the old ones excluded them. History does not usually reward that impulse." Corvin kept his voice even. "History also does not reward institutions that build identity around slaughter and call it hygiene." One of the hidden shooters, somewhere above the yard, adjusted position at that line. Corvin heard the faint scrape of boot on gutter metal. Mara heard it too and did not glance up. "You protect the city because your grief still wants a shape," she said. "The demon knows it." "I know it." "She knows it." Her eyes moved to Kaelen. "That is why you were predictable enough to save the child. Predictable enough to come here." Kaelen stepped forward. "And you are predictable enough to bring a gun line to a schoolyard and pretend you are the reasonable party." For the first time, Mara allowed open irritation to show. "I brought discipline." "You brought fear of losing control," Kaelen said. The words hit harder than any shouted accusation. Mara's hand settled on the saber hilt, not drawing, merely claiming space. "Come back," she said, and for one disturbing beat the command sounded almost personal. You know what waits at the end of this path. He loses himself to rage. The demon pulls the city into one grand spectacle. And you die beside a man the bloodline taught to love the hunt more than the morning. Corvin felt the old reflex to answer, to defend his humanity, as if argument could certify it. Kaelen stopped him by speaking first. No, she said. I die. If I die, beside a man who keeps choosing people over appetite even when the choice hurts. That is why you cannot understand him. You were raised by a machine that rewards only obedience. Mara's mouth thinned. You mistake exceptional self-control for innocence. And you mistake doctrine for wisdom. The meeting might still have ended in words if the harrower had not decided to lean on the yard at that exact moment. The change came like pressure behind the eyes. Then every saint in every wall niche seemed to open its mouth at once. Corvin knew it was illusion before the sound fully formed, but knowing did not strip the force from it. The schoolyard warped at the edges. Swings moved with no wind. A child's laugh echoed where no child stood. Fear flooded the hidden hunters as sharply as it hit him, and that mattered because frightened professionals make stupid corrections. One rooftop shooter fired by reflex at a shadow that was not there. The shot shattered a classroom window instead of Corvin's skull, but it broke whatever thin ritual of restraint the meeting had held. Kaelen moved. Mara moved with her. Steel rang in the middle of the blacktop while Corvin threw himself toward the nearest line of cover. He did not chase Mara. He did not try to solve the duel unfolding 10 feet away. He took the part of the board that was his. 2 hunters dropped from the covered walkway, hoping to box him against the handball wall. He slammed the first into the bricks hard enough to knock the breath from him, stripped the short blade from his hand, and kicked it skittering into the rain. The second came in low with admirable speed. Corvin caught the forearm, turned with the momentum the way Kaelen had drilled into his bones, and used the hunter's own charge to flip him across his hip onto the soaked blacktop. No killing blow. Not yet. Not unless the line made it necessary. Around him the harrower's influence thickened and twisted every sound. For one dangerous instant, he heard the stadium crowd again. Then Kaelen's voice cut through with a single sharp order. Corvin left. He obeyed without question, and the bolt meant for his throat buried itself instead in the wall. Mara and Kaelen were beautiful to watch in the way storms are beautiful if a person is not inside them. Same school of movement. Same ruthless economy. Yet the differences told the true story. Mara fought to reassert hierarchy. Each cut a lesson in control. Kaelen fought to protect space for choice. Corvin had never before understood that 2 nearly identical skill sets could embody opposite morals. He saw Mara begin to force the line, turning Kaelen toward the open center where crossfire might support command. Corvin broke his own engagement, seized a length of rain chain ripped from the gutter, and snapped it across the angle between them. The interruption bought Kaelen 1 heartbeat. 1 heartbeat was enough. She changed levels, slid under Mara's saber, and opened a red line across the older woman's sleeve rather than her throat. Mercy. Defiance. Statement. Mara sprang back with surprise sharpened into fury. Then the church bell tower exploded. Not the tower itself, but the old pigeon loft beneath it, blown outward by a pocket of black residue igniting in the timbers. Birds burst into the rain in a frantic cloud. The hidden gun line broke discipline at last. Some fired at shadows. Some fired at Kaelen. Some fired at the dark shape moving through the loft debris that might have been a creature and might have been panic wearing one. Corvin did not wait to classify it. He hit Kaelen at the waist and drove both of them behind the stone base of a saint statue as splinters and rounds tore through the yard. Move, he said. Kaelen's answer was immediate. Rear gate. They ran low through smoke and rain while Mara shouted orders in the old command voice that had once ruled Kaelen's life. Corvin felt the urge to look back. He refused it. They had already learned what they came to learn. Mara would offer peace only as surrender. The harrower could poison any parley ground it touched. And the hunters, for all their doctrine, were afraid enough to become messy when the demon pressed the right nerve. They cleared the rear wall, cut through a weed-choked alley, and did not slow until 3 blocks stood between them and the school. Corvin finally let himself breathe hard. Kaelen stood with both hands on her knees for a second, then straightened. Blood darkened one sleeve where Mara had nicked her. Small cut, she said before he asked. I have had worse from kitchen accidents. He stepped closer anyway, checking the line with eyes and fingers both. You spared her. Kaelen held his gaze. I spared myself. Killing her in a schoolyard under demon pressure would have made me feel chosen by her logic again. Corvin understood more than the words alone carried. He touched the back of his knuckles to her cheek, a gesture so light it barely counted as contact, and yet made her eyes close for one breath. Then I am glad you refused her. Kaelen opened her eyes and the steel returned, but not all the way. Good, she said, because she will not give us another meeting in neutral ground. Next time, one of us goes there to end something. Corvin looked south where the rail district waited under rain and smoke. Then next time, he said, we choose the ground. Chapter 61, What the Demon Wants Loudest. The next 2 days turned into work so dense and continuous that time lost its edges. Corvin slept in bursts that felt like being dropped into dark water and pulled out again too soon. He moved from map table to church basement to fuel cache to rooftop watch without ever fully leaving the previous conversation behind. Yet in the middle of that churn, the shape of the coming strike became more legible. The harrower was not merely feeding where fear appeared. It was engineering fear into repeatable channels, driving incidents toward larger public seams, and then letting the city's own rumor system do the rest. A shadow scene near the old bus depot became a social media panic 2 neighborhoods away. A shriek in a storm drain sent 3 camps moving at once, which sent police and hunters toward the same grid squares, which pushed more residents into the streets. The demon did not need every event to kill. It only needed enough events to make the city imagine a bigger one waiting. At noon on the 3rd day, Nora Pike arrived from Tacoma with 2 more people and a milk crate full of Mark Street atlases. One of the newcomers, a former Metro dispatcher named Elias Webb, could recite route closures from memory going back 12 years and had the kind of brain that enjoyed turning chaos into indexed note cards. The other, a broad-shouldered woman called June Mercer, carried herself like a retired longshore worker and claimed she had once hidden 3 cousins from a purge team for 6 straight days using nothing but frozen fish pallets and a bad attitude. Corvin had expected aid to feel ceremonial when old contacts finally answered. Instead, it came in the form of practical strangers asking where the batteries were kept and whether anyone had spare boots in size 9. He loved them for it almost immediately. They set up the long table in the bar as a true operations board that afternoon. Atlases open, string lines marking likely hunter corridors, colored grease pencils dividing monster activity, civilian movement, and known seal points. Martin ran perimeter status. Elias built route trees. June taught Dor and Sarah how to load trucks for fast departure without wasting space on panic choices. Priya commandeered a corner booth for trauma kits and glared at anyone who treated injury as secondary to strategy. Through it all, the grandfather, still too weak to leave bed for long, listened from the back room and occasionally sent out rulings like a hostile oracle. No cluster of civilians larger than 20 in one place unless the walls are blessed or buried deep. Stop assuming police radio means useful information. Tell Raphael if he blows my sewer access I will recover just to throttle him. Corvin absorbed, sorted, delegated. Leadership had become less dramatic and more exhausting, which was probably how a real thing ought to feel. The harrower struck at dusk in a district that should have been too small to matter. That was why it mattered. South Park sat low and wet by the river, full of old houses, fenced yards, side lots, and people used to being forgotten by the larger city except when flood season returned. Corvin got the first call from a church volunteer who said neighbors were hearing voices from storm drains and trying to leave in all directions at once. He, Kaelen, Martin, and June reached the district in 2 trucks just as the panic tipped from possibility into event. Streetlights failed block by block. Dogs barked themselves hoarse. A man ran barefoot into the middle of the road screaming that his dead brother was under the pavement calling his name. Corvin felt the harrower's pressure at once. Not a full manifestation, only a heavy hand pressing on every private ache in the district and asking it to become public. Contain movement, not people, Corvin told the team as they jumped from the trucks. We channel them west toward the community center and keep the east drains clear. June took 3 volunteers, and began knocking doors with the confidence of a woman who did not believe fear deserved politeness. Martin and Kaelen split the cross streets, turning cars sideways to close lanes and forcing the human current away from the riverbank, where the residue felt strongest. Corvin went straight to the main drainage cut. Water slid black beneath the grates. The seal iron pulsed hot against his arm. He dropped to one knee and touched the metal to the wet concrete just above the channel. Silver spread out in thin branching veins under the grime. Not a full seal, but enough to sting whatever was moving below. The scream that came up from the drain afterward sounded human until the last note. He did not flinch. He was tired of letting false humanity buy monsters extra time. Two things came out anyway. The first was lean and long-armed, more shadow than body until it lunged into a porch light and showed bone-white spines along its back. The second looked almost like a drenched man until it opened from sternum to chin and revealed rows of inward teeth. Corvin took the first in the street with a traffic barrier ripped from a work zone, using the heavy plastic and steel frame as both shield and club. Kaelen met the second on a front lawn under fluttering prayer flags, silver flashing between tomato cages and a child's red tricycle. Martin put a shotgun burst into a third shape crawling over a garage roof before it fully gathered itself. The district did not become a massacre because the team had reached it early enough to turn chaos into lanes. That was the first real proof Corvin had that structure could deny the harrower scale. He would have preferred not needing proof at all. War rarely honored preference. After the last creature dropped, the fear in the district did not vanish. It changed tone. Neighbors came out shaking and furious. Children cried in blankets. One elderly woman stood in the center of her yard with a garden hoe gripped like a spear and demanded to know what the hell was happening in her city. Corvin wanted to tell her everything. Bloodlines, hunters, demon feeds, ancient seal work under modern concrete. Instead, he told her enough to get people moving and enough to sound sane. There are things using panic to spread. Stay with your block and not alone. If you hear voices from a place that cannot have a voice, do not answer. If strangers with silver badges tell you to run east, do not. West only tonight. The woman studied him, the blood on his sleeve, the impossible black matter steaming in the gutter, and then nodded once as if the world had already become too strange for disbelief to remain useful. West only, she repeated. Sometimes survival began with a phrase. They found hunter sign after midnight near the river path. Not bodies this time. Markers. 3 polished nails driven into a utility pole in a vertical line, each wrapped in white thread. Kaelen stared at them long enough for anger to take shape in her face. They watched the whole district breathe and waited for the creature flow to show itself. Martin spat into the grass. Meaning they let it happen. Meaning, Kaelen said. They thought the event taught them more than stopping it would. Corvin looked over the sleeping neighborhood, at porches where volunteers now sat in shifts with flashlights and improvised weapons, at the community center glowing warm 2 blocks west, at the river beyond the trees dragging city light in broken ribbons. Then we start teaching in return, he said. Back at the bar, soaked and filthy at 2 in the morning, he took the first steps of the blitz out of instinct before he had time to call it by name. Elias mapped false refugee traffic patterns likely to be intercepted by hunter scouts. Nora identified the old payphone corridors, and Dead drops the order was most likely to monitor without trusting. Raphael, delighted by the chance to weaponize misdirection, proposed staging signs of residue concentration in 2 abandoned districts far from the actual node growth. June suggested feeding selected rumors through the Blockwatch networks, true enough to move people away from danger, but tilted enough to bend hunter assumptions with them. Kaelen listened to the plan build and finally said, "This works only if the harrower also believes the rail district is ripening under its own momentum." Corvin nodded. "Then we do not invent the rail district. We make it louder. We starve every other lane, harden every other route, and let the only remaining easy path point there." The grandfather asked to see him just before dawn. Corvin found him pale, awake, and irritated by weakness in the old familiar way. The lamp by the bed cast the room in amber that softened nothing. "You look worse," the old man said by way of greeting. "Thank you. You are welcome." He gestured toward the chair. Corvin sat. For a minute neither spoke. Then the grandfather said, "You are beginning to understand that war is not won by proving who is strongest in the center of a room. It is won by deciding which rooms matter and which do not." Corvin leaned forward. "The rail yard matters." "Yes." "But not because the demon likes spectacle." The old man's eyes sharpened despite the pain haze around them. "Because tracks carry motion and memory both. Cities build whole identities around movement. Freight, commutes, departures, returns. Panic in a stadium echoes wide. Panic in a rail hub travels." Corvin felt the idea lock into place. So the harrower is not only chasing my history. No, it is chasing the cities. The grandfather closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them with effort. "Do not let personal vengeance make you smaller than the enemy's appetite." When Corvin stepped back into the bar, Kaelen was waiting beside the table with 2 mugs, and the look she wore, when she had already guessed the shape of the conversation he had just left. She handed him one. "Coffee, black, bitter, exactly what the hour required. He told you something unpleasant and useful." As always, Corvin took a drink and looked at the strings crossing the map. The rail yard is not just a battlefield. It is a transmitter. Kaelen absorbed that without needing it unpacked. Then Mara will want it too. Not because she loves the same symbol as the harrower, but because she will hate losing a site with so many exit vectors. Corvin stared at the lines until the city beneath the paper seemed to rise into something almost visible in front of him. Neighborhoods like muscles, streets like nerves, rail spurs like exposed tendons. "Then we make both of them fear arriving there blind," he said. Kaelen set her own mug down, stepped close enough that her shoulder brushed his, and asked the harder question. "And what does that cost us?" Corvin could have lied. He did not. Probably sleep. Almost certainly blood. Maybe the chance to keep pretending the war can stay small. Kaelen's reflection moved beside his in the dark front window. "Then let us stop pretending before the city pays extra for it." Chapter 62, The House Above the Bar. For all the talk of fronts and nodes and strategic corridors, life in the bar kept insisting on being ordinary in stubborn fragments. Someone still had to scrub black residue from tile before it dried into a hazard. Someone still had to sort canned goods from church donations and separate the labels Priya could not use because of allergies among the families sheltering in the network. Somebody had to climb the upstairs storage loft and fix the leaking patch above the old liquor inventory because the rain did not care that monsters were active. Corvin found a strange comfort in those tasks. Grand plans could seduce a mind into feeling useful while avoiding the humility of actual maintenance. A bar under siege had no patience for that kind of ego. Either the lamp worked, or it did not. Either the door held, or it did not. Either the frightened child upstairs got soup before sleep, or the war had already started rotting everyone from the inside. Lila Gomez ended up sleeping in the former office above the main room with 2 other displaced children, and June Mercer camped outside the door like an ant who had decided the city was not allowed to try anything funny tonight. Dor and Sarah proved unexpectedly good with supply order. Martin built a watchboard on the chalk menu behind the bar and crossed off names with military severity, even though he claimed never to have served. Nora Pike turned the old landline closet into a communications nest and bullied every person under 30 into learning analog habits they had once considered quaint. Elias, delighted to find an audience that needed his obsession, drew route trees on butcher paper so cleanly that even Raphael stopped insulting charts long enough to use them. The place did not look glamorous. It looked alive, which was better. Corvin spent that evening moving among all of it, checking locks, checking people, checking himself. He had learned enough by now to recognize the dangerous satisfaction that came with competence. There was a version of leadership that could turn a man into an addict for being needed. The grandfather had warned him about that too, though in rougher terms. Do not become the kind of idiot who mistakes indispensability for love. Corvin repeated the thought to himself while carrying a crate of batteries upstairs, and while helping June rehang a warped office door, and while standing at the sink cleaning blood from the knuckles he had barked open 2 nights before. He did not want to become a savior. Saviors ended up using the people around them as witnesses to their own importance. He wanted something less dramatic and much harder, to become dependable without becoming hungry for worship. Kaelen found him on the rear steps near midnight. Rain tapped the alley softly. Somewhere on the next block, a generator coughed into steadier life. She had changed from field gear into dark civilian clothes that made her look, for one dangerous instant, like a woman from a normal life walking out to meet someone after late work. The illusion never held long around her. Discipline sat in every line of her body. Still, Corvin felt the glimpse of it as a kind of ache. She lowered herself onto the step beside him and took the towel he was using to dry a clean shotgun. "You missed a spot," she said. "I was waiting for an expert." How flattering. She finished the wipe down with quick, efficient strokes, then rested the gun across her knees and looked out at the alley. "June told me you fixed the loft door. That is too grand a word for what I did." She disagreed. She used the phrase, bull-headed carpentry with promise. Corvin laughed under his breath. "That feels fair." Silence settled between them in the easy way it only did after long danger shared. Not empty silence. Occupied silence. The kind that lets two people stand down from vigilance without abandoning it. Finally, Kaelen said, "Mara expected me to return to her shape the moment she spoke with authority. It surprised her that I did not." Corvin heard the confession inside the observation. "Did it surprise you?" She considered. "Less than it would have a year ago. More than I enjoy admitting." He waited, giving her room. "I thought leaving the order meant rejecting its doctrine," she said. "I did not understand at first that I also had to reject the rhythm of it. The need for command above me. The comfort of someone else defining the enemy in simple terms. When I met you, I thought you were a complication I would have to cut out eventually." Corvin looked at her profile in the dim alley light. "And now?" Her mouth curved without humor. "Now you are the reason simple terms no longer survive contact with me." He reached for her hand without planning the motion. She let him take it as if the choice had already been made elsewhere and only needed the body to catch up. Her fingers were calloused, cooler than his, strong in the restrained way that had saved his life more times than he could count cleanly. "I do not want you in this war only because you love me," he said, the words rougher than he intended. Kaelen turned toward him fully. "Good. Because I would be insulted by the reduction. That is not what I mean." "I know." Her thumb moved once across his knuckles. "You think love may become a lever used against us. You are correct. Mara will use it. The harrower already uses every memory it can taste. But the answer is not distance. Distance only gives enemies a weapon and asks us to call the injury wisdom." The word nearly made him smile despite the conversation's weight. She noticed. "What?" "Nothing. Just glad you said injury before I did." A short breath of laughter escaped her. "You are impossible. And yet here you are." "Yes," she said softly. "Here I am." The kiss came without ceremony. No dramatic pause. No speeches. Just the natural consequence of too many almost finally getting tired of being almost. Her mouth met his in the cold alley air, while generator noise and soft rain and distant city unrest carried on, as if the world had no opinion. He had kissed women before in the life that now felt like it belonged to a younger cousin he remembered only in fragments. None of those memories prepared him for the steadiness of this one. Kaelen kissed like she fought. Present, exact, unwilling to waste motion, yet fully there in what she chose to give. When she drew back, their foreheads touched for a breath. "That," she said, voice lower now, "was for surviving the schoolyard without becoming stupid afterward." Corvin exhaled a laugh. "High praise. Do not force me to repeat it." She stayed on the step with him after, and the conversation shifted the way important conversations sometimes do after tenderness makes truth less armored. They talked about futures neither fully trusted but both needed to name. Not forever in abstract, shining terms. Smaller than that. A room with windows that could open without tactical review. Mornings not dictated by watch rotation. A kitchen with enough space for two people who moved quickly. Maybe a dog, though Kaelen maintained any dog that chose Corvin first would have questionable judgment. He confessed that part of him still imagined coaching someday. Not football exactly, maybe kids, maybe movement, maybe simply teaching them how to use their bodies without fear after the city had taught them too much fear too early. She listened to that with a seriousness that made the dream feel less childish. When she spoke of her own future wants, they were simple in the same defiant way. Sleep without boots nearby. Tools hung on a wall because they were useful and not because they needed to be reachable from bed. The right to choose who entered her home. A radio click from inside ended the quiet. Elias calling Corvin for a route question. June asking where the extra blankets had gone. The life of the bar resuming its claim. Kaelen stood first and held out a hand to pull him up. At the door she stopped and looked back down the alley, eyes narrowing at something only half heard. Corvin listened and caught it too a moment later. Train horns from far south, one after another, longer than ordinary signaling required. Freight was still moving through some parts of the system. Not much. Enough. The yard is getting busier, he said. Kaelen nodded. Which means the eventual strike will hurt louder if we fail. She was not trying to ruin the moment. That was simply how truth arrived in their life now, carrying steel under its coat. Corvin squeezed her hand once before letting go. Then we do not fail there. She studied him for a second, as if measuring the difference between confidence and vow. No, she said. We make them fail on ground they thought belonged to them. Later, after the route question and the blankets and a fresh call from the community center and a new list of culverts Raphael wanted permission to tamper with, Corvin climbed to the roof alone for 5 minutes of air. The city spread black and silver below, stitched with wet roads, troubled light, and the hard patience of people who had not yet surrendered their streets to terror. Somewhere south, another train horn rolled through the dark. Somewhere east, the mountain waited with secrets already dragged half into daylight. He thought of the grandfather in the back room, of Lila asleep down the hall, of Mara Voss sharpening command into doctrine, of Kaelen on the rear steps daring to speak about a kitchen as if the world owed them one. That last thought held him longest, not because it was softer than war, but because it explained why war mattered. Cities were not saved for glory. They were saved so somebody could one day hang tools on a wall without fear and call that ordinary. Chapter 63, False Trails. The first phase of the Blitz required lies, and Corvin hated that less than he expected. He had once believed deception belonged morally to the same shelf as cowardice. That was before demons learned to wear grief like a borrowed face, and before hunters started allowing neighborhoods to suffer for the sake of better data. Moral neatness had burned out of his life months ago. What remained was a rougher ethic based on outcome, intention, and who paid the price. If lies moved civilians away from kill corridors and pulled armed fanatics into the wrong alleys, then lies were not corruption. They were a tool. The danger, as the grandfather reminded him with visible annoyance, was forgetting that tools shape the hand that uses them. Do not get too fond of cleverness, the old man muttered when Corvin explained the false trail network. It breeds men who prefer winning to deserving the win. Corvin took the warning seriously because the man giving it had probably once ignored the same warning himself. They seeded the first false trail through analog channels Mara's scouts would trust enough to monitor. A supposed cash transfer moving through an abandoned refrigeration depot east of the river. A family cluster sheltering in a condemned motel with direct drainage access. A rumor that the seal iron could temporarily open surface lines near the fuel farm if enough residue pressure built. Some of the bait was almost true, which made it easier to carry convincingly. Nora and Elias handled the message architecture. June spread neighborhood variants. Martin made sure every team understood which lies they were allowed to tell and which truths they were required to protect. Kaelen trained the outer watch on how to act nervous without acting incompetent, because panic too polished can look theatrical to professionals. Corvin watched the whole apparatus come alive and felt both pride and dread. Good strategy always risked becoming a machine that outran the conscience of the people feeding it. Their field test came in the old refrigeration depot just after sunset. The place stood 4 stories tall beside a weed-choked lot and smelled of stale ammonia and rotten insulation. Raphael had rigged harmless sound charges on the upper floors and 2 nastier surprises in the basement for anyone who pushed too far with silver. Corvin and Kaelen took the ground level, while Martin covered the loading dock from a side office, and June watched the alley exit with a scoped rifle she claimed she had not used in years. The objective was not a body count. It was confirmation. If the hunters took the bait, they would reveal which rumor channels were hot and how fast Mara committed assets to potential relic movement. If the harrower's creatures arrived too, then the demon was listening to the same currents. Corvin settled behind a broken compressor housing and checked his watch. How long until this becomes embarrassing, he murmured. Kaelen, crouched beside a pallet stack with one blade laid across her thigh, answered, "For you. Usually not long." Humor left the room when the first hunter entered. He came through the loading dock with the measured confidence of someone who expected partial resistance and had no doubt he could solve it. Another followed on the catwalk above, then two more along the freezer corridor, for visible, which meant likely 6 or 7 in play. Corvin let them commit deeper before signaling Martin with 2 taps on the radio. The sound charge on the 3rd floor went off at once, a hard metallic crash followed by the drag of chain, and a short burst of radio static doctored by Elias to sound like a hurried relocation. The lead hunter snapped hand signals. 2 peeled upward. 1 moved toward the basement door. 1 stayed center line. Efficient. Corvin was about to trigger the next stage when a separate sound rose under the floor, wet and scraping and unmistakably wrong. Kaelen's gaze cut to his. Not ours. No. The demon, then, had taken the same bait. What came up through the drain grate in the processing room looked like a bundle of arms teaching itself how to be a body. One hunter saw it first and fired a silver bolt through the mass before he could classify it. The thing burst outward in a fan of black strands and hit him anyway. The depot turned from operation to battle in a breath. Corvin abandoned the staged caution and moved. He tore the grate loose as the creature tried to dive back down, jammed the seal iron against the pipe lip, and sent a silver pulse through the standing water. The shriek that followed sprayed every frozen room in the building with echo. On the catwalk above, Kaelen collided with the upper pair of hunters not because she had chosen them as primary targets, but because they blocked her fastest route to the drain room. Her blade work was clean and furious, disarming one, slashing the other across the thigh, using the railings and narrow space to turn their number against them. June's rifle cracked from the alley side and dropped the basement doorman before he could open into Raphael's nastier surprise. The lead hunter disengaged from the chaos with intelligence Corvin respected even while hating him for it. Rather than press the relic rumor, he pivoted toward exit and information, calling a retreat code Corvin did not know but Kaelen evidently did. She swore in that low, fierce way that meant memory had just collided with the present. "He is not low rank," she said while kicking a disarmed hunter flat. "That code reports to direct command." Corvin moved on the leader at once, crossing the slick concrete in 3 strides. The man slashed with a narrow knife that hummed with silver etching. Corvin trapped the wrist, took the cut across his own sleeve instead of the neck, and drove his forehead into the hunter's face. Cartilage broke. The man staggered. Corvin hit him again with a shoulder and pinned him to the compressor housing. "Tell Mara the yard is a lie." The hunter hissed through blood, and Corvin almost smiled despite himself. "Interesting assumption," he said. Then he rendered the man unconscious before the man could bite down on whatever final fanatic trick Kaelen had once been trained to expect. By the time the depot settled, the message had carried in both directions. The hunters had bitten. The harrower had sniffed the same blood in the water. That was success, though not the kind anyone would celebrate cleanly. Priya later spent 10 full minutes dressing the cut on Corvin's arm while insulting his species, upbringing, and taste in risk. "That is not an injury," she said. "That is a handwritten note from your bad habits." He endured the lecture because he deserved it, and because she was one of the few people in the building allowed to speak to him as if he were not in charge of anything. Across the room, Kaelen was cleaning silver and staring at the captured hunter they had tied to a chair in the storage closet. The man had woken once, refused water, and recited doctrine until June shut the door on him. Corvin knew the interrogation mattered. He also knew it mattered who did it. Kaelen chose to go in alone. She stood with one hand on the closet latch for a second before opening it, and Corvin saw not fear exactly, but calculation about which version of herself to bring into that room. He wanted to stop her. He did not. Some battles of identity cannot be supervised by love without becoming another form of control. The door closed. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. Voices rose once, hers calm and deadly, his sharp with injured certainty. When she emerged at last, she looked composed enough that only someone who knew her would see the effort in it. "Mara has consolidated 3 cells under direct order," she said. She believes the relic will be moved through the rail approaches because our false traffic and the demon's pressure point in the same direction. She also thinks we have a civilian cluster hidden near the fuel farm. Martin, listening from the table, let out a low whistle. So the lies took. Yes, Kaelen said. And Mara is impatient now. She plans to force the rail question within days. Corvin waited until the others dispersed to ask the real question. He found Kaelen in the sink room washing blood from her hands, though almost none of it belonged to her. What did it cost? She kept her eyes on the running water. He used the old catechisms, the ones about mercy through cleansing, about cutting out rot before it reaches the heart. Her jaw tightened. I surprised myself by how little of it still sounded holy. Corvin stepped closer, but not so close she would feel cornered. That sounds like a win. It is, she said. It is also ugly. I can feel the old reflexes like old scars in cold weather. Not control over me. Memory of control. She shut off the tap and finally looked at him. If I face Mara in the yard, I need you to understand something. She will try to pull me into proving I am stronger than her. If I let the fight become about that, I lose even if I cut her down. Corvin nodded slowly. Then I will not let the field narrow that way. She searched his face for a second, perhaps expecting argument, perhaps hoping not to need it. When none came, some small locked place in her expression eased. That night, they pushed the second false trail through the fuel farm corridor and let a deliberately sloppy rumor suggest Corvin himself would inspect a seal point there before dawn. He did not. Instead, he and Kaelen took Raphael's maintenance ladder to a rooftop above the rail feeder lines and watched the city work around the story they had set loose. Hunter Scouts moved exactly where Elias predicted they would. One pair crossed the catwalk toward the fuel district at 3:12 a.m. Another cut west to shadow a truck carrying nothing more dangerous than bottled water and church blankets. Farther south, under the wet glow of yard lamps, something larger moved between freight cars with the jerking confidence of harrower spawn using channels that had recently been cleared for them. Corvin watched the converging patterns and felt the blitz become real. Not merely a plan anymore. A current. We can do this, he said before thinking whether the statement was confidence or prayer. Kaelen crouched beside him in the rain, eyes on the same lines. Yes, she said. Which is precisely why the next part will hurt. Chapter 64, The Rail Gauge. Seattle gave them one last, almost normal afternoon before the next escalation. Sun came through for 20 whole minutes just after noon, turning puddles into sudden mirrors and making the wet brick outside the bar glow, as if the city still remembered how to look hopeful. Children in the upstairs office laughed at something Lila said. June argued with Martin over whether canned peaches counted as morale goods or essential supply. Nora Pike napped upright in a chair with one hand still resting on the radio switch. Corvin stood at the long table with Elias and traced the final movement charts for the opening strike in the rail district. 3 decoy routes, 2 actual insertion lines, safe channels west for any civilians flushed out early. Raphael's charges marked in red, the harmless sounders in yellow, the seal-ready points in silver pencil. Only Corvin and Kaelen were permitted to touch. The whole arrangement looked almost elegant, and that frightened him because elegance in war had a way of masking the cost ledger underneath. The grandfather demanded to see the plan in person that afternoon, which sent Priya into a fury and the entire household into a scramble. In the end, they moved him not to the main room, but to the threshold where he could sit in a reinforced chair with blankets over his knees and pretend this counted as obedience. He studied the map for a long while without speaking. Every person in the room quieted around that silence. Finally, he reached out with a shaking finger and tapped the switching bridge at the heart of the yard. This is where the order will try to dominate, he said. Then he tapped the fuel maintenance road. This is where they will imagine you are weak because the rumor net has been too generous here. Then, unexpectedly, he tapped a church 2 blocks west of the yard where the maps showed no operation at all. And this is where your conscience will try to ruin you. Corvin frowned. There should be no one left there. Should, the old man said, contempt giving him strength for a moment. Should is a very expensive word in war. If Mara learns your routes, she will plant civilians where you least want to step around them. Not to kill them first, to slow you. The room absorbed that with grim understanding. Kaelen's face changed in the smallest of ways. She would, she said. That warning altered the plan without breaking it. June took command of the West Channel extraction teams with orders to pull any surprise civilians out of the church corridor the instant chaos started. Martin doubled the block watchers on the neighborhood side streets. Elias rebuilt the route tree to account for human interference placed deliberately rather than accidentally. Corvin hated every addition because each one made Mara feel closer in his head, not as a distant commander, but as a tactical intelligence already inside their choices, already touching the map through absence and pressure. Kaelen watched the revisions happen and then drew him aside into the storage room, where old neon beer signs leaned against the wall like relics from a kinder civilization. "Do not let her live in your thinking rent-free," she said. "She wants that more than a clean victory." Corvin rubbed a hand over his face. "Hard to avoid when every smart adjustment sounds like something she would force us to make." "Then remember this," Kaelen said. "Mara's flaw is not that she plans. It is that she cannot imagine people staying loyal under pressure unless fear or doctrine binds them. She does not understand this place." Her hand touched his chest once, right over the stubborn center of him. "She does not understand why they follow you." The strike began at twilight because twilight belonged equally to all three sides. The hunters liked the ambiguity. The harrower liked the long shadows and failing confidence of the hour. Corvin liked that ordinary people still had enough light to move if warned fast. He and Kaelen entered the district from the northwest feeder line with Martin and Raphael one block over, and June already positioned west with the extraction team. Freight horns rolled through the yard in mournful bursts. Yard lamps glowed on wet metal. The world smelled of diesel, iron, soaked wood, and the river carrying industrial coal in from the dark. Corvin felt the seal iron hum before they even cleared the final service fence. The lines beneath the rail bed were awake in fragments, not fully lit, but listening. Around them the blitz unfolded piece by piece. A false crate transfer spotted on the fuel road. Hunter scouts taking the bait on the east bridge. Harrower spawn stirred from two culverts by Raphael's timed noise. Nothing yet at full scale. Everything bending toward it. They crossed between dead hopper cars and reached the central switching zone just as the first real collision snapped into being. A hunter team of 6 moved down the catwalk above the yard with silver lamps and disciplined spacing, intending to seal a spur where 2 creatures had been lured from the culvert. The creatures, stung by noise and pushed by residue pressure, broke the wrong direction and dropped instead into a service trench where Raphael had planted flare charges. White light detonated upward. The hunters lost their night sight for a precious beat. One creature leaped for the railing. Another struck a lamp and sent burning glass over the tracks. Corvin did not intervene at once. That was the hard part of the blitz, letting enemies damage each other before choosing where human lives required him. Kaelen stood beside him in the shelter of a switch housing, every instinct in her body taut for motion. "Now," she asked. Corvin tracked 3 lines at once. The catwalk, the service trench, the west neighborhood route where June would be moving civilians if the grandfather's warning proved true. "Not yet," he said. 40 more seconds. 40 seconds in a rail yard under partial demon pressure is an age. By second 12, the leading hunter had lost a hand on the catwalk and not yet realized it. By second 20, the second creature had been shot through the eye with silver and still kept moving on momentum. By second 27, a black mist began rising from the trench floor that had not belonged to any spawn they had seen enter. Harrower influence, thickening in response to the aggregate fear. By second 33, Martin's voice came across the radio, clipped and urgent. "West Church occupied. Mara placed 8 civilians, maybe more. June is extracting under pressure. 2 hunter pairs closing that lane." Corvin closed his eyes for half a beat. There it was. Conscience as choke point. Exactly as predicted. When he opened them, the field narrowed into choice. "You take west," he said to Kaelen. "No," she snapped. "We split and lose pressure here. June needs steel she can trust against hunters in close streets. I can wake the lines here alone if forced." Kaelen's refusal flashed again, fierce and immediate, then died under the weight of tactical reality. She hated the call because it was correct. "I hate you when you are right," she said. "Get in line." She gripped the back of his neck once, hard enough to mean more than words, and vanished into the west lanes. Corvin rose into the switching zone, just as the black mist from the trench gained shape. Not a full harrower body, not yet, but a larger lieutenant than the district had seen before. Tall as the side of a boxcar when it fully uncoiled, face hidden under layers of moving membrane, arms too long, and ending in hooked bone that sparked when they hit rail. The surviving hunters on the catwalk turned their weapons toward it and forgot the planned seal entirely. Good. Corvin sprinted the opposite direction, drawing the lieutenant's attention not by noise, but by the seal iron coming free under the yard lamps. Silver lit along its engraved channels. The thing screamed at the relic and came for him with hideous certainty. Corvin let it chase. 10 yards. 15. 20. He cut between two signal cabinets, dropped into the gravel, and drove the seal iron into the old maintenance plate Raphael had marked earlier that day. The yard answered. Silver lines burst under 3 adjacent tracks and ran outward like lightning trapped beneath glass. Switch motors whined. Iron sang. The lieutenant slammed into the awakened seal seam at full speed and convulsed, black matter blowing off it in scorched sheets. Corvin did not waste the opening. He rose, crossed the seam, and hit the thing with every bit of controlled force he had. Not rage, but decision given muscle. The blow drove the relic point through one layered shoulder and pinned the creature to the track bed as a freight horn bellowed somewhere farther south, like a giant beast cheering the hit. Above, the hunters stared, recalculating the field around the air they had wanted to isolate. Corvin looked up at them with black spray on his coat and silver fire in his hand. You wanted the yard, he called. Now earn it. Then he ripped the seal iron free and the lieutenant collapsed into smoking ruin. West of him, gunfire rattled through the neighborhood lane. Kaelen's sector. June's extraction. Every part of him wanted to run there. He did not. The blitz only worked if each person held the piece assigned until the next hinge turned. Martin came through on the radio instead. Bridge clear enough to push them south. More hunters incoming from east. They think the relic is center field now. Center field. The old sports phrase nearly made Corvin laugh at the wrongness of using it here. Almost. Good, he said. Let them commit. He moved along the switch line, waking another buried seam and another. Not enough to fully close the district, but enough to make the hunters believe the real contest had begun earlier than planned. They were no longer searching for the battle. They were inside it. And Mara Voss, of course, arrived precisely when the pattern became irresistible. She stepped onto the east signal bridge above the yard in a dark coat that snapped once in the wind and then settled. Lamps behind her threw the rest of her cell into shadow. Corvin counted 4 with her before the mist stole clean edges. She looked down at the disrupted trench, the fallen lieutenant, the hunters below scrambling to reform, and then across the yard toward the west lanes where Kaelen had gone. Even at distance, Corvin could feel the command in her attention. The bridge was not simply high ground. It was a pulpit. Heir, Mara called, and somehow the whole yard seemed to hear her. You have talent. Such a waste to apply it in defense of confusion. Corvin stood by the lit seam with the seal iron in hand and thought about answering with something sharp. Instead, he chose honesty sharpened into weapon. You keep mistaking choice for confusion. That is why this city will outlive your order. Some of the hunters below looked up at that, and he knew the line had landed where it needed. Then Kaelen's voice came through the radio, breathless but alive. Civilians clear. June hurt, walking. 200 pairs down. Mara's lieutenant Irina moving back toward your bridge. Corvin looked up at once. There, 3 spans behind Mara, a familiar figure in hunter gray emerged from the shadow line. Irina. Alive, armed, and heading for command. Which meant Mara had not come merely to oversee. She had come to close the field personally. Corvin felt every route on the map, every lie, every rescue, every late-night calculation, every whispered dream about a kitchen and a dog and a door that opened only for welcome, all of it funneling toward this widening yard under wet lamps. The first phase of the blitz had worked. Hunters and demon forces were now committing to the same ground at the same time. The cost ledger, however, had only begun to fill. A new sound rolled across the district then, deep enough to vibrate the rails under Corvin's boots. Not a train, not thunder. Something older in the city, answering the pressure placed on it by too much fear in one place. The harrower itself, not fully present but nearer than before, drawing breath through the whole rail web like a mouth beneath the streets. Lamps flickered. Far south, more black shapes moved between cars. Far east, hunter flares rose one after another. On the bridge, Mara Voss rested one hand on her saber and smiled without pleasure. In the radio at his shoulder, Kaelen said only his name. Corvin tightened his grip on the seal iron, looked from bridge to trench to west lanes to south approach, and understood with perfect clarity that the yard was no longer a future battlefield. It had become the hinge on which the whole city would soon turn. Part of him was afraid. Part of him was ready. Those parts would simply have to learn to work together before night finished opening. Chapter 65, Bridge Doctrine. Seattle's rail district stopped pretending to be an industrial neighborhood and became a battlefield the instant Mara Voss stepped onto the East Signal Bridge and treated the whole yard like a lesson she intended to teach in public. Rain moved in and out of the lamp glow in silver threads. Freight cars stood in long black rows like patient animals waiting for commands no humans still controlled. The rails under Corvin's boots held the faint, singing hum of the awakened seal lines, and beyond the maze of steel and concrete, he could feel the larger pressure of the harrower drawing closer through the buried channels below the city. Mara did not raise her voice. She did not need to. Authority carried strangely in places built for echo. "You have skill," she called down to him, one hand resting near the guardrail, dark coat snapping once in the wind before settling again. "That is not the same as order. You defend confusion because confusion flatters the ego. Every frightened civilian you hide tonight will die later when the corruption spreads. Clean ends are mercy. Dirty mercy is vanity." Corvin kept the seal iron low at his side and looked up without moving from the lit seam in the gravel. Some of the hunters below the bridge had begun to hesitate in the aftermath of the lieutenant's destruction. Some watched him. Some watched Mara. Most watched the tracks, because the city itself had begun to answer the strain placed on it. "You speak like pain becomes holy if the person causing it is organized enough," he said. "That may work on people who were trained by fear. It does not work on this city." A few heads shifted at that. Not all of them belonged to his people. On the radio at his shoulder, Kaelen's breathing came fast for one beat and then steadied. "I have June and the civilians moving southwest," she said. Gunfire cracked twice behind her words, close enough that he pictured the lane without seeing it. Wet brick, church fence, narrow service alley, hunters trying to close the exit like jaws. "Irina is moving toward Mara. She wants to lock the bridge." "I know." Corvin's eyes never left the signal bridge. "Then do not let Mara pull you into speech-making while the field shifts under you." His mouth almost twitched. "That sounds like advice from someone who has known me too long." Long enough. A fresh scream ripped through the southern yard. Not human and not fully creature either. The harrower's influence was thickening again, drawing shape from fear the way cold draws frost on glass. Corvin swept the ground with his senses the way Kaelen had taught him to sweep a room with his eyes, not for every detail at once, but for movement, rhythm, deviation. Martin's team was still on the north edge, pushing smaller spawn toward the eastern hunter line. Raphael had gone quiet, which usually meant explosives or prayer, and with Raphael, it was sometimes both. June was injured but moving. Elias was back at the bar coordinating channel reports and reserve teams. The blitz had worked, but success in the opening minute of a plan is not the same as success at the hinge point. The hinge point was now. Mara read the field, too. Corvin saw it in the way her attention moved. Not hurried, not scattered, simply measuring. "You have taught them to love you quickly," she said. "That is one form of command. It is the shallow form." "And what do you teach?" he asked, "besides obedience dressed up as purity?" "I teach survival that does not ask permission from sentiment." The rail bed shuddered as something heavy passed under the far southern lines. Lamps flickered. One hunter lost his nerve and fired into the dark under a tanker car. The silver bolt ricocheted and hit a concrete support instead, spraying sparks. 3 black shapes answered by unfolding from beneath the neighboring freight car and launching at the sound. The eastern hunter flank broke formation to meet them. Corvin saw the opening and moved before anyone on the bridge could name it. He sprinted west along the central switch line, boots scattering wet gravel, and drove the seal iron into a second maintenance plate Elias and Raphael had marked during their survey. The silver channels inside the relic flared. Beneath him, the buried seam awakened in a sharp white line and then raced north and south under the rails like caged lightning. Two of the charging spawn hit it and burst apart in steaming ruin. The third twisted over it and came for him half on fire, all hooks and hunger. Corvin stepped inside the reach of its leading arm, took the slash across his coat rather than his throat, and drove his forearm up through the thing's center line with enough force to break its shape. He pinned it against the side of a hopper car and rammed the seal iron through the cavity where a heart might have been if terror had ever needed organs to live. When he tore the relic free, black matter spilled down the metal siding and smoked in the rain. Mara had gone silent above him. Silence from some people is accidental. Silence from Mara was calculation. Report, Corvin snapped into the radio. Martin answered first, breathless but controlled. North push holding. We drove 2 hunter squads into the trench cluster. Not pretty, but effective. Raphael says he has the east spur ready if you want to collapse traffic there. Not yet. June came next, voice tight with pain, but still June. Civilians clear. I can still walk. Kaelen is not with me. Corvin's chest tightened once, hard and private. Where? She doubled back for Irina before the bridge lock. I told her that was a stupid romantic thing to do. She agreed and did it anyway. The answer landed in him with equal parts fury and understanding. Kaelen had not gone back for romance. She had gone because leaving Irina loose behind Mara would have meant losing the bridge and probably half the yard with it. Love can look tactical from a distance. Duty can look reckless when your heart is the thing being risked. June, get the civilians to the second church route and fall back to the bar if you cannot hold pressure. I can hold pressure. That was not a debate. He heard her exhale through her teeth. Fine, but I am complaining in person later. A dark figure dropped from the lower catwalk to the signal, housing 15 yards to his left. Corvin turned, ready to strike, and saw not Kaelen but Irina herself, lean and severe, silver saber in one hand, shorter side blade in the other. Her gray hunter coat was cut open along the sleeve, and blood ran dark from the split, but her face held the cold focus of someone who had spent a lifetime being told pain was information, not permission to slow down. You should have let the city burn cleanly, she said. Corvin shifted his weight, measuring distance and escape lines. That sounds like something a person says after a childhood with no music. Irina's expression did not change, which only improved the line. She makes jokes when she is afraid, she said, meaning Kaelen, and in the same motion lunged. He had learned enough from Kaelen by now not to meet trained silver directly if there was another answer. He gave ground, turning the first strike off his center, letting the saber hiss across the wet edge of the switch housing instead of biting into him. Irina chained the second strike lower, testing his knee out of old hunter habit, and Corvin vaulted the coupling bar beside him to reset the angle. She was fast, disciplined, merciless in the boring way that only truly dangerous people manage. No wasted words. No flourish. She fought like a doctrine with muscle attached. Corvin broke a metal lantern bracket off the side of the housing and used it like a club to spoil her next line. She cut through it anyway. Sparks burst between them. He caught her blade wrist on the follow-through, took the searing sting of silver etching against his palm, and head-butted her hard enough to send both of them staggering apart. She recovered first. Of course she did. You all learned the same flaw, he said, backing toward the live seam. You think the field stays obedient because your training says it should. Order is not obedience, she replied. It is the refusal to leave evil half done. Then the yard itself changed around them. A roar rolled up from the southern tracks as the harrower pushed more of its army into the district, using every fear already created by silver fire, screaming metal, and human panic. Black bodies rose between boxcars in knots and waves. Hunters on the eastern flank turned south. Martin's people on the north line began falling back by design. Raphael's charges went off in a staggered series that sent showers of stone and sparks through the rain. The blitz had entered its second phase whether anyone wanted it to or not. Corvin drove forward before Irina could use the chaos as shield. He wanted her away from the signal housing and away from any route that led to Mara. He slammed into her with his shoulder, and carried both of them across the wet gravel. She stabbed for the artery under his jaw. He trapped the blade arm at the elbow, felt the cut score his collar, and used his weight to turn the motion into a crushing impact against the rail. The saber flew from her hand. She rolled, grabbed the side blade, and sliced at his calf. He jumped the strike and landed inside her space with the kind of ugly, close violence Kaelen had spent months drilling into him. Elbows, knees, short hits that broke balance before they broke bone. Irina blocked two and ate the third to the mouth. Blood striped her teeth when she smiled. "You do fight like her now," she said. The words almost slowed him, and because they almost slowed him, he hit harder. He drove her back toward the lit seam. She saw the trap half a second before it closed. She tried to pivot out, but Corvin hooked her coat, ripped her offline, and slammed the seal iron down into the gravel between them. Silver surged. The seam burst brighter. Irina took the shock through her boots and cried out, first in rage, and then in something dangerously close to disbelief. Corvin struck her hilt hand with the relic shaft. Bone cracked. The side blade fell away. He seized the front of her coat and forced her to her knees at the edge of the live line. "Stay down," he said, "or the next answer gets final." Irina looked up at him through rain and pain and hatred old enough to have once been devotion. "You think mercy makes you better than us?" she said softly. "It only makes you slower." A shot rang out from above and smashed into the metal beside his head. "Mara." Corvin moved at once, dragging Irina sideways as a second round punched sparks from the rail. Not to save her, not exactly. To deny Mara the clean arithmetic of sacrificing subordinates for line of fire. He hauled Irina behind the switch housing and let her collapse there. When he looked back up, Mara had already begun repositioning across the bridge, her remaining cell moving with her like dark joints of the same creature. "Kaelen," he said into the radio, keeping his voice level by force. "If you are alive, now would be a wonderful time to prove it." A beat of static answered. Then her voice, rough and close, came from behind him instead of the radio. "I was going to say the same to you." He turned. She stood on the catwalk ladder platform, hair dark with rain, one cheek streaked with blood that was not all hers, eyes bright with that hard, controlled light he trusted more than any promise in the world. One of her twin short swords was missing. The other dripped black residue. Relief struck him so hard, it was almost another form of pain. Kaelen took in Irina at the base of the housing, the lit seam, the shifting hunter lines, and Mara repositioning for another command angle. Her breathing slowed as she sorted the field. "You kept her alive. For now." Kaelen's mouth tightened. "That was either noble or inconvenient. We can classify it later." The southern yard erupted again. More spawn. More hunter fire. The harrower was no longer probing. It was committing. Corvin looked from the south swarm to the bridge to Kaelen's face. "Then we finish this phase before the whole district becomes a mouth." "Agreed," she said, lifting her remaining blade. Together they moved. Chapter 66, a street named Mercy. They took the west lanes because that was where conscience had been turned into terrain. The neighborhood west of the yard had once been full of modest brick homes, a tire shop, 2 churches, a diner with a blue awning, and a corner market whose owner had known everyone's coffee order by memory. Now the blocks looked like a city trying to remember itself through smoke, damage, and boarded glass. Rain slid down saint statues in the church courtyard. Burned barrels hissed in alleys. A school bus sat at the curb with its windows webbed white from an old panic stampede. The 8 civilians Mara had planted in the church corridor were already gone with June's extraction team, but the pressure she had created there remained, because pressure is rarely about the people used in the moment. It is about the routes and emotions left exposed after. Kaelen led and Corvin followed half a step behind, not because she outranked him, but because this terrain belonged more to her old training than his. The lanes were narrow, the sight lines broken, every parked vehicle and recessed doorway a place where Silver could wait. Martin's 2 nearest scouts fell in behind them after a quick hand signal. From farther south came the layered noise of the yard battle widening. Charges, shrieks, metal, radio traffic, fear made audible. It sounded like a storm trying to learn strategy. Kaelen slowed at the mouth of an alley where 3 brick walls met at bad angles. "She is here," she said. Corvin did not ask who. There were only two options, and he could read from her face which one it was. Mara. Kaelen nodded once. Or Irina if Mara is using her as forward bait. No one else from the Order would stage the church play and the bridge pressure in the same 5-minute span. It is too personal. She wants to test how I respond when the field includes people I can save. That sounds less like tactics and more like therapy administered by a fanatic. Her preferred style. They moved again, using the ruined city with the familiarity of people who had learned to survive by reading absence as much as presence. One streetlight still worked near the schoolyard and threw long pale bands over the wet asphalt. The old diner stood dark except for one broken neon strip that still pulsed faint red above the windows. On the church steps a smear of blood led to nothing, which meant someone had dragged themselves away or been taken. Neither answer improved the night. They found June behind an overturned delivery van in the side lane east of the diner, propped on one knee with a rifle across the hood and a strip of torn choir curtain wrapped around her left side. She looked furious enough to be healthy, which helped. Two civilians huddled behind her with Martin's younger scout and a radio bag. "You took your time," she said when she saw them. "You still have your gift for warmth," Kaelen replied. June pointed with the rifle barrel. Mara split her people. One team cut north to rejoin the bridge. One circled the schoolyard. She took the diner. Or something took the diner with her. Hard to say. The glass moved wrong. Corvin crouched beside the van and scanned the frontage. The diner's front windows were mostly intact but blacked on the inside, as if soot had been hand-painted across them. The kitchen door at the rear stood open an inch. The neon above the awning pulsed, died, pulsed again. Something in the dark inside shifted, very slowly, and then went still. He could feel the harrower's residue there, but not in the easy, obvious way of a nest. This was sharper, directed, guided into place like smoke poured through a mold. "She is using the demon pressure as screen," he said. Kaelen's attention never left the diner. Mara always liked cooperation with monsters only when she believed she was the senior partner. June looked between them. "Do I get to know which of my nightmares is in there, or should I save the surprise for later?" "Mara," Kaelen said. June's mouth flattened. "Wonderful." "The stern one. The murderous one. Thank you for the correction." Corvin leaned close enough that only Kaelen and June could hear him over the ring. "We do not fight inside that building unless we have to. Too many blind corners, too much silver advantage, too much residue pressure. We force her into the open." Kaelen measured the street, the roof lines, the school fence, the diner awning. "The kitchen door," she said. "Raphael's flash charge if we had one." June tapped the radio bag. "We do. Do not ask why I took one. It was in the name of emotional security. That earned the fastest small smile Corvin had seen on Kaelen in hours. I missed you in the mountains." June stared at her. "That is the nicest awful thing you have ever said." They set the charge in under 20 seconds. Martin's scout took the civilians farther down the lane toward the church annex. June covered the upper windows from the van. Corvin and Kaelen crossed to the diner's rear wall low and fast, using the bins and rain barrels as stepping points. The kitchen door smelled of old grease, wet rot, and the chemical sting of demon residue. Corvin could hear 3 heartbeats inside if he counted the human way. 2 steady, 1 slower, like a person conserving energy or a person who enjoyed stillness enough to weaponize it. Kaelen pressed the charge to the frame and glanced at Corvin. No words. They had long since moved past needing many for the important moments. He drew the seal iron, not to strike with yet, but to let its silver channels push back the worst of the residue clouding the entrance. June thumbed the remote. Light burst through the kitchen in a flat, violent wave that smashed the door inward and turned the rain white for a blink. Corvin entered on the flash with Kaelen at his side, each taking a lane. Metal shelves, prep table, broken tile. One hunter on the floor already half-blind and clawing for a sidearm. Kaelen kicked the weapon away and drove her blade through his shoulder into the boards. Another moved from the pantry with a silver garrote in hand. Corvin caught the wire on the relic shaft and wrenched hard enough to dislocate the man's arm before throwing him into the fry station. Then the booth room opened before them and Mara Vance rose from it like she had been part of the diner the whole time. She had overturned 2 tables to create a low barricade line facing the front windows. Beside her crouched not 3 but 4 remaining hunters. One of them Irina's younger counterpart from the bridge cell, the others strangers in gray. More disturbing was the thing stretched along the ceiling over the booth line. A half-grown residue creature, wide as a car, all ribbed limbs and membrane, attached to the acoustic tiles by black tendrils that pulsed in time with the fear around it. Mara did not glance at it. That alone told Corvin how much practice she had at making horrors feel administrative. "You still choose the corridor with civilians," Mara said to Kaelen, as if continuing a lesson paused years ago. "Good. There is humanity left in you, after all. It merely makes you predictable." Kaelen stepped forward into the booth room with her blade low and her face unreadable. "You planted frightened people to slow an evacuation route. I placed factors where they would expose weakness. You are reciting doctrine because you know plain speech would make you sound small." A tiny shift crossed Mara's mouth. Not anger. Not quite. More like disappointment that a blade she had once sharpened had been turned toward her hand. Corvin moved left to widen the angle and give Kaelen room. The residue creature on the ceiling tracked him with no visible eyes. "Tell your pet to stay put." "I did not bring it for you," Mara said. "I brought it to measure whether she still hesitates when the clean answer is in front of her." The creature dropped. It came down not on Corvin, but on June's firing line through the front windows, smashing glass outward in a burst that filled the diner with shrieking metal. June fired twice from the van before the residue mass crashed over the awning and dragged the fight into the street. Corvin swore and lunged to the front, but Mara's nearest hunter stepped into his lane with a silver pike and forced him to give half a second of attention that the creature immediately exploited. This was why Mara liked layered problems. She understood that a human heart can only choose one urgent fear at a time. Kaelen chose for him. "Take the street," she snapped. "She is mine." The words hit with authority so old in him now it felt less like command and more like trust shaped into sound. Corvin pivoted, smashed the pike aside, and drove through the booth gap toward the shattered front. Behind him steel rang as Kaelen met Mara's saber for the first time that night. Outside, the residue creature had pinned June behind the van and was trying to peel the metal roof back with hooked limbs. Martin Scout dragged the last civilian through the annex gate while firing one-handed over his shoulder. Corvin hit the thing from the side with enough force to throw it halfway across the street. It landed on the hood of a dead sedan and skidded, black matter hissing where the live trace of the seal iron had scorched it from his coat. Before it could regain full shape, June rolled from behind the van and put a silver round into the seam where its neck should have been. The creature shrieked and burst upward in a spray of membrane. "Thank you," June said, getting to her feet with a wince. "Also, you are both impossible." Inside the diner, the sound of Kaelen and Mara's fight changed from testing strikes to true intent. Corvin turned back toward the broken windows just in time to see Mara drive Kaelen over a booth seat and slash for the ribs. Kaelen caught the line on her short sword and twisted, using the booth frame to brace. Mara flowed with the failed strike rather than resisting it, elbowing down at Kaelen's temple and stepping onto the seat to keep the pressure. It was not flashy fighting. That made it worse. Two people trained in the same grammar can do terrible things to one another because they know exactly which words hurt fastest. Corvin started for the opening. Kaelen did not look at him. "Stay out." He stopped because the trust went both ways. Mara spoke as she attacked, breath steady, motion economical. "You chose appetite over purpose." Kaelen slid under a cut that would have opened her throat and answered with a low thrust aimed at Mara's hip. "I chose people over doctrine. People fail. So do teachers." Mara's saber rang off the stainless drink station and came back in a bright, deadly arc. Kaelen gave ground through the booth row, boots skidding on broken glass, then abruptly changed rhythm and kicked the nearest table into Mara's knees. It was not enough to topple her. It was enough to make her recover with visible effort. The difference between masters is often very small and very expensive. Another shout came through Corvin's radio from the yard. "Raphael, south lines are collapsing inward. Repeat, the Harrower army is driving northwest. If you are still in the Mercy corridor, become not in the Mercy corridor." June heard it too and spat rain from her mouth. "That is not my favorite report." Corvin looked down the block toward the rail district. Black forms were already spilling between the parked trucks 2 streets over, driven by the larger current of the battle moving west. The Mercy corridor was about to become a crush zone. He met June's eyes. Get everyone to the annex basement, and then fall back by the bell tower route. Take Martin's scout. I can still cover Dash. That was also not a debate. She cursed him by lineage, species, and fashion sense, then obeyed. Inside the diner, Kaelen and Mara broke apart for one beat, circling between torn booths and falling rain. Mara's gaze slid past Kaelen toward Corvin in the street. There, that is the weakness. You do not fight for a clean objective. You fight while trying to keep every room warm. Kaelen's answer came quiet and lethal. And yet your rooms are always colder. Then she moved with a speed that made even Mara blink. Kaelen feinted high, let Mara commit to the expected parry, and dropped her own center hard enough to slide over a table edge and under the saber line. Her shoulder hit Mara's hips. Both women crashed through the booth partition into the aisle near the front windows. Mara rolled fast and cut downward. Kaelen brought her short sword up in both hands, trapped the saber, and drove her forehead into Mara's face. Blood burst from Mara's nose. For the first time all night, real anger showed. Corvin felt the west lane tremble as the leading edge of the demon swarm reached the schoolyard. Tom was gone. He stepped through the window frame and drove the seal iron into the diner floor. Silver flashed through the tile and out under the threshold in a spreading arc, turning the whole frontage into a live barrier for 3 seconds. It was all he could force here. It was enough. The first 2 spawn hitting the lane outside burst apart before they could enter. The rest recoiled and funneled toward the school instead. Mara saw the field change and made the same calculation he did. Stay and finish Kaelen, or preserve command for the larger battle. She chose the larger battle, which was exactly why she was still dangerous. She kicked free, cut the hanging booth lamp so it crashed between them in sparks, and vaulted backward through the side service door with the economy of someone retreating without ever allowing the word retreat into her mind. One of her surviving hunters followed. Another tried and died when Kaelen's blade went through the back of his neck before he cleared the frame. Then she and Corvin were alone in the wrecked diner for the space of one shared breath. Kaelen did not look triumphant. She looked furious in the exhausted private way people do when winning has cost them a piece they would rather have kept. Blood ran down her forearm. Glass glittered in her hair. She is drawing us back to the yard, she said. I know. She wants the rail district broken enough that the only anchor left for the city's fear is the stadium. Corvin went still. That is not a guess. No. Kaelen wiped her blade on a torn tablecloth with a hand that had started to shake now that motion had paused. Mara said it while we fought. Not directly. She said the city keeps its oldest screams in one place, and that the demon has finally learned where your past is loudest. Outside the lane, the west school yard filled with another wave of black movement and silver fire. Corvin stepped close enough to touch Kaelen's wrist without crowding her. Can you keep moving? She looked at his hand, then at his face. Yes. Then we take the corridor back from both of them. Something in her expression softened, not because the night had become less terrible, but because he had asked the right question. Not are you all right? Not did you win? Can you keep moving? Love often reveals itself in the precision of what it knows to ask. Kaelen drew one slow breath and nodded. Together, he lifted the relic. She lifted her blade. The street outside was already screaming. Chapter 67. The Blitz closes. By the time they regained the rail district, the plan had stopped behaving like a plan and started behaving like weather. That was the true test of Corvin's leadership, not whether he could build the clever operation on a map, but whether he could keep its intent alive once fire, blood, fear, and human improvisation tore the clean lines apart. The southern approach had collapsed under the harrower's push. 2 eastern hunter teams were cut off near the signal bridge. Martin's north flank had become a rolling skirmish through freight corridors lit by emergency lamps and chemical flare. Raphael had detonated half the harmless sounders and all but one of the ugly surprises. The bar's reserve channel was down to names instead of squads, which is the point where even a brave defense begins to feel personal. Corvin took all of that in between one block and the next while rain sheeted across the yard, and Kaelen ran beside him with the tireless focus of someone who had learned long ago that exhaustion is best treated as background noise until safety exists again. They crossed the outer fence at a gap Martin's people had cut earlier. Beyond it, the tracks opened in glistening lines, curving south toward the river and north toward the industrial ridge. The air smelled of diesel, wet rust, burning insulation, and that bitter metallic note that always came before the harrower's larger bodies manifested. Raphael met them at the switch tower base with soot on his face and delight in his eyes, which was never a comforting combination. "Excellent timing," he said. "I have nearly run out of things I can justify igniting." "How tragic for you," Kaelen replied. He pointed with the detonator box. "The southern cluster is pouring through the maintenance trench exactly where our worst projections said they would if the demons stopped nibbling and started feeding. Hunters are trying to lock the bridge again. Martin has pinned one knot against the grain silos. Elias says if we can force one more collision between silver teams and the harrower line, the whole yard stops being an argument and becomes a massacre." Corvin looked past him. South of the central switching plate, more than 24 black shapes moved between stacked containers and tanker cars, some low and fast, some tall enough to scrape the underframe of the idle freight cars. On the eastern bridge, Mara had regained a command perch, though farther back than before, with only 2 bodyguards now visible. She had not withdrawn. She had recalibrated. That worried him more. "Where's Martin?" Raphael jerked his chin northwest. "Holding and insulting everyone equally." "Good. Where is June?" "In the bell tower route with the civilians. Also insulting everyone equally. It is a stable ecosystem." Corvin almost smiled, but the yard did not allow it to last. A fresh howl rolled up from the southern trench as a much larger body forced itself through the broken maintenance channel. Not the harrower itself. Not yet. But another lieutenant, heavier than the first and built for open ruin rather than quick strikes, with 4 bone arms and a chest that opened and shut like a furnace door. Kaelen swore softly. "That one wants a lane." Corvin nodded. "Then we deny it the yard." He climbed the switch base ladder 3 rungs and shouted across the nearest radio net. "All north and east cells, listen. Phase 3. Drive the hunters into the southern push and do not chase kills. I want collisions, not heroics. Martin, take silo line and collapse inward by teams. Raphael, when I say now, you fire the east spur and the old coil box together. Not before. Static." Then Martin's voice, breathless and amused in the wrong way. "You ask for so little." "Understood." Kaelen looked up at Corvin from below the ladder. Rain ran off her jaw in sharp, bright lines. "And us. We take the center, meaning the largest creature and the commander behind it." "Yes." "Good." I would have hated a cautious answer. They moved through the central yard together, a black-coated heir and a hunter who had become something harder and kinder than that old title allowed. Corvin took the lead through the open track bed because the seal iron's live channels made him a beacon the spawn could not ignore. Kaelen flowed 1 pace off his right shoulder, cutting down anything smaller that tried to flank. A lesser creature launched from under a coal car and lost both forelimbs to her in 1 bright efficient cross. Corvin smashed another off the ladder of a tanker car and sent it into the live seam burning under the gravel. Above them, hunters on the catwalk tried to reform a seal line and got hit from behind by Martin's team, driving 3 panicked residue, hounds their way with flares and shouted movement. The blitz was closing. Not neatly. Effectively. Corvin reached the central switching plate just as the furnace-chested lieutenant charged. Gravel exploded under its weight. One of its upper arms carried a length of rail like a club. Another scraped sparks from the track as it came. He planted the seal iron against the steel plate and poured wool into the relic until the engraved channels went white. The buried seam beneath the central yard answered with a thunderous hum that turned every nearby rail into a tuning fork. Silver lines raced outward under the tracks. The creature hit the first crossing and staggered, black steam shearing off its legs, but it did not stop. Too large. Too full of harvested terror. "Not enough," Kaelen called. "I know." He tore the relic free and met the thing head-on anyway. The impact sent him sliding backward half a car length. Pain burst through his arms and chest like a second lightning strike. The lieutenant swung the rail club down. Corvin rolled left. Steel smashed the switching plate and bent it open like a tin lid. Kaelen was already in, using the opening created by its commitment to drive her blade into the seam between the thing's shoulder membranes. The cut would have gutted a truck. It only made the lieutenant shriek and lash out with its lower right arm. Corvin caught that arm, felt the hooked bone bite deep into his coat and skin, and used the grip as anchor to pull himself up the creature's side. The world narrowed to slick black hide, rain, pain, and the hot, terrible pulse of the Varga bloodline rising in him now that the fight had become close and ugly and personal. He heard Kaelen shout his name, heard it, and nearly lost it anyway. There was always a moment when the rage felt useful before it felt dangerous. His grandfather had tried to explain that once while lying on the bar roof under a winter sky, speaking as if old shame could be turned into instruction. Corvin understood it now with frightening clarity. The rage did not feel like madness at first. It felt like simplification, a stripping away of every hesitation, every nuance, every precious human reluctance that made mercy costly. It whispered that the fastest path was also the truest one. Kill. Tear. Do not think beyond the next impact, because thinking is where grief lives. He roared and drove the seal iron into the lieutenant's upper chest. Silver exploded through the furnace cavity. The creature convulsed. For one impossible second, Corvin saw straight through it, not with eyes but with bloodline sense, and felt the web of fear the harrower had tied across the district. Children in basements, hunters praying over clean knives, workers who had once clocked in here and now only lived as memory. The city's panic passed through him like current. The rage wanted all of it, wanted to take every source of threat and pulp it until silence remained. Kaelen hit him, not with a blade. With her body and voice and certainty, she slammed into his side from the switching plate and hooked her arm across the back of his neck, dragging his attention out of the creature and into the world where she existed. Corvin, she snapped, right in his ear. Look at me. He snarled without meaning to. Look at me. The lieutenant's furnace chest burst under the relic at that exact instant, and the black fire inside it vented upward in a column that lit the whole central yard. Spawn shrieked and recoiled. Hunters on the eastern catwalk lost their nerve and fired into the fleeing cluster. Martin's team pushed from the north with iron bars, crowbars, and more courage than wisdom. Raphael chose that moment to hit the east spur and the old coil box together. 2 controlled blasts went off in sequence. The first dropped a line of freight couplings and blocked the Hunter advance. The second showered the southern trench with live cable and burning transformer oil. Demons and zealots crashed into each other in blind fury right where Corvin had wanted them. The blitz became massacre. But Kaelen was still holding his face in both hands while the rage tried to tell him that even she was only one more obstacle to efficiency. Come back, she said, low now. The command turned intimate because intimacy reaches where orders cannot. I know where you are. Come back. He fixed on her eyes because he had trained himself to do that in the mountain snow, in barroom drills, in quiet moments after bad hunts, when he could still feel the wrong hunger under his skin. Her eyes were not soft. That helped. Softness would have felt like pity. What she offered was steadiness. She knew the monster and loved him anyway, which somehow made monsterhood harder to surrender to rather than easier. The rage broke like ice under weight. Air punched into his lungs. He realized he had been half off the ground atop the dying lieutenant, one hand still buried to the wrist in ruined black matter. Kaelen's face sharpened from symbol back into person. Rain felt cold again. Sounds separated into understandable pieces instead of one giant appetite. I'm here, he said hoarsely. You had better be. The furnace lieutenant collapsed under them in steaming segments. Corvin rolled off and got to one knee. Across the yard the hunter line was shredding. Some fought the harrower surge. Some retreated toward Mara's bridge. Some simply died where ideology met a larger predator. Corvin stood, swaying once, and saw Mara across the chaos watching him. Not the dying creature. Him. She had seen the rage. That knowledge passed between them like another weapon changing hands. Kaelen saw his attention shift and followed it. She knows now, she said. She already guessed. Guessing and witnessing are different things. Raphael skidded in beside them with a grin too sharp for a sane man. Excellent news. Everything is terrible for everyone. Status, Corvin said. South cluster broken into 4 fragments. Martin owns the north approach if he has not bled out from sheer irritation. The hunters are pulling back toward Mara, but badly. Also, there is a very large sound coming from under the stadium line, which I mentioned because I dislike being surprised by old gods. That tightened every muscle in Corvin's body more than the fight had. Mara raised one hand from the bridge then, not in surrender, not in salute, in invitation. The surviving hunters near her began to withdraw by disciplined stages rather than route, giving ground southeast, toward the old service tunnels that connected under the river road and out toward the stadium district. The harrower fragments, instead of pursuing in the stupid frenzy of ordinary spawn, followed those retreating humans with eerie directional intent. Corvin understood before anyone said it. She is not escaping, he said. Kaelen's voice went flat with dread. No. She is guiding. The yard around them still burned, still screamed, still killed. And yet the true movement of the night had shifted. The Blitz had broken the rail district. That part was done. The Demon and the Order were both retreating from the same ground because they had found a richer place to continue the war. A place the harrower could feed on memory as well as fear. A place whose empty seats still lived in Corvin's body. He stared southeast through rain and smoke toward the invisible bulk of the stadium district and felt something old answer from inside him. Some buried shame about a career broken, a crowd lost, a future torn loose before it could ripen. The harrower had found the right wound in the city because it had found the right one in him. Kaelen touched his shoulder once. Corvin. He looked at her. We are not chasing blind, she said. We regroup. We count who lived. We choose the next field before they choose it for us. It was the correct answer. That did not make it easy. Every raw instinct in him wanted pursuit. Finish the commander. Finish the retreat. Finish the night before it could become another larger shape. But the rage had already shown him what happened when speed pretended to be wisdom. He keyed the radio instead. All cells, hear me. Rail district is broken and no longer primary. Pull survivors. Confirm names. Fall back to the bar and second church routes. No lone pursuit. I repeat, no lone pursuit. We hold the city we still have. Acknowledgements came in a torn chorus. Martin limping but alive. June mean as ever. Elias calm from command. Lila from the rooftop watch. 2 names he did not know. 3 he did. Enough. Not everyone. Never everyone. Corvin lowered the radio and watched Mara disappear into the storm behind the withdrawing hunters. The harrower fragments flowed after them like smoke that had learned military discipline. The rail yard belonged to ruin now, not victory. Kaelen slid her remaining short sword back into its sheath. Her hands were finally shaking where he could see. The next field will be the one you hate most. He looked southeast again. I know. They left the rails together while the broken district hissed and burned behind them. Chapter 68, The Room Above the Bar. The bar survived the rail district by becoming what fortified homes have always been in bad eras. A hospital, a command post, a chapel for people who did not trust churches, and a place where grief had to stand in line because practical needs were louder. When Corvin and Kaelen returned before dawn, the alley behind the building was already crowded with wet survivors, stacked supply crates, and 2 stretchers made from doors pulled off an abandoned apartment. The red beer sign over the service entrance still worked, throwing bloody light over everything. Priya met them outside with rolled sleeves, black circles under her eyes, and the expression of a woman who had decided several hours ago that the city's collapse was an inconvenience compared to the stupidity of the wounded. If either of you says you are fine, she said, I will injure you properly so the lie stops offending me. Kaelen glanced at Corvin. I told you she missed us. Priya pointed. Inside. Both of you. Separate cots, because I have learned things. The main room looked less like a dive bar than a ship's lower deck during a storm. The pool table had become a surgical surface. The long counter held radios, ammo tins, hot kettles, 3 lanterns, and an open ledger where Elias was recording the names of the living in a hand more careful than the chaos around him deserved. Nora Pike sat against the jukebox with a bandage around her scalp, reloading magazines one-handed while muttering at anyone who tried to help. Martin leaned near the rear wall with his left sleeve empty below the elbow and his right hand wrapped around a mug of broth like he intended to intimidate it into being stronger. June lay on a cot by the stairs with her side stitched, still directing traffic from sheer temperament. Corvin took all of it in with the strange guilt of leaders returning from the visible center of a battle to the quiet proof of what every decision had cost elsewhere. Elias looked up from the ledger. Relief touched his face before he disciplined it into usefulness. Count is better than feared, worse than hoped. We lost 8 from the field teams and 4 civilians during the East Street collapse. 2 more may not last the morning. Hunters took heavier damage in the yard. Hard to know exact numbers. The harrower fragments withdrew southeast in bands, not random dispersal. To the stadium, Corvin said. Elias nodded once. Everything points there now. The grandfather was awake in the back room despite Priya's declared policy against such things. He had dragged himself into a more upright position against the pillows and looked, for one dangerous instant, exactly like the grim, impossible man who had once run a bloodline from a bar stool and a shotgun. Age and injury returned a second later, but the flash of force had been real. Corvin went to him after Priya finished examining the cut along his collar and the deeper gash where the lieutenant's hook had gone in. She cleaned it in merciless silence, then jammed clean gauze into his hand and told him not to bleed on her floor because she had enough species to manage already. In the back room, the old man listened to the rail report without interrupting. The air smelled of medicine, stale whiskey in the wood, and rain damp brought in on coats. On the wall opposite the cot hung the old framed photo of Corvin's father in uniform and Corvin's mother laughing at something beyond the camera. Corvin had passed that frame his whole life. Tonight it seemed to watch him differently. "You broke the yard," the grandfather said when the account was done. "Yes." And she showed herself fully. "Yes." The old man's gaze shifted to Kaelen, who stood in the doorway after allowing Priya to patch her forearm and tape 2 cracked fingers. "And did your teacher try to cut your heart out while reciting scripture?" Kaelen gave him a tired, almost bow of the head. "That would be an accurate summary." He closed his eyes briefly, perhaps from pain, perhaps to examine a memory none of them could see. When zealots lose ground, they become more honest. Not kinder, more honest. Mara will stop pretending this is a cleansing operation and admit, at least in practice, that she is competing with the demon for ownership of the city's fear. Corvin leaned against the doorframe because sitting still felt too much like permission to think about the faces of the dead. "We saw the retreat. It was coordinated. Hunters and spawn moving to the same district." "Not coordinated," the grandfather said. "Convergent. There is a difference. She believes she is hurting the demon. The demon believes it is fattening her people for harvest. 2 predators sharing a route never means cooperation. It means both expect to eat first." Kaelen folded her arms loosely, winced at the pull on her side, and ignored it. "Then why the stadium now?" The old man looked at Corvin instead of answering her directly. "Because places keep emotional residue. Churches hold prayer. Hospitals hold despair and relief layered together. Schools hold noise and futures not yet chosen. Stadiums." He paused and coughed, one rough tearing sound that made Priya appear in the hall and glare until he waved her off. "Stadiums hold concentrated identity. Hope in one mass. Shame in one mass. Tribal fear. Hero worship. Public failure. They are ritual chambers for the modern age. If your demon has learned that, it will turn the seats into teeth." The word struck too close to the part of Corvin that still remembered tape on his wrists, chalk on his palms, the pressure of a whole crowd leaning toward or away from him based on whether his body obeyed. He had not thought in months about the exact sound the stadium had made when his knee gave out. Maybe he had thought about nothing else. Kaelen saw the hit land. She did not speak over it. That mercy was one reason he loved her. Elias came to the doorway then with the ledger tucked under one arm. "There is more. We recovered a Hunter Field packet from the East Bridge dead. Most of it is code and route marks, but one page includes a hand notation." Kaelen read it once and went very quiet, which I interpreted as significant. Kaelen took the folded page from him and handed it to Corvin. The writing was narrow and exact, done in waterproof pencil. "Primary congregation point if rail purge destabilizes. Stadium vault access via service tunnel C. Teacher authority retained for disciple retrieval. Heir may be recoverable if rage manifests in public. The last line sat on the page like a knife laid down for future use. Corvin read it again anyway. Recoverable. Mara's word, Kaelen said. Not the order's usual one. Hers. The grandfather's face changed. Teacher authority. Your mentor, Corvin said. Kaelen nodded. She trained me after my parents died. She taught me how to move, how to cut, how to ignore pain, how to call mercy a weakness until I no longer knew the difference between discipline and damage. There were years when her approval felt like sunlight. That is the ugly truth, and it is still true even after everything else. No one in the room moved. Corvin folded the page carefully, as if care itself could reduce the harm inside the words. Then she expects to pull you back. She expects to prove she was right about what I am. And is she? Kaelen held his eyes. For the first time since the rail yard, fatigue lowered every shield she usually kept between feeling and language. I am what survives her. That is the answer I have tonight. Tomorrow I may need a better one. He wanted to cross the room and take her in his arms right there under the old family photographs and the smell of antiseptic and rain. He did not because the room also held the grandfather, Elias, and everything private has a dignity to it that panic should not erase. So he only nodded, slow and sure. That answer is already better than hers. Later, after bandages were changed, names counted, supply lists amended, and the dead moved with quiet reverence to the locked storage room downstairs where the cellar stayed cool, the house above the bar went still in pieces. Not silent. Nothing that sheltering that many people become silent, but still in the way ships are still between waves. Corvin found Kaelen in the small upstairs room that had once stored cases of cheap liquor and now held 2 cots, a water basin, a lamp, and a narrow window looking out over the alley and the city beyond. She sat on the floor with her back against the bed frame, knees up, shirt changed, hair still damp, one of the cracked fingers splinted. In the low light, she looked both younger and far older than she should have. One of her swords lay across her lap, not from paranoia, from habit. He lowered himself to the floor beside her and let a full minute pass before speaking. She did not startle. She had known he was there from the stair. When I almost lost it in the yard, he said, I heard your voice before I understood my own thoughts. I do not know whether that is comforting or unfair to you. Kaelen gave a small sound that might have become a laugh on a gentler night. Both, probably. I am serious. So am I. He rested his head back against the bed frame and stared at the cracked ceiling paint. Mara saw the rage. If she is writing plans about me being recoverable, she is counting on that part of me. She is counting on shame, Kaelen said. Rage is only the door she thinks opens easiest. He turned toward her. You say that like you know. I do. Her hand tightened once on the sheathed blade across her lap. Every person who survives a controlling teacher leaves with 2 fights. One against the teacher. One against the part of yourself that still believes they understood you best. Mara will try both. On you and on me. She looked down at her splinted fingers, then at his bandaged collar. What she will not understand is that shame loses some of its leverage when another person has already seen the worst of you and chosen to stay. There it was. Not poetry. Better. Truth with enough whereon it to trust. Corvin lifted a hand. Slowly, giving her room to refuse if touch was too much tonight. She set her palm against his without hesitation. The contact was simple. Warm. Steady. No performance inside it. Just 2 exhausted people holding the proof that neither had disappeared. I wanted more for you than this room, he said quietly. Not because the room is ugly. Because I wanted normal things. A kitchen that always smells like coffee. A lock that keeps out weather instead of armies. A week where the hardest argument we have is over whether your music counts as music. It does count, she said. That is a cruel position. It is also correct. The smile that passed between them hurt in the best way. Then the smile was gone and honesty returned because that was the sort of night it was. Kaelen leaned her head against the bed frame and closed her eyes. After I left the order, I used to imagine Mara finding me, and I never once imagined the real fear correctly. I thought I was afraid she would kill me. I was wrong. I was afraid she would speak in the old tone, and some broken part of me would still want to please her. Corvin squeezed her hand once. Did it? She opened her eyes and looked at him fully. For 1 second in the diner, yes. Then I hated the feeling more than I feared her. That sounds like progress. It sounds ugly. Most real progress does. She studied him, and something there finally eased, not because the city was safer or the next battle clearer, but because she had said the unsightly thing aloud and he had not stepped back from it. Intimacy is often built less on confession than on the quality of the response that follows. When she kissed him, it was not soft because softness was the wrong language for them at that hour. It was tired and fierce and grateful, and still somehow careful around the split lip he had not noticed until then. He kissed her back with one hand braced against the floor and the other sliding to the side of her neck, where her pulse beat quick and living under his thumb. The room narrowed. The city did not disappear. It simply had to wait outside the door for a minute. When they parted, foreheads resting together, the lamp between the cots hummed faintly. The stadium, Corvin said. Kaelen exhaled. Yes. We go after sunrise. No. Her answer was immediate. He pulled back enough to see her face. No. You heard the old man. Stadiums hold identity in bulk. The harrower wants fear layered with memory, performance, public expectation. Night favors that. We go in daylight while the sun still means something, even if it means less to you now than it once did. She brushed the back of her fingers over the bandage at his throat. And we do not go blind. We rest 3 hours, gather the tunnel maps, and speak to every survivor who knows the stadium service corridors. Corvin hated how sensible the answer was. Kaelen saw it and kissed him once more, smaller this time. Leadership is often disappointing in the moment. Your bedside manner remains terrible, and yet you keep me. Always. The words settled between them with the weight of a vow neither of them had planned to say out loud that night. Outside the narrow window, dawn began as a gray thinning in the rain over the broken city. Inside the room above the bar, for 3 hours at least, they let themselves believe that holding each other still counted as strategy. Chapter 69, The Hand That Trained Her. Morning came thin and colorless over Seattle, the sort of gray daylight that makes every building look like it is holding its breath. The rain did not stop. It only lost some of its anger and turned patient. Corvin took that as an insult from the weather. 3 hours of rest had not been true rest for anyone in the bar. It had been horizontal planning. Priya slept in a chair with a pen in one hand. Elias built a tunnel overlay from old city utility maps, ballpoint notes, and whatever half-memory Raphael had of smuggling routes near the stadium district. Martin refused the idea of staying behind until the combined force of blood loss, Priya's threats, and Corvin's direct order nailed him to a cot. June recovered enough to be sarcastic with improved volume, which everyone accepted as a positive medical indicator. By late morning, the rough picture was clear. Service Tunnel C did indeed run from the Southern Rail maintenance line under the River Road and into the lower utility vaults beneath the stadium's western edge. The Hunter packet had been accurate. Mara would know the route. The harrower, if it had learned to sense concentrated emotional residue, would know the destination even without maps. Corvin stood over the spread of papers on the main table while Kaelen marked likely ambush points with blunt pencil strokes. The room smelled of coffee strong enough to count as medicine. She will not let us simply enter Tunnel C, Kaelen said. Not if she thinks she can isolate one of us first. Then she tries on the approach, Elias said. No, Kaelen replied. She tries where the approach forces me to decide whether I am still her student. Corvin looked up. You already decided that. I decided it in my heart. That is not the same as deciding it under her voice. The distinction mattered. He hated that it mattered. He hated even more that hating it changed nothing. The approach they chose ran west first, then south through an old maintenance corridor behind the Freight Museum and across a concrete drainage park the city had once tried to beautify with public art. Most of the art now sat tagged, cracked, or half-buried under storm trash. The four-person team was intentionally small. Corvin, Kaelen, Raphael, and Dor for the outer security and charge work. June remained at the bar to coordinate reserve movement. Elias held the command room. Priya was under strict instruction to keep everyone breathing whether they appreciated it or not. The grandfather, after a long silence, told Corvin only this before he left. When the teacher appears, let the student answer. Do not rescue a person from the fight that defines who they are becoming. It was wise advice. Corvin still intended to hate obeying it. They reached the drainage park near noon. The place had once been landscaped with terraced walkways, low water channels, and iron sculptures meant to resemble salmon leaping uphill. Now the channels ran with rain, ash, and bits of broken city. The salmon sculptures looked skeletal. On the far side, beyond the concrete steps, the service road bent toward the river overpass and the stadium district beyond. No movement showed at first. That was the first warning. Mara had never been a believer in obvious ambushes when subtle ones were available. Raphael stopped under the shelter of a cracked transit awning and lifted 2 fingers. Pressure left. Roofline and channel edge. Door, silent as a cinder block with a shotgun, shifted his stance and watched the sculptural ridge without speaking. Kaelen's mouth hardened. She wants the water channel. The channel ran 20 yards down the center terrace, shallow now in daylight, but bordered by concrete walls high enough to trap motion and low enough to make support fire awkward. A training corridor. A proving strip. Corvin saw it all at once and despised Mara with clean, uncomplicated clarity. She is not getting it, he said. Kaelen kept her eyes on the channel. She already has it. If I refuse, she frames it as fear. If I accept, she frames it as obedience to her design. Raphael gave a sympathetic shrug. Teachers are exhausting. A figure stepped onto the far ledge above the channel. Mara Vance wore the same dark coat from the rail yard, though one side was now stiff with dried blood where Kaelen had struck her in the diner. Her nose had been set badly in the field and gave her face a slight asymmetry that only made her look more dangerous. 2 hunters stood behind her on the upper path. Neither lifted a weapon. They were witnesses, not support. That, too, was deliberate. Disciple, Mara called. Kaelen's spine straightened with a reflex so immediate Corvin nearly put his fist through the nearest iron sculpture. She did not move toward the channel, but the old conditioning had answered the title before thought could intervene. He saw fury at herself flash across her face and loved her with such force it felt like another battle injury. Mara saw it, of course. She missed very little. You still hear the true name, she said. Good. I was concerned corruption had made you vulgar. Kaelen's voice, when it came, was level enough to shave with. You taught me to kill things that hunted children. You taught me discipline, patience, movement, and pain. Then you taught me to call cruelty clarity. Only one part of that education remains useful. Something like regret flickered behind Mara's eyes and vanished so quickly Corvin wondered whether he had invented it, because he wanted the world to allow more complexity than nights like these usually did. You were talented, Mara said. You could have led generations. I would rather die than shape children into copies of your damage. Raphael made a quiet, appreciative sound. Door remained still, but the set of his shoulders changed in a way Corvin had learned to read as approval. Mara stepped down into the channel. Rain pattered on concrete. Water moved around old leaves. The city held still in the radius of 2 women carrying enough shared history to alter the weather if anger could manage that. Kaelen drew both short swords. She had retrieved the missing one after the rail yard, though the new leather wrap around the grip still looked fresh. Corvin had not watched her clean it. Some private rituals deserve privacy. Now the blades came free in one mirrored motion, silver bright even in the flat light. For 1 second, she looked exactly like the hunter Mara had made. Then she shifted her weight and became herself again. Mara took her saber in both hands. Old school, high guard, nothing ornamental. If you walk back to me now, she said, I will spare the heir until he proves beyond salvage. The city may still be cut cleanly. Kaelen laughed once. Not with humor. With disbelief sharpened into contempt. You still think this is about whether I come back. It is about whether you are ever stopped. Mara moved first. Steel rang down the channel in a clean, brutal burst. Saber against twin short swords. High line, low answer, hip shift, step cut, recovery, rotation. Corvin knew enough now to follow the fight, and still understood only a fraction of what he saw. Both women used the same underlying grammar, and for that reason made entirely different poetry out of it. Mara fought like a lecture proven through pain. Every strike declared certainty. Kaelen fought like a person who had survived certainty and no longer trusted it. She gave, tested, altered, changed rhythm mid-chain, let openings appear and vanish as invitations turned to traps. Mara pressed the center hard. That had always been her style according to Kaelen. Control the middle, force the student to answer in patterns. Kaelen refused the pattern by giving ground when expected to hold, advancing when expected to disengage, and once using the rain-slick wall to run 3 steps sideways and strike from an angle that made Raphael mutter a prayer in admiration. Corvin wanted to interfere by the 3rd exchange. By the 6th, he understood why the grandfather had forbidden it. This was not only about who survived. It was about which internal voice got to write the next years of Kaelen's life. Rescue would have stolen that answer from her even if it saved blood in the moment. Mara cut Kaelen across the upper arm. Not deep, but enough to mark. There, she said. You hesitate before the inward line. You always did. Mercy disguised as creativity. Kaelen spun, let the pain carry her turn instead of stopping it, and slashed Mara's coat open from shoulder to waist. No, she said. That is where I stopped believing you. The channel amplified every breath. Above them, the 2 witness hunters never moved. Raphael and Dor held the flanks because 2 other hunter shapes had indeed shown on the roofline once, and then thought better of pushing closer under Dor's shotgun stare. Mara changed tactics after the coat cut. The saber came faster now, narrower arcs, more direct thrust work. Less teacher, more killer. She was giving up the performance of correction and admitting her real objective: remove the defect. Kaelen took 3 hard hits to her blades in a row and skidded back into the running water at the channel's center. Mara lunged for the finish. Corvin took 1 step forward. Kaelen did not look at him. Stay. So he stayed, every instinct in him snarling. At the last possible instant, Kaelen dropped one sword. It was not clumsiness. It was sacrifice. Mara committed to the apparent opening with all the confidence of a woman who had built a life on other people obeying the expectations she placed in them. Kaelen let the saber come, caught Mara's wrist with her empty hand despite the edge biting into her palm, and drove her remaining short sword not into the chest where armor and reflex still helped, but under the rib line where proximity turned power into inevitability. Both women froze. Rain filled the space around them. Mara looked down, first at the blade, then at the hand holding her wrist, as if the thing shocking her most was not pain but the fact that Kaelen had chosen an answer outside the old lesson plan. You used your hand, she said faintly. Kaelen's breathing shook once. Yes. That was not in the forms. No, Kaelen said. Her face had gone very still, the stillness of someone feeling 10 years of grief and fury line up into a single blade's depth. That was life. Mara's saber slipped from her fingers. It struck the wet concrete with a sound so ordinary it felt obscene. For a moment Corvin thought Mara might say something vast and final, some doctrine, some curse, some confession. In the end, she only looked at Kaelen with a nakedness more disturbing than hatred. I made you, she whispered. Kaelen's eyes shone, but did not break. You shaped the cage. I am the one who left it. She withdrew the blade. Mara fell to her knees in the rain, then to her side in the narrow stream running through the channel. Water reddened around her and carried the color downhill. The witness hunters on the ledge stared, stunned not by death, but by the collapse of their organizing myth. Dor lifted the shotgun. Leave, he said, voice flat as a shovel. They left. Kaelen remained in the channel with both blades low, blood from her cut hand mixing with the rainwater, shoulders locked so hard Corvin could see the tremor through the coat fabric. He entered only when Mara's breath had truly stopped. Up close, the toll of victory was ugly in the honest way trauma always is. Kaelen looked neither relieved nor triumphant. She looked like someone who had just cut the last rope tying her to a burning house and knew the smoke would still live in her clothes for years. Corvin took the dropped saber and flung it into the drainage culvert so she would not have to look at it. Then he stepped close. Can I touch you? Her eyes lifted to his, dazed by permission. Yes. He drew her against him carefully, mindful of cuts and cracked fingers and the shaking that had finally become visible now that purpose was gone. She held on with frightening strength, not because she feared falling, because grief sometimes needs something solid to strike without destroying. I thought I would feel cleaner, she said into his chest after a long minute. He rested his cheek against her wet hair. I know. It was right. I know. It still hurts. Yes. That was all he had to give her, and it was enough because truth is often the only respectful answer to pain. Behind them, Raphael looked away and busied himself with collecting the dropped sword. Doors stood guard at the channel mouth like a carved saint no church had been lucky enough to deserve. When Kaelen finally stepped back, she wiped her face with the heel of her uninjured hand and stared down at the still form in the runoff. "Burying her is impossible here," she said. "Then we do not bury her as teacher," Corvin replied. "We leave her as warning." Kaelen looked at him for a second, then nodded. "Yes." Raphael returned with the recovered short sword and a strip of clean bandage. "I realize this is a delicate emotional interval," he said. "But the lower city just gave a sound I would classify as biblical, and we are very near the route to Tunnel C." As if summoned by the sentence, a deep vibration passed under the drainage park from southwest to east, rattling the iron salmon sculptures and sending rings through the shallow channel water. Not a train, not thunder. Something vast moving through concrete memory under the stadium district. Corvin and Kaelen looked at each other. The teacher was dead. The next field had already begun to breathe. They turned toward the overpass and the dark bowl of the city beyond. Chapter 70, The House of Noise. The stadium rose out of the rain like a memory that had learned architecture. Even in daylight, even half-darkened by storm and smoke, its sheer size made the surrounding streets feel temporary. Parking structures hulked around it like lesser fortresses. The pedestrian ramps curled upward in broad concrete loops, slick with runoff. Team banners from a dead season still hung in places under the overhangs, shredded into long strips that snapped in the wind like old prayer flags. Corvin had not set foot this close to the place since the night his knee gave way under the lights, and every plan he had wrapped around his own name tore in public. Now the building waited with all the patience of a trap that knows the prey will always recognize home from a distance. They left door to secure the drainage route and sent Raphael to mark the outer tunnel mouth with fallback charges. Corvin and Kaelen advanced alone through the western service lane because some thresholds reduce a team no matter how many people begin the walk. The stadium's lower utility entrance sat beneath section markers Corvin knew too well, though age, grime, and moss had made the numerals blurry. He could still map the old paths in his head. Locker access, delivery bay, service stair, tunnel to field level, concourse ramp. The geometry of ambition had once lived in his muscles. "It is reacting to you," Kaelen said quietly. He had hoped that part was invisible. The harrower's residue did not swirl randomly here the way it did in alleys and burned apartments. It gathered in threads and sheets around him, tasting memory as if memory had sent. Each time he looked at a familiar door or cracked sign, the black film on nearby concrete thickened. The place knew it had found good fuel. "I can feel it listening," he admitted. Kaelen's hand touched the center of his back, just once, grounding without distracting. "Then let it listen to the truth, not the shame." He looked at her. "And what truth is that?" "That you walked back in." The service tunnel C access had been breached from inside. The maintenance padlock hung split and twisted on the latch. Scratch marks black as coal climbed the frame. Below the stair, the tunnel breathed damp cold and the faint electric smell of old systems waking under impossible pressure. Corvin led with the seal, iron raised. Its silver channels burned brighter here than they had in the yard, not because the relic had changed, but because the pressure around it had become more concentrated. Somewhere below them, fear was being collected on purpose. The first chamber under the western stands had once housed spare conduit, hydraulic controls for field equipment, and storage for event barricades. Corvin remembered it from internship tours and one off-season community event where he had signed footballs for children and believed his future was a shape the world would honor. Now the racks were bent. Barricades had been dragged into circles and snapped apart. Dark residue covered the walls in fan patterns that resembled cheering crowds if you did not look too long. Kaelen crouched near a trail cut through the black film. "Hunters first," she said. Then the demon bodies overlaid them. Mara may be dead, but her retreat line made it here. Corvin followed the marks deeper. The tunnel forked at a utility junction. One branch led toward loading access, the other toward the old player corridor. He did not need the residue to tell him which route the harrower had taken. The player corridor thrummed under his skin like an old injury before rain. The farther they went, The more the stadium became less a building and more a machine for turning the private into the public. Concrete remembered footsteps. Locker doors remembered slams. Narrow halls remembered stomach-deep dread before performance. Here a trainer's room where he had once sat laughing with tape around his ankles. There a cinder-block wall he had leaned against while listening to the crowd gather above like weather with opinions. Every memory the place offered rose not in clean pictures, but in bodily echoes. The harrower drank those echoes greedily. Black residue crawled over faded motivational signs and clustered thickest around the framed photographs still hanging crooked in the alumni hall. One photograph stopped Corvin cold. It showed him mid-throw from 2 seasons before the injury, body twisted, arm alive with confidence, crowd a bright blur behind him. Someone had scraped the glass down his pictured knee in a single deliberate line. Under the frame, black residue pooled like a smile. Kaelen followed his gaze and then looked at him, not the photo. "Do not give that thing your self-hatred," she said. "That assumes I can sort it neatly. You do not need neat. You need true." He breathed once, twice, and forced himself to turn away from the image. "The true thing is that I love this place." The residue on the floor stirred, as if disappointed by the answer. They reached field level through the old equipment tunnel. The last steel door stood half open, bent outward by something with more strength than sense. Through the gap, the stadium bowl revealed itself all at once. Seats rose in immense gray tiers under the storm-dimmed sky. The field below lay drowned in shallow black water where rain and residue had pooled together. At the 50-yard line, precisely where the final blueprint of his earlier life still hurt most, the harrower had begun to manifest in earnest. It was not yet the full towering body promised by Nightmare. It was worse in some ways because it was still becoming. Mass hung above the center logo in layers and veils, tall as a scoreboard and wider than a truck, fed by dozens of dark tendrils running out into the seats, the tunnels, the luxury boxes, the forgotten concessions, every pocket where anticipation and humiliation had once been performed before thousands. Faces formed and dissolved in the black height. Mouths opened without heads attached to them. Arms like cracked banners dragged through the air. The thing seemed to be assembling itself out of every roar the stadium had ever held. Hunters remained here too, though fewer than Corvin expected. Some were dead in the lower rows where Spawn had turned on them after the retreat. Some still held the western concourse with silver lamps and prayer strips, not attacking the demon so much as containing the lanes it preferred. Their command structure had survived Mara's death only partially. In the lower box seats, one stern older man barked orders and received obedience from perhaps 12 fighters. Too little for conquest. Enough for interference. And on the field itself, moving between the black tendrils, walked Irina. Corvin stopped so abruptly Kaelen nearly collided with him. "Impossible. Not impossible," she said, staring. "I left her at the switch housing. Alive. Broken, but alive." Irina's right hand was splinted to a crude field brace. Her face looked gray under the rain, yet she walked toward the half-formed harrower as if the thing were a shrine. In one arm, she carried something wrapped in oilcloth and chain. "The relic case," Corvin said. It hit him then. Mara had not intended only to regroup at the stadium. She had meant to bring the conflict's key objects and key people to the single place where fear, memory, bloodline, and public identity intersected most violently. If she could not complete the design herself, her surviving disciples might still serve it. Kaelen's voice sharpened. "She is taking your family relic to the demon, or to a seal point beneath the field. Either answer is bad." On the far sideline, one of the surviving hunters saw movement at the tunnel door and shouted. Lamps swung their way. The sound rippled through the concourse. Irina turned on the field and looked up into the stands until her gaze found them. Even at that distance, Corvin saw the ruin in her posture, the pain-laced fanaticism holding her upright by sheer doctrine. She lifted her chin in recognition. Then she cut the oilcloth bundle free and raised the chained object high. The harrower answered with a noise that made every seat in the stadium tremble. Corvin had no more patience left for observation. He ran. The stairs from tunnel to lower bowl blurred under him. Kaelen matched him stride for stride, blade drawn. Hunter fires started from the west aisle and hit concrete all around them in silver flashes. Corvin vaulted the final rail and dropped to the front row, then to the sideline walkway, using the old athlete's geometry of the place without thinking. He had once known exactly how many seconds it took to go from bench to hash mark at full speed. His body remembered. The demon remembered too. Tendrils shifted in anticipation, reaching toward him with obscene eagerness. "Corvin!" Kaelen shouted. He realized one of the field-level hunters had stepped from a media tunnel and aimed low with a silver repeater. Corvin changed angle an instant before the shot. The round blew a chunk from the wall behind him instead of his leg. Kaelen hit the shooter a heartbeat later, moving in that hard, clean line he had trusted since the first alley fight in Seattle Ring. Her blade flashed. The hunter dropped. Corvin crossed onto the soaked turf and felt the old world slam into the new one. Complete memory. Crowd memory. Failure memory. Love of the game. Hatred of the injury. The humiliating kindness in strangers' eyes after the season ended. The private rage of being reduced to before and after. The harrower drank from all of it and swelled. "No," he said, though whether he spoke to the demon, the stadium, or himself he could not tell. Irina reached the 50 and knelt as if at an altar. She set the chained relic bundle on the flooded logo and began reciting in the same low exact cadence Corvin had heard from captured hunters in closets and alleys. Not prayer. Procedure. The harrower's tendrils bent toward her, not tenderly, but with interest. Kaelen came in from his left, cut down another field-level hunter, and shouted over the rising howl. "We cannot finish it here today." He knew she was right before the words landed. The stadium was too prepared, the demon too fed, the surviving hunters too ideally placed to turn a final strike into a trap. This was not the last battle. This was the enemy choosing the stage for it. Corvin hated stage work. He hit Irina before the ritual could finish. Not to kill, to break the sequence. He drove into her from the side, and both of them crashed through the black water at midfield. The oilcloth bundle skidded free. Irina clawed for a knife with her good hand. He seized her wrist and pinned it in the turf. Up close her eyes looked wild and exhausted, all the clean edges of doctrine fraying under pain and desperation. "Mara is dead," he said. A flicker crossed her face. She had not known. For one heartbeat, grief and hatred occupied the same small space and made her look terrifyingly human. "Then she is martyred," Irina spat. Corvin looked at the half-formed mountain of the harrower towering over them, at the hunters firing from the sidelines, at Kaelen fighting two at once in rain that had turned black under the demon's shadow, at the field where his dream had once died and now wanted to consume the rest of him too. "No," he said. She was wrong. The harrower struck downward with 3 tendrils at once. Corvin rolled, dragging Irina with him out of reflex more than mercy. Black impact tore the turf open where they had been. Water and rotten rubber sprayed. Kaelen reached them, severed one tendril with a silver cut that made the entire stadium shriek, and kicked Irina's dropped knife away. "Decision time," she snapped. Corvin grabbed the relic bundle, slung Irina bodily toward the sideline where the surviving hunters would either save or abandon her, and looked once more at the towering shape feeding on the bowl around them. It was retreating inward even while it grew, drawing its mass not outward for immediate war, but downward, deeper, into the stadium's hidden vaults, the service tunnels, the underfield chambers where old infrastructure and older emotion made a nest no ordinary city map would understand. The demon was choosing to root itself. It was retreating from open pursuit into the one place it could become harder to kill and easier to feed. Bookending the motion, the surviving hunters also began to fall back from the field toward the lower utility doors, not in panic now, but with grim, purposeful speed. They were seeding the visible ground and keeping the understructure. There it was, the true end of Book 5, not a victory, not a loss, but the locking of the next battlefield beneath the House of Noise. Kaelen saw it the same instant he did. It is going under. Yes. Then so are we. Later, another tendril slammed into the 10-yard line. More hunters advanced along the lower aisle. The stadium no longer wanted them observing. It wanted them absorbed. Corvin backed toward the tunnel with Kaelen at his side, the reclaimed relic case under one arm, rain and black water dripping from both of them. He did not look away from the field until the tunnel mouth forced it. The harrower's half-made body lowered itself into the opening cracks at midfield like a king settling into a throne no one sane would build. Around it the empty seats rose tier after tier, waiting for a crowd that would never come and somehow still holding the memory of one. At the threshold, he stopped one last time and listened. Not to the demon, to the stadium. For years he had believed this place held only the sound of his ending. Standing there with blood on his hands and Kaelen breathing hard beside him and the family relic heavy under his arm, he heard something else under the remembered roar. Not forgiveness. Something more useful. A challenge. He met the dark bull's stare with one of his own. "You do not get to own what happened to me here," he said. The harrower answered with a deep, delighted laugh from beneath the field. Kaelen touched his shoulder. "Book 6, she said softly, not as a title, but as a promise that the war had one more shape to take. Corvin nodded once. Together they withdrew into the tunnel, while behind them the demons settled deeper under the 50-yard line, and the stadium where his dream had died became the fortress where the nightmare chose to live. Book 6, Chapter 71, The Voice in the Glass. The stadium did not stop speaking when they left it. Its voice traveled through the city in ways Corvin could not fully explain. Sometimes it came as a vibration under the rain gutters and steel drains, a deep mechanical murmur that had nothing to do with traffic or trains. Sometimes it came as a pressure behind the eyes, like a crowd gathering in the next room behind a locked wall. Near dawn, when the bar should have been at its quietest, he felt it in the glassware. Tumblers on the shelf above the back sink hummed against one another with a faint, bright clink, as if invisible fingers had run along the rims. No one in the room mistook that for settling pipes. The old place had become many things over the last months. It was still a dive bar with a stubborn smell of old wood, fryer grease, stale beer hidden in the grain of the counter, and 1,000 half-forgotten Friday nights soaked into its bones. It was also an infirmary, command room, shelter, armory, and funeral house in the ugly practical way hard seasons force on ordinary buildings. Dawn showed all of that at once. June slept upright in a booth with a blanket over one shoulder and a radio in her lap. Elias had fallen face first onto a city map and only woke when Nora Pike lifted the page from under his cheek to mark a supply point. Priya moved from cot to cot with the sharp patience of a person who no longer believed rest would be offered to her and had decided to do useful violence to fatigue instead. Corvin stood at the rear window of the upstairs office and watched rain strike the alley. He had not changed clothes. Black residue still marked the knees of his jeans from the stadium tunnel, and a cut at his wrist had dried in a narrow line where silver grit from Kaelen's blade wrap had kept the skin from knitting cleanly. On his right hand, the Varga ring sat colder than the room around it. He had worn it long enough now that its weight had become part of his sense of balance, but this morning it felt newly awake, as if some old piece of his family had recognized the stadium as the final shape of the war and refused to let him pretend otherwise. The office door closed softly behind him. He did not have to turn to know it was Kaelen. He knew the rhythm of her movement now, even when she tried to make it disappear. She crossed the room and stopped at his shoulder, close enough for shared warmth and separate thoughts. That was one of the things he loved most about her. Kaelen did not confuse intimacy with constant trespass. She could stand beside him in complete loyalty and still leave room for him to be afraid in his own way. "You have been staring at rain for 20 minutes, she said. "It changes shape. It is still rain." He looked at her then. Her hair was damp from a fast wash at the sink downstairs, pulled back with the kind of rough practicality that made her face look even sharper. Exhaustion showed in the fine tension around her mouth, but there was no weakness in it. He had long ago stopped expecting softness from her to look like surrender. With Kaelen, softness usually arrived disguised as honesty. "The stadium is louder from here than it should be," he said. She followed his gaze to the alley, as if the concrete and trash bins might reveal what he meant if she stared hard enough. "I hear it too. Not with ears. More like pressure. The old man says places keep residue. If that is true, the stadium has enough of it to drown a district. Then we do not let it finish filling." Corvin let out a breath that almost became a laugh. "You make it sound simple." "No, I make it sound like work." Those are different things. That should not have comforted him as much as it did. He leaned his shoulder against the frame and looked her over. There was black matter dried along the hem of her coat. A strip of fresh cloth bound her left forearm, where a hunter's edge had found her through the rain the night before. She noticed his attention and shrugged one shoulder. "Not deep," she said. "I know what not deep looks like now. I learned from watching Priya glare at people until they stopped lying. Then you should also know that if you fuss at me before sunrise, I will throw you through your own office door. You are in my office. Then I will throw you through someone else's." The corner of his mouth moved. That was enough for her. Kaelen rested her head very briefly against his shoulder, not because she needed support, but because she understood sometimes a person needs one peaceful second before the next decision claims them. He turned into it and kissed the top of her hair. For one moment the rain, the hum in the glasses, the city under pressure, all of it receded. Then someone pounded up the stairs. Not panic. Elias had a different rhythm when he was panicked. This was urgency disciplined by effort. Kaelen stepped away before the knock sounded, all business again. Corvin opened the door to find Elias holding 2 folded papers and wearing the hunted expression of a man who had spent the last hour translating bad news into categories. "Scouts from the south drainage route came back," Elias said. "Also we have company. Human company or the other kind. Both, probably. The human kind is at the west barricade with a white cloth tied to a rifle." Kaelen's eyes narrowed. "Hunters. 3 of them," Elias said. "One is Irina." The office felt smaller. Corvin looked to Kaelen first, because any conversation with Irina would begin in whatever history lay between them. Kaelen did not flinch. The only outward sign of feeling came in the slow way her hand closed once, then released. "Did Mara come herself?" she asked. "No sign of her," Elias said. The others with Irina looked tired and wet and not overly eager to be shot. "That could be a performance, but it is a convincing one." "Everything convincing is a performance," Kaelen said. Corvin held out a hand for the papers. The first was a sketched report from Raphael's tunnel check beneath the southern feeder lines. The second was a page from Dorr, who had gone to ground with the engineering maps and emerged with the expression of a man whose city had insulted him structurally. Corvin scanned quickly. The western utility vaults under the stadium connected to 2 maintenance arteries, 1 service shaft, and an older emergency spill corridor that had been sealed decades ago but was still shown on blueprints. More important, all 3 routes converged under the 50-yard line near the old hydraulic access chamber. If the harrower meant to root itself physically into the building, that chamber would be the closest thing it had to a throat. He lowered the papers. "We talked to Irina," he said. Kaelen's gaze stayed flat. "We do not trust her. We do not trust anyone. That has stopped being special. It has not stopped being useful." Elias, to his credit, kept his mouth shut while the 2 of them looked at each other. Corvin crossed the room, stopped in front of Kaelen, and spoke quietly enough that Elias would have had to work to hear. "If this is a trick, I want your read before mine," he said. "If it is not a trick, then the order is cracking, and I want that too. Either way, I do not need you protected from seeing her." That was the sort of sentence which, months earlier, would have made her angry on principle. Now it made her eyes soften by half a degree, because what he had really said was, "I do not want to decide this over your head." "She will test the room," Kaelen said. "She always tests the room. She will look weaker than she is, and she will try to make me answer to old instincts, then answer to new ones." A pulse moved once in her throat. "You say things like that, and then wonder why I remain in your bed. I rarely wonder. That is because your ego survived your football career." He smiled despite the hour. Apparently so. Downstairs, the main room woke in layers as they descended. Nora took one look at their faces and began pushing empty bottles off the nearest table to make space. Priya emerged from the hall with a roll of bandage cloth under one arm and irritation already loaded in both eyes. "If this is another parley that ends with me stitching people on my floor," she said, "I want advance notice so I can resent it efficiently." "It is hunters," Corvin said. "Then I already resent it efficiently." The grandfather, naturally, was awake. Priya had forbidden him from leaving the upstairs back room except for bodily emergencies and a fire that touches your actual blanket, which meant he had dragged himself to the balcony over the bar with one hand on the rail and the expression of a man daring mortality to argue policy with him. He still looked like death's rude cousin. His skin held too little color. Bandages wrapped his side and disappeared under a thermal shirt he had no business putting on by himself. Yet the old violent spark in his eyes remained intact, and perhaps that mattered more than comfort. "White cloth at the barricade," he said without preamble. "Either surrender, deception, or both. Bring them in where we can smell the answer." Priya pointed up at him. "You are not part of this conversation. I own the building. You are being rented by a medical authority." June, awake now and pale but upright, snorted into her coffee. Corvin would have laughed if the morning were easier. Instead, he took positions with deliberate calm. Martin covered the front windows from the raised corner near the jukebox. Nora stayed by the side hall with a shotgun and a face that suggested she would happily improve any negotiation by ending it. Elias stood at the map table with a notepad because he had started recording every major decision and claimed history would need proof that all of them had once sounded this tired. Irina entered between two rifle lines and did not waste time pretending dignity could survive the sight of her. She had been formidable even when broken the previous day. This morning, she looked like a person who had run out of clean faith, but not yet chosen what to replace it with. Rain had darkened her coat to charcoal. A strip of cloth bound her temple. One hand was wrapped clumsily where old burns and fresh cuts had reopened together. Behind her came a broad-shouldered hunter with a limp and a woman perhaps 10 years older than Kaelen carrying herself with the rigid stillness of someone who had spent a long life in obedience and was only now considering how much of that life had been borrowed by other people. No one spoke for several beats. Then Kaelen stepped forward, not enough to threaten and not enough to yield. "You lived?" Irina gave a short, humorless exhale. Apparently. Her gaze flicked to Corvin, to the bar, to Priya's improvised treatment station, to the radio stacks and maps and cots. Confusion touched her face before discipline covered it. "This place looks less like a nest than Mara described." "That is because Mara confuses home with weakness," Kaelen said. Irina accepted the cut. Perhaps she knew she had earned it. "I did not come to debate architecture." "Then speak." The older hunter beside her shifted weight, as if ready to object to Irina taking lead. Irina lifted one finger without looking back. The woman went still again. Corvin noticed that and filed it away. Authority had already changed hands once somewhere outside these walls. "Mara has moved her surviving command cell into the stadium substructure," Irina said. "She believes the harrower can be forced into full manifestation at moonrise tomorrow night if the convergent pressure holds." Her words, not mine. The room tightened. "Moonrise tomorrow," Elias repeated, already writing. The grandfather's voice dropped from the balcony like gravel down a vent. "Blood moon. It tracks the seal cycle." "Of course it does." Irina looked up sharply. "You knew?" "We suspected," the old man said. "Knowing requires the sort of certainty that gets people killed if used too early." Priya muttered something unpleasant under her breath and continued rewrapping a bandage tray that did not need rewrapping. Corvin folded his arms. "What pressure?" Irina's mouth hardened. "Everything the demon feeds on in that place. Public memory, personal ruin, mass anticipation, group fear. Mara thinks if she adds disciplined death to that mixture, she can steer the outcome. She wants martyr blood in the bowl," Kaelen said. "Not a question." "Yes." The answer settled over the room in a way that felt physically dirty. Nora swore with quiet reverence. Martin looked toward the boarded windows as if measuring how far disgust could travel. "You came because you object to being fed to a demon," June said. Irina met her stare. "I came because I object to stupidity dressed as doctrine." That earned the first sliver of respect from Nora's face. Corvin stepped closer. "How many still follow Mara?" "Enough to wound you. Not enough to survive what she is doing if she succeeds." Irina swallowed once, and for the first time he saw a real exhaustion break through the training. "Some believe she means to master the harrower. Others understand she only means to stand closest when it rises so that history cannot forget she was brave. Both groups are wrong in different ways." "And you," Kaelen said. Irina turned to her. There was too much old history in the silence before she answered. "I am late to the truth. That is still better than dying on purpose for a lie." The older hunter behind her finally spoke. "Commander Vance ordered the lower cells to prepare for cleansing fire along the west service ring. There are maintenance staff and hidden civilians still in the structures around the stadium. She did not care. I care. Her voice sounded rusty from disuse. My name is Tamsin Vale. I was told your people murder everyone who enters this district. That was inaccurate. Priya arched a brow. We save selectively, mostly based on whether people act foolish in my hall. That seems reasonable, Tamsin said. A thin, strange laugh moved through the room, not because anything was funny, but because the shape of the world had become absurd enough that practicality counted as grace. Corvin looked from Irina to Tamsin to the limping hunter who had not spoken yet, and then to Kaelen. She held his gaze and gave the smallest nod. Not trust. Permission to continue. All right, he said. You came with information. Now hear ours. The harrower is not choosing the stadium because it likes large roofs. It is rooting under the field through old utility chambers that tie into a buried seal network. If it finishes that process at moonrise tomorrow, we do not get a contained disaster. We get an anchor point. Tamsin frowned. Anchor point for what? The grandfather answered from above. For permanence. Demons prefer to be stories until stories can be houses. No one liked that sentence. Corvin laid Raphael's tunnel sketch on the table and flattened it with one palm. We are not waiting in the bar for the moon. Today we map every route into the substructure, lay charges for collapse where useful, and wake what seal lines we still can. Tonight we rest where possible and move civilians farther north. Tomorrow we hit the stadium twice. First below, then on the field. Irina stared at the map, then at him. You are planning to fight in the open bowl itself. Yes. That is where it wants you. He did not deny it. Sometimes the field chooses itself. Kaelen looked at him sidelong at that, understanding he was speaking about more than tactics. Corvin felt the old wound of memory shift under his ribs and refused to let the stadium own that response. Irina's attention dropped to the Varga ring on his hand. Mara said you would run from the center once she made it personal enough. She should update her theology, June said. Corvin tapped the map. If you are here to help, then help. If you are here to watch whether I break, get out before Nora decides patience is unhealthy. Nora lifted her shotgun slightly in encouragement. For a long breath, Irina said nothing. Then she unbuckled her sidearm, set it on the table, and followed it with a folded black cloth marked by the command insignia of Mara's school. I am done carrying her mark, she said. Tamsin unhooked her own weapon and laid it down. The limping hunter hesitated, glanced at Irina, then did the same. It was not peace. It was not forgiveness. It was not even safety. It was, however, a beginning. And on that morning, with the stadium humming through the rain and a blood moon climbing somewhere toward tomorrow, Corvin had learned to value beginnings even when they arrived dressed like surrender. Chapter 72, White Cloth and Worse Weather. The rest of the morning broke into labor so fast that no one had time to be dramatic about the truce. That might have saved it. Corvin learned quickly that desperation looked better on paper than in a room full of armed people who had lost friends to one another. Martin did not enjoy taking route suggestions from hunters, even reformed ones. Tamsin visibly disliked Nora within 30 seconds of meeting her, which made Nora warm to her slightly. Priya treated the limping hunter from Irina's cell with the exact same rough competence she used on June, then warned him that if he bled on her clean blanket a second time, she would count it as sabotage. Elias organized everyone by need instead of allegiance, which was the only reason the first hour did not dissolve into old scores. Kaelen kept moving. Corvin had seen her in battle, in recovery, in the thin, tender spaces that came after violence when her guard lowered only around him. He had not often seen her in this mode, where the whole structure of her old order walked back into the room, and she refused to let the weight of that history slow her hands. She checked maps with Raphael. She questioned Irina on command routes, phrase codes, and the habits of Mara's inner cell. She cut through argument before it could ripen. At one point, she placed Martin and Tamsin on the same supply detail, simply because both of them had too much pride to fail at a task once watched. Corvin noted it, admired it, and kept his admiration mostly to himself because Kaelen despised being praised during work more than she despised being contradicted. By noon, the bar's main room had become a deliberate engine. Raphael and Dor spread utility diagrams across the pool table and weighted the corners with canned peaches, spare magazines, and one ashtray still holding cigarette burns from a decade when the city had not yet outlawed indoor stupidity. The older service corridors beneath the stadium made an ugly braided knot because no large public building is ever constructed once. It is built, added to, retrofitted, neglected, reopened, and lied about on paperwork until the final blueprint resembles a family argument more than an architecture plan. Here, Door said, jabbing a blunt fingertip at a pale blue line under the western stands. Spill corridor. Original construction used it to move flood load and equipment runoff away from the lower vaults. Officially sealed after the remodel. Officially, Raphael echoed with contempt. Meaning some contractor closed what the inspection could see and left a void behind concrete skin because full closure would have cost money. Which means we may still have crawl access if we are willing to hate ourselves physically. That has described most of this year, June said from her booth. Corvin bent over the map. How many can fit? In armor, not many. In the clothes you insist on calling stealth gear, perhaps 2 at a time where it narrows. Kaelen came to his side. Her finger traced from the spill corridor toward the western utility vaults, then across to the underfield chamber. This route bypasses the main service stairs. It also bypasses the routes Mara will watch first, Irina said from the opposite side of the table. She had washed the blood from her face and looked younger without it, though not softer. The bandage at her temple remained. She will hold the visible tunnel mouths. She trusts spectacle. Quiet routes offend her sense of command. Corvin glanced at her. Useful. I practice whenever possible. The grandfather coughed from his chair near the back stairs, which counted as rebellion against Priya's orders, but no longer surprised anyone. He had insisted on being moved downstairs because, in his words, if I am going to insult bad ideas, I prefer to do it where the acoustics are better. Priya had lost that argument mainly because carrying him down had been easier than listening to him stage it. The spill corridor matters, the old man said. Not because it is secret, because it is low. Low routes in old buildings collect what people spill without meaning to. Tamsin frowned. Water. Emotion, he said. Water too. Fear settles. Shame settles. Old chants. Old heartbreak. Old rage from 10,000 throats. All of it. Think of a city like a body. Storm drains carry runoff. So do places people build to hold the runoff of being human. Elias wrote that down before thinking better of it, then kept writing because some lines were too strange to lose. Corvin rubbed a hand over the back of his neck, which means the spill corridor could be saturated. Yes, the grandfather said. Which means do not send a team that lies to itself. The harrower will smell the lie faster than the route. That shaped the rest of the planning more than any map line did. By early afternoon, Corvin had the structure in place. June and Nora would oversee civilian relocation northward through the church chain and transit safe points. Martin would coordinate street teams and fallback vehicles. Tamsin and her remaining hunters would identify all kill lanes Mara's people were likely to claim around the parking structures and overhang ramps. Irina would go with Kaelen and Raphael to verify the spill corridor entry and mark any command signs Mara had left in the field. Corvin would take Door and Elias to the Eastern Utility Annex, the one place under the stadium he still knew from his old life better than anyone else, because internship tours and off-season events had taught him how public dreams are serviced by private hallways. When he said it out loud, the room went quietly respectful in a way he hated. He understood why. Everyone in the bar knew the stadium had been the graveyard of the ordinary future he had once wanted. They were trying not to look at that too directly, which only made it heavier. Corvin solved the problem by sounding impatient. It is a building, he said. An ugly one, from the right angle. June smiled into her mug. Sure. Kaelen did not smile. She merely watched him with the infuriating accuracy she reserved for moments when he wanted to pretend he was simpler than he felt. The first run began under a sky the color of dirty steel. Corvin, Door, and Elias took the Eastern Service van through side streets made eerier by obedience than by panic. News of the rail yard war had done what monster sightings alone could not. It had made people believe something organized was happening. Windows were boarded earlier. Cars moved in clusters. Blocks that once felt carelessly alive had acquired the hush of neighborhoods listening for weather reports while pretending not to fear the storm. Twice they stopped long enough to redirect families toward the northern church chain. Once they pulled a pair of maintenance workers from a parking garage stairwell after a residue fragment had chased them 3 levels up and then lost courage in daylight. The men recognized the stadium logo on Elias's borrowed security coat and lashed onto him like drowning people finding a rail. "Is the field cursed now?" one of them asked. Corvin almost said yes. Instead, he said, "The building is being used." That means buildings can be taken back. It sounded more confident than he felt. The man nodded anyway. Sometimes people only need a sentence sturdy enough to lean on for 20 seconds. The Eastern Annex sat under a service ramp lined with banners from a season Corvin no longer wanted to remember accurately. Faces grinned down through faded vinyl. Slogans about legacy and heart and owning the moment curled at the edges where rain had peeled the glue. He parked the van under the overhang and felt his chest tighten before his mind caught up to why. He had been here on draft watch nights, on rehab visits, on community events where children asked him if he ever got scared before games. The answer then had been yes, but the fear had belonged to hope. This was a different species of it entirely. Dorr followed his gaze to the banners. "You want me to cut those down on principle?" "Later," Corvin said. "We have larger embarrassments." Inside, the annex smelled of wet concrete, cable lubricant, and the first sour thread of black residue. The harrower had not fully occupied this side yet. It had only brushed it, which was somehow more offensive. Corvin led them down a corridor painted in institutional gray with arrows pointing to utility rooms, refrigeration backup, event sanitation, and visiting team storage. The banality of the labels made the air feel wronger. Evil always seemed to arrive in places designed by committees. Elias carried the survey clipboard like a talisman. "You said you knew this side. I know where it used to lead. Buildings cheat." They found the first sign of that cheating at door E14, where the lock had been torn out not from the outside, but from within the wall itself. Black matter ran through the seam in thin veins, all feeding downslope. Dorr crouched and touched the floor with 2 thick fingers. "Something heavy dragged through here in the last 12 hours. Toward the inner vault," Corvin said. They advanced in tighter formation after that. Memory helped and hurt in equal measure. Corvin remembered which turns opened into wider corridors, which doors disguised short stairs, which service elevators were too slow to trust, which caged equipment rooms had alternate access panels if a person knew where to kick. He also remembered being 21 and joking with a facilities manager about how no one in the city thought about the pipes and power under the glamour. He remembered dreaming that every hidden corridor beneath the stadium somehow supported him personally, as if architecture itself had signed a pact with his future. Walking those same corridors now with a ring cold on his hand and demon residue on the walls felt like arguing with a younger version of himself who had meant well and understood nothing. Halfway to the inner annex, they found 3 people alive in a break room behind a jammed push bar. A woman in a security jacket. A college-aged concessions runner with a lip split so badly he kept tasting blood when he tried to talk. An electrician old enough to be angry at fear for making him feel his age. They had locked themselves in 12 hours earlier after hearing something crawl through the refrigeration ducting. "We tried calling operations," the security woman said. Then the phone started playing crowd noise when no one was on the line. That chilled even Dorr. Corvin crouched to eye level with her. "Can you walk?" "Yes." "Can he?" He pointed to the younger man. The electrician answered before she could. "He can walk if walking means leaving this building." "Good. You go back with Elias to the van." "Elias, radio June. Tell her we are sending 3 more north." Elias nodded and began guiding them out. The younger man caught Corvin's sleeve before he left. "Are you really him?" he asked. Corvin did not make him say the name. "Used to be." The kid shook his head. "No, I mean now." It took a second too long to understand, and when he did, the answer he gave was the only honest one available. "I am still finding out." The boy let go, perhaps because that sounded more trustworthy than certainty would have. Dorr waited until the door shut behind them. "You attract strange conversations." "So do you." "Yes, but mine end with invoices." They reached the inner annex just before dusk and found exactly what Irina had predicted. Mara's people had been here, not to hold ground yet, but to prepare it. Command marks in silver chalk lined the wall at shoulder height. A burn map on the concrete showed where cleansing fire would be pushed through the vent shafts at moonrise if left untouched. Door cursed the way engineers do, which is to say with devastating specificity. Corvin memorized the pattern, then used the seal iron to score through 3 key symbols until the chalk hissed black and died. By the time they returned to the bar, Kaelen's team was already back. She stood over the map table with spill corridor grime on her knees and one black streak across her cheek like war paint she had forgotten to notice. Irina was beside her, tired and taut and more openly shaken than before. Raphael looked delighted in the unhealthy way he reserved for routes that included possible explosives. The corridor exists, Kaelen said without greeting. And it hates itself. That makes 2 of us, Raphael added. Irina tapped a fresh set of marks on the map. Mara has watchers on the visible tunnels and on the upper parking loops. None on the spill entry. She knows about it. She is allowing it to remain open. That should have been bad news. Instead, Corvin felt a grim clarity settle through him. Because she thinks anything entering that way will already be softened by the residue. Yes. Good. Kaelen looked at him sharply. Explain. If she expects the route to weaken us, she will invest less direct force in stopping the first pass. We use it tonight for placement, not for the full assault. Seal anchors, route markers, a look at the underfield chamber, then out before the building closes its hand. And if the building closes its hand faster than expected, Tamsin asked from the counter where she had been cleaning a borrowed rifle with almost affectionate severity, what exactly is the rescue plan? Corvin looked at the map, the faces around it, the truce built from exhaustion and necessity, the rain darkening the windows, the stadium humming through the city like a throat clearing. Before speech. We use it tonight for placement, not for the full assault. Then he looked up. The rescue plan, he said, is that we do not go in lying to ourselves about what this place is. We go in knowing it wants our worst memories more than our blood. Blood is only useful if fear opens the door. So tonight nobody pretends bravery means the absence of fear. You bring your fear in with both eyes open, or you do not come. Silence followed. Not offended silence. Considering silence. The grandfather leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes as if listening to something older than the room. That, he said at last, is the first truly adult thing I have heard from you all week. Priya, passing behind him with a fresh bandage roll, slapped the back of his chair hard enough to rock it. And that is the last opinion from you until you eat. He bared his teeth at the insult and reached for the bowl she shoved at him anyway. Work resumed. Night gathered. The city shifted its civilians north in cautious streams. Routes were marked, charges wrapped, radios checked, weapons cleaned, arguments shortened. At one point, Kaelen caught Corvin alone by the back sink, while everyone else moved in purposeful noise around them. You said tonight is only placement, she murmured. It is. You are still already halfway on that field in your head. He met her gaze and did not bother denying it. I have been halfway on that field since I was 19. She touched the ring on his hand with 2 careful fingers, then slid those fingers into his. Then do not go there alone again. The sentence entered him like warmth after cold rain. He turned their joined hands and kissed her knuckles, slow enough that the noise of the room faded for one long heartbeat. I was not planning to. Good, she said, and though her voice stayed steady, he could feel the promise inside it. Because I am very tired of saving you from architectural mistakes. Beyond the boarded windows, the stadium waited in the dark, patient as an old wound and far less honest. Just after full night, Corvin chose the first team for the spill corridor. Himself, Kaelen, Irina, Dor, Raphael. No one argued that Elias should stay with the surface board and coordinate radios. Everyone argued that the grandfather should remain in his chair and keep his blood inside his body where it belonged. He lost that argument in appearance only. Corvin knew from the look in his eye that some older, more dangerous conversation about the final assault had merely been delayed. As the 5 of them stepped into the alley and the rain took them back, Corvin looked once toward the southern sky where clouds hid the moon that was still a night away from turning red. He felt the ring cool against his skin. He felt Kaelen at his side, alert and unsentimental and faithful. He felt the weight of maps, people, an unfinished history settle into place around him like armor no forge could make. Then he led them south toward the stadium, not for the last time, but for the first time with the full shape of the ending beginning to show. Chapter 73, The Spill Corridor. The Spill Corridor began behind a retaining wall no one would have noticed unless told to hate it. Raphael loved it immediately. "Look at that lie," he said with real admiration as he pried away a concrete faceplate someone had once painted to resemble drainage maintenance, and then forgotten. A beautiful insult to every inspector who ever signed off on this. Behind the false wall, darkness opened in a narrow wedge that smelled of wet mineral, old rust, and something sweeter underneath, the ruined sugar scent residue, sometimes carried when it had been feeding on hopeful places too long. Door shone a hooded light inside. Water moved somewhere below with a patient hollow sound. The passage sloped down at a mean angle and narrowed after 10 feet into a crawl large enough for a person in a coat to hate every second of it. "I would like to file a complaint," Irina said. "With whom?" Kaelen asked. "The original contractor. Possibly the concept of public infrastructure." Corvin shouldered the pack holding line markers and 2 seal anchors wrapped in oilcloth. The seal iron rode under his coat against his forearm, warm now, almost eager. The ring on his hand had gone from cold to a strange, absent pressure, as though it had become less jewelry than instruction. He looked back once at the rain-slick alley, the black cut of sky above the buildings, the city they were leaving to other people's care for the next hour. "Last clear choice to walk away," he said quietly. No one moved. "Good," Raphael said, already dropping to one knee. "I respect a poor group decision." They went in single file, Corvin first, because the route belonged partly to his bloodline and partly to his problem. Raphael last, because a person who enjoys explosives too much should always be placed where the rest of the team can hear him. Concrete scraped fabric. Rust flakes caught in sleeves. Twice the corridor narrowed so badly they had to turn shoulders and exhale to advance. Runoff trickled past their hands in cold threads that made the floor slick with mineral slime. The hooded lamps painted everything in damp amber and shadow. After 20 yards, the city disappeared behind them. Even the stadium did not feel above them yet. It felt around them, as if the whole structure had dissolved into weight and seeped sideways through the walls. Kaelen's voice came softly from behind Corvin. "How is your head?" "Still attached." "That was not my question." He adjusted his grip and kept moving. Crowd noise in the corners. "Nothing I cannot sort." Irina, behind Kaelen, let out a breath that might once have become a laugh. "You two always flirt like this during bad entries." "We adapt to the environment," Kaelen said. The corridor opened after another 20 feet into a low runoff chamber where 3 pipes crossed overhead and old event barriers lay piled in a rotten stack. The barriers had once been bright orange. Now black residue webbed them together into a shape that almost resembled folded wings. Corvin felt the first true push of the place there. Not a voice, more like the suggestion of one, a pressure trying to arrange memory into a direction. He saw lights, not lamplight, stadium lights. For a splinter of a second, the runoff chamber overlaid itself with a tunnel he knew from game days, all polished concrete and adrenaline and the electric howl of a crowd beyond the last door. His knee twitched in remembered pain. Sweat rose cold between his shoulder blades. He could almost smell turf, broadcast makeup, the sharp synthetic sweetness of sports drinks splashed on tape. Then Kaelen touched 2 fingers between his shoulder blades. The illusion cracked without sound. He inhaled foul damp air and stared at broken barriers again. That was fast. "It found the nearest wire," she said. Irina had gone still. Her face looked controlled in the way controlled faces do when they are expending real effort to remain on the correct side of fear. "It uses different images on each of us." Corvin turned slightly. "What did it use on you?" For a moment he thought she would refuse. Then she surprised him. "The initiation chapel," she said. "The room where they teach us pain can be holy if command approves it." Raphael muttered an obscenity. Dor said nothing, but the set of his jaw changed. Corvin nodded once. "Then we name it and keep moving." That helped more than it should have. The chamber fed into a broader service gullet where cracked tile replaced raw concrete, and old flood marks striped the wall like year lines inside a tree. Here the residue grew thicker. not enough to form bodies, but enough to gather in drifts at the edges of vision whenever one of them looked directly at something familiar. Corvin found himself measuring the geometry the way he used to read a defensive front. Door on the left, jammed. Then above, loose grid, possible crawl for smaller spawn. Downward branch ahead, likely to the utility pumps. Short rise to the right, maybe toward concessions. He no longer fought the way his mind translated place into lanes. Kaelen had been right months earlier in the mountains. The skill had always been there. He had just used to wear cleaner uniforms when he relied on it. They reached the first objective at an old bypass valve chamber, half a level below the western stands. Door confirmed what the grandfather had only suspected. One of the seal lines ran directly beneath the chamber wall in a shallow buried conduit, close enough for the ring and the relic together to wake it if fed the right contact. Anchor here, Door whispered. Corvin knelt. The concrete was cold through his jeans. He unwrapped the first seal anchor, a fist-sized cage of dark metal centered around a shard taken from the bunker relic housing. The object felt ugly and holy at the same time. He pressed the Varga ring to the anchor's top groove and then laid the seal iron across it. For one slow beat, nothing happened. Then silver light opened in the groove and ran down into the metal as if the object had remembered its own veins. A vibration moved through the floor. Tiny grit leaped. Somewhere deeper in the wall, something old clicked awake like a lock turning after generations of dust. Irina stared. Your family built this. My family helped maintain it, Corvin said. Building was probably done by dead people with worse tempers. Still, she said, and the word carried something like reluctant awe. The anchor took hold. Door nodded, satisfied in the way only engineers and bomb makers ever look while dealing with unseen lines of force. Good. One more near the underfield chamber, and the western side might actually answer when you call. Might, Raphael echoed. Door looked at him. Would you prefer I lie? I prefer optimism supported by measurements. Then you are in the wrong profession. They moved deeper. The lower they went, the more the stadium forgot to behave like a building and began acting like an organ. Air pulsed strangely through vents that should have been dead. Pipes ticked in patterns too regular to be thermal change. Somewhere above them seats groaned though the bowl was empty. The harrower was weaving itself into the structure not only through force, but through rhythm, teaching old systems a new pulse. At a fork marked Maintenance Access C, the residue gathered thick enough to shape people. Not whole people. Crowd fragments. Shoulders and open mouths. Hands with foam fingers melting into claws. Faces that appeared in the wall for the length of a blink. Each carrying a different expression. Ecstasy, dread, triumph, humiliation. Corvin felt them pull on him with the gravity of remembered identity. He had wanted that roar so badly once. He had fed himself to it willingly. It had not loved him back, of course. Roars never do. They merely borrow your soul for the length of a chant, and then ask the next body to stand in the same place. He stopped, because going another step without naming that would have been its own lie. I used to think this place was proof I mattered, he said. No one answered at once. Water tapped from somewhere overhead. The wall face fragments opened and closed soundless mouths. Then Kaelen stepped up beside him. And now, he looked at the dark mass breathing through concrete and old applause. Now I think it was a machine built to make people forget they mattered before the noise started. The residue recoiled. Not much. Only enough for the nearest wall mouth to distort and collapse. Irina saw it too. Truth injures it. Not all truth, Kaelen said. Specific truth. The kind people usually hand over. That changed the next stretch of the descent. When the place pressed memory at them, they answered aloud. Door named the mine cave-in that had taken his brother and said he was done letting rubble make decisions for the living. Raphael named the years he had spent pretending jokes were not also armor and said he preferred survival to performance. Irina named the first girl from her intake class who had screamed during initiation and been praised afterward for making the room spiritually clean. Her voice shook only once. Kaelen named the night she first realized obedience and righteousness were not the same thing. Corvin named the field, the ruined knee, the way public pity had felt like salt rubbed into identity, and the raw fact that he had spent years believing his life ended in front of strangers because he no longer knew how to want anything without a crowd attached. each naming thinned the residue enough to pass. By the time they reached the locker room service level, all of them looked wrung out in a way combat alone never managed. Sweat dampened collars despite the chill. Breathing came too deliberate. Fear traps were exhausting not because they frightened people, but because they demanded self-recognition while under threat. The locker corridor nearly broke Corvin anyway. The door still bore the old stencil for the home tunnel. Paint had flaked around the letters, but not enough to erase them. Inside, rows of metal lockers stood half open. Some still held forgotten tape rolls, knee braces, dust-coated paper cups from a long-dead event staff table. Black residue veined every bench. And on the far wall, one enormous poster from Corvin's final healthy season still hung under a skin of grime, his own younger face looking back in frozen confidence. He hated the sudden violence of his reaction. There was no clean, noble emotion in it. No grand philosophical distance. He wanted to tear the poster down with his hands and beat the wall with it until the smiling boy on it lost his certainty. Kaelen took one look at the wall and understood too much. "Do you want a minute?" she asked. No, that was too fast. Too hard. He heard it himself. Her expression did not change. "Do you want one anyway?" He stared at the poster. The caption under it had once been some slogan written by a marketing team paid to turn athletes into prophecy. Now the letters were obscured by black streaks, making the sentence look diseased. Behind him, the others politely occupied themselves with door checks and route marks. Even Raphael had the decency not to joke. Corvin walked to the wall, set the hooded lamp on the floor, and gripped the poster edge. The paper fought for a second, then ripped free with a long, ugly sound. Black residue came away with it in wet strings. He crumpled the whole thing and dropped it into a rusted shower drain where it sagged and blackened. That helped, he admitted. Kaelen's mouth moved a fraction. Of course it did. Do not get smug in a demon locker room. That seems exactly the place for it. He turned to her and found the tenderness he had been avoiding all day waiting in her face without pity. That mattered. He could survive many things. He could not have endured pity from her here. "You are not that boy," she said quietly. "No, and you are not only the thing your grandfather made in desperation." He swallowed. "No. Then choose what walks onto the field tomorrow." The sentence settled into him where the stadium's pressure could not reach. Before he could answer, Irina hissed from the corridor. "Movement." They killed the lamp and shifted low. Two hunters crossed the far intersection beyond the locker access, speaking in murmurs sharpened by stress. Mara's people. Corvin caught enough to know they were discussing lower vault placements and the timing of the witness ring, which he hated instantly. The Varga ring had become part of Mara's plan somehow. Not merely a bloodline symbol. A key, perhaps, or a proof she intended to display if she captured it. Kaelen and Irina moved together without discussing it. Old training turned against its old owners. One went left, one went right. The silence that followed was short, efficient, and bad for the men in the corridor. When the bodies were lowered without a shot, Corvin stepped over and searched the nearer one. In the hunter's coat pocket, he found a folded instruction slip marked in Mara's hand. "At moonrise, bring the ring to center. The bowl must witness the heir by blood and choice." Nothing else. Corvin read it twice. The words felt like cold grease. Raphael peered over his shoulder. "I dislike that sentence with professional intensity." Dor took the paper, frowned, and handed it to Irina. "By blood and choice." Translation. Irina's face hardened. Mara thinks the heir needs not only Varga blood, but visible consent. Not true consent. Ritualized positioning. If she can force Corvin to stand at center under pressure while the bowl is fully charged, the demon may interpret the act as surrender of guardianship. Kaelen's hand closed around Corvin's wrist before she seemed aware she had moved. "Then she does not get him at center until we are ready." Corvin looked back toward the black field pressure beyond the walls, toward the shape below the stadium waiting to rise under a red moon, and felt the route ahead narrow into one brutal clarity. There would be no version of the ending where he remained safely at the edge. The field would want him. Mara would want him. The heir would want him. Avoiding that was no longer strategy. It was fantasy. He folded the instruction slip and tucked it into his coat. "We place the second anchor," he said. "Then we get out and tell the others the stadium is not only a battlefield. It is trying to make a ceremony out of me. No one argued. They moved through the final service turn and reached the underfield chamber just long enough to see what waited there. The room below the 50-yard line had once housed hydraulic access and emergency field equipment. Now its ceiling had split around old support seams. Black tendrils hung through the opening like roots searching for water. At the center, half hidden by scaffolding and darkness, something vast shifted with patient delight. Not fully formed. Not yet. But close enough that the air tasted of iron every time it breathed. Corvin planted the second anchor with both hands steady. The ring flashed cold. Silver ran into the floor and vanished into the buried line. Far above them, faint and terrible, the empty stadium gave a cheer. Chapter 74, Honest Fear. They came out of the spill corridor after midnight looking older than when they had entered. June took one glance at their faces and waved everyone else back from immediate questions. Water first. Reports after. It was the tone of a person who had learned leadership by surviving her own bad habits. Priya shoved towels into hands with military disgust and made Raphael sit down before he tracked black runoff across the cleanest strip of floor she still believed belonged to civilization. Dor went straight to the map table without being asked and began updating route marks from memory, because some men cope with horror by improving their diagrams. Corvin stood at the back sink and washed residue from his forearms in water that ran gray, then black, then clear. The cheer they had heard in the empty stadium still seemed lodged somewhere inside his spine. It was not a sound he feared. It was worse. It was a sound he understood. Kaelen came up beside him, stripped off her coat, and set the folded hunter instruction on the metal counter between them. Priya had read it. The grandfather had read it. Elias had copied it twice in his careful ledger hand, as if replication might make the meaning less vile. Nothing about repetition helped. The bowl must witness the heir by blood and choice, Kaelen said softly, as if testing whether speaking it aloud changed its shape. It does not get to define choice for me. No, it does not. She dried her hands, then looked at him in the mirrored steel panel over the sink instead of directly. But the room below the field knows your reflexes now. The building may try to force movement even if the demon fails. He nodded. Then tomorrow I walk into the center because I decide to, not because it hurts me there. Her reflection's mouth tightened. You are saying the correct thing in the most irritating possible way. I have a gift. You have several. Modesty is not among them. That familiar rhythm should have eased the knot in him. It did a little. Still, he found himself leaning one hand against the counter and staring at the sink as if more instructions might rise from the drain. When I saw the poster in the locker room, he said, I hated him. Kaelen did not ask who. She knew. He looked so certain, like the whole world was going to hold still long enough for him to become himself. He was young. He was arrogant. He was fed a story since childhood that arrogance and destiny were cousins. Corvin let that sit. Maybe I deserved the fall. Kaelen turned then, sharp enough that her shoulder brushed his. Do not do the harrower's work for it. He met her eyes. There was no softness in the rebuke, only fierce care. That made it land harder. That is not humility, she went on. That is taking pain and pretending it was justice because that feels easier to organize. Your knee broke. Your old life collapsed. Then your parents died, and your grandfather made a monstrous choice to keep the bloodline breathing. None of that becomes morally tidy just because tidy suffering is easier to narrate. He stared at her for a long beat. Has anyone told you, he said at last, that your romance style could frighten clergy? Only weak clergy. He laughed, and the laugh hurt in a helpful way, like something locked loosening. Kaelen stepped closer then, close enough that the towel between their hands brushed. Her voice lowered. I do not need you fearless tomorrow, she said. I need you honest. There is a difference. Fear can be worked with. Dishonesty cannot. He touched the bandage on her forearm gently with 2 fingers. Same for you. Yes, she said. Which is why I should tell you now that seeing Irina again inside those tunnels disturbed me more than Mara has. Mara is an enemy. Irina is a reminder that part of me still understands the language of that order before it translates it into cruelty. That honesty felt like a gift shaped like a blade, which was usually how Kaelen's gifts arrived. Are you afraid she will pull you back? He asked. No. I am afraid I will understand her too well. He thought about that, about the way Irina had named the initiation chapel in the dark and how much effort it had cost her to do so. Then he set the towel aside and took Kaelen's face between his hands. You understanding her, he said, is not the same as belonging to her world again. Her eyes closed for 1 second under his palms. When they opened, all that fierce intelligence was still there, but so was something more fragile and more dangerous. Good, she murmured. Because I am very attached to the world where you exist. He kissed her there by the sink with the bar half asleep behind them and the city under demonic pressure beyond the boarded windows. There was nothing hurried in it. Urgency had already claimed enough of their lives. He kissed her the way a person touches a promise to make sure it remains real under the fingers. When they finally stepped apart, the building still hummed with old fear, but his pulse had remembered another job. The war room reconvened in the hour before dawn. People looked worse. That was expected. What Corvin had not expected was how much clearer everyone sounded after the tunnel run. Once the enemy becomes specific, exhaustion sometimes grows easier to carry. They no longer debated whether the stadium was only a nest. They knew it was a machine for ritual pressure. They no longer wondered whether the lower routes could take anchors. They had seen them take hold. The next decisions were brutal, but they were concrete. Irina stood at the map and, with Kaelen beside her, outlined Mara's likely moonrise pattern. She will split her remaining faithful into 3 functions. Witness line in the bowl, fire teams on the west ring, and ring capture cell near center access. She will expect the heir to either rush the field in anger or avoid the center entirely. She prepares for both because she respects neither emotion nor hesitation. She only respects control. Tamsin folded her arms. She no longer has enough fighters to hold all 3 if we hit below and above together. Not hold, Irina said. Delay. She only needs delay if the harrower rises on time. That mattered. Corvin saw it in Elias's face first, then indoors as the pieces shifted. If Mara's strength had become theater rather than substance, then speed and disruption mattered more than total force. We cut the clock, Corvin said. June looked up from her notes. Meaning tomorrow is 2 linked operations, not 1 long siege. Morning and afternoon are evacuation and route denial. At dusk we insert below through the spill corridor with the smallest effective team, wake the remaining lines, and force the harrower to expose where it has bonded most deeply. At moonrise the field team goes in through the western tunnel, already knowing where the shell is weakest. Surface teams do not try to win the whole building. They keep witnesses from becoming martyrs and stop Mara from turning the bowl into a congregation. Nora scratched her jaw. I like any plan that includes preventing worship. The grandfather, wrapped in blankets and irritation, watched Corvin through most of the briefing without interrupting. That usually meant a worse interruption later. Sure enough, when the room broke for assignments and quick food, he crooked 2 fingers from his chair. Office, he said. Corvin followed him upstairs with the same dread one might take into a confession if the priest had once hidden bodies. The old man took the office chair because of course he did. Corvin leaned against the desk and waited. You finally see it, the grandfather said. The stadium. No. Why places matter. The old man coughed into a handkerchief, grimaced at the blood that came with it, and tucked the cloth away before Priya could appear through walls by instinct alone. People think power lives in blood first. It does not. Blood is only transport. Meaning is the true engine. Your ring matters because of what your line chose to guard. The relic matters because of what was asked of it. The stadium matters because tens of thousands of people spent years teaching themselves to feel there with collective force. Demons are parasites of meaning. That is why they haunt churches, schools, courthouses, battlefields, bedrooms, bars. They go where feeling has been concentrated long enough to leave a stain. Corvin absorbed that in silence. The old man's eyes sharpened further. Mara understands half of this. That makes her dangerous. Half knowledge with discipline is always more destructive than ignorance. She thinks if she arranges enough blood and witness and will at center field, she can author the meaning of the act. She cannot, not completely. Meaning is never singular when other witnesses remain. Remember that tomorrow. Corvin straightened a little. You are saying the bowl matters, but so do the eyes in it. Yes, the city will tell the story of what happens there whether it knows it is doing so or not. Give it the right story. That sounds almost noble. Do not get excited. I am old and in pain. It happens. Corvin hesitated, then asked the question he had been circling. Did my parents know about this? About the stadium specifically. For the first time that morning, the old man looked tired in a way age could not fully explain. Not the stadium. They knew the line under the city was shifting. They knew the harrower had grown interested in public places. They died guarding the seal because they feared what came next would need a guardian strong enough to understand the modern sites of worship better than the old manuals did. Corvin's throat tightened. And you thought that was me? I thought, the old man said, that if the line ended, every old mistake would come due at once. I also thought you were a stubborn boy with a quarterback sense of spatial consequence and a mother's tendency to love people more than strategy recommends. In my defense, all of that remains irritatingly true. The sentence struck him harder than praise would have. Love people more than strategy recommends. That had always sounded like weakness in the mouths of certain men. From the old bastard in the chair, it sounded almost like Lineage. When Corvin went back downstairs, dawn was graying the boarded windows. Kaelen sat at the edge of the map table cleaning one of her short blades with a strip of cloth gone black at the corners. Irina sat opposite her, not touching the second blade Kaelen had set on the wood between them. It took Corvin a second to understand what he was seeing. Kaelen had offered it for inspection. Trust, in their world, rarely arrived as comfort. It arrived as the chance to hold the sharp thing and decline to use it. Irina looked up first. We were discussing wording. That sounds dangerous, Corvin said. It is, Kaelen replied. If tomorrow goes badly and the surface lines break, Mara's remaining faithful may listen to one command voice other than hers. Irina touched the flat of the offered blade with one finger. Mine. Corvin stayed still. Will they? Some. Enough to matter if I choose the moment carefully. Not enough to guarantee safety. Her gaze shifted to Kaelen. She asked whether I can order retreat without slipping back into the habits that made obedience feel holy. And, Corvin said. Irina's mouth pulled with bleak honesty. I do not know, which is why I told her the truth instead of pretending certainty. That seemed to please her. Kaelen cleaned the edge once more and slid the weapon back into its sheath. It pleased me less than it reassured me. There it was again, the strange hard-earned ethic growing inside this coalition. No purity, no easy absolution. Only people telling the truth before the field demanded it from them by force. Outside, the city slowly moved toward the day before the blood moon. Inside the bar, among weapons, maps, coffee gone bitter on the burner, and bodies learning how to keep going, Corvin felt the shape of tomorrow settle with grim finality. There would be a lower run. There would be a field. Mara would try to make a ceremony out of his bloodline. The harrower would try to make a throne out of his old ruin. Neither would get to be the only voice in the bowl. That, at least, was worth carrying into battle. Chapter 75, The Chamber Beneath Center. Daylight never truly reached the stadium district. The clouds held low and dense over Seattle, and by afternoon the city looked submerged in gray water up to the knees. That suited the work. Civilian movements drew less attention under a sky already built for hiding. June's teams moved family by family through side streets, church basements, laundromat back rooms, service alleys, and the old transit tunnel that still smelled of brake dust and warm concrete. Martin coordinated drivers from a radio nest set up behind the bar counter. Nora turned 3 arguments into obedience simply by announcing she was too tired to negotiate with anyone who still believed panic counted as a plan. Tamsin and her hunters erased Mara's peripheral observation posts around 2 parking structures and an event garage without creating the kind of noise that would have sent the district into open flight. Corvin spent the hours before dusk sleeping in fragments that never quite became rest. He tried a cot upstairs and lasted 10 minutes before the stadium's pressure threaded through a dream and turned the room into a tunnel lined with cheering mouths. He tried the office couch and woke to find he had nearly crushed the armrest under one hand. In the end, he gave up on sleep entirely and sat on the back step with a mug of coffee gone cold while rain tapped the alley like patient knuckles. The ring on his finger stayed cool. The seal iron, laid across his knees, warmed whenever the southern wind shifted. He no longer needed proof that the building was aware of him. Awareness had become the baseline. Kaelen found him there half an hour before departure. She wore fresh wraps on her forearms and had changed into the dark field clothes she preferred when a fight might move from concrete to metal to mud without warning. One of her silver short swords rested across her back. The other rode low at her hip. He had once asked how she could stand asymmetry in the placement. She had told him balance is not symmetry, which felt like the sort of sentence that should be carved over a monastery door or a boxing gym, depending on the century. She sat down beside him on the step and took the coffee mug from his hand without asking. This is terrible. It has been through 3 reheats. That is not coffee. That is punishment. He watched rain bead on the alley fence. Tomorrow at this time we are either alive in a different city or finishing the war. Those are not the only outcomes. No, they are simply the ones that fit politely in conversation. Kaelen leaned her shoulder into his. You are doing it again. What? Trying to get ahead of grief by sounding clever. He rubbed a thumb over the groove of the ring. Did I mention how much I enjoy being read like a tactical document? Frequently. Usually after I prove useful. He exhaled, the ghost of a smile passing and then fading. I keep thinking about the locker room. That version of me on the wall. I hated him because he believed the field was the center of his life. Then I hated myself because part of me still understands why. Kaelen looked forward, not at him. I understand why too. Places become gods when enough people point their hunger in the same direction. The Order did that with shrines and vows. Sports do it with lights and noise. Families do it with old expectations. Nations do it with flags. A god does not need to deserve devotion to receive it. He turned that over. And love, she said, and there it was, unguarded for a breath. Love can become a god too if it asks people to disappear in its service. Which is why I prefer ours rude, practical, and occasionally obscene. It leaves room for 2 people to remain human. He laughed under his breath. That might be the best description of us anyone has ever made. It is certainly the most flattering. He reached for her hand and found it already open to meet his. They sat with their fingers linked while rain traced the alley and the city held its breath around them. It was not a grand scene. No speeches. No promises about forever made under impossible weather. Just the shared weight of an almost finished war and the shocking steadiness of being known in the middle of it. The back door opened. Priya stood there with her arms crossed and the expression of a woman determined to bully mortality, one schedule adjustment at a time. If either of you dies because you skipped the broth I set out, I will be furious with your ghosts. Kaelen rose at once. You hear that? We are medically obligated to survive. Corvin followed her in. I will put it in the report. The departure team gathered at dusk around the map table for the last clean briefing they were likely to get. This time the grandfather came fully dressed for the field. Priya's outrage began before she saw the coat. It intensified when she saw the holster under it and reached theological levels when she noticed the old Varga clasp at his throat, the one he only wore for family rights and violence he expected to matter historically. You are not going, she said. I am, he replied. You are stitched together. Yes, not for the first time. Corvin looked from one to the other with mounting dread. Absolutely not. The old man turned his head slowly. I appreciate the performance. The answer remains yes. We already have the routes. You have routes. I have memory. He tapped 2 fingers against his own chest and winced from the effort, which should have been persuasive if he were not the sort of man who turned visible pain into argument. The chamber under center is older than the stadium shell. The line there was repurposed during construction. Your parents found that out because I told them where to look. I tell you now because I have finally grown sentimental in my decline. Corvin stared at him. You never mentioned a repurposed chamber. Because you were not ready to hear it while still imagining secrecy was the same thing as strategy. Kaelen moved before he did, stepping between grandfather and grandson with her usual frightening efficiency. If he comes, he does not fight the advance line. He identifies the chamber, confirms the original Varga join, and stays with door. The old man looked offended. I can still shoot. Poorly, Priya snapped. Rudely, he corrected. Corvin dragged a hand down his face. Every instinct in him argued for leaving the old bastard in the chair. Unfortunately, every tactical line converged in the same place. If the grandfather truly knew the chamber's older geometry, His presence might shorten the lower run by the one margin that kept Moonrise from becoming catastrophe. He hated that. He hated it because it was true. "All right," he said at last, and Priya made a sound like she had swallowed broken glass. "But he stays under Dor's authority once we enter the lower vaults." Dor looked surprised and then grimly honored in the way only practical men ever do when handed responsibility for unruly legends. "I can work with that." "No one can work with that," Priya said. "That is an absurd sentence." The final team went out under first dark. Corvin, Kaelen, the grandfather, Dor, Raphael, and Irina. Tamsin remained topside to coordinate hunter defections at the West Ring. Martin and Nora took the surface teams toward the parking loops. June, against Priya's wishes and everyone's expectations of common sense, kept command of the radio board because injury had only sharpened her temper and no one wanted that temper wandering unsupervised. They used the spill corridor again because the stadium still believed it was a place of weakening rather than approach. The descent hurt more with the grandfather in tow, not because he slowed them terribly, but because each time his breath caught in the dark, Corvin felt a private flare of dread he could not entirely master. The old man noticed, of course. "If you keep looking back every time I grunt," he muttered from behind Dor, "I will begin charging for fatherhood. You are not my father." No, that man had manners. Raphael snickered into the dark and nearly slipped. Kaelen caught his shoulder without breaking stride. The fear pressure in the corridor came faster this time. The harrower had learned from the first run. Illusions sharpened earlier, deeper, with less warning. At the runoff chamber, Corvin heard not cheers now, but the silence after them. The dead air of locker room pity, the sterile voice of a doctor explaining ligament damage as if identity were merely cartilage with publicists. Kaelen saw something that made her jaw go stone hard. Irina stopped once at a chapel that did not exist. The grandfather, to his immense credit or permanent damage, spat into a vision of the back room, where he had turned Corvin and told the phantom younger version of himself that panic had always been his least attractive quality. "What did you see?" Corvin asked before he could stop himself. The old man gripped the rail and gave him a sideways look. A man who thought desperation excused every future consequence. I remain undecided. No one had a useful response to that. They reached the locker level, passed the torn poster drain, and moved beyond the point where Corvin's old memories helped. The halls down here belonged to an earlier structure concealed inside the stadium's later body. Concrete thickened, ceiling heights lowered. Pipes gave way to older brick reinforcement, and iron supports bolted by hands long dead. The air grew colder, though sweat still ran under clothes. Dor's lamp found faint chiseled markings low on one wall, half hidden under residue. "Not contractor marks," he murmured. The grandfather stepped forward, palm flat to the brick. For a moment, the scornful old fighter vanished, and something far older looked out through him. "Varga maintenance code," he said. "Pre-war style adapted from church catacombs and rail service marks. The line branch is close." "How close?" Corvin asked. The old man moved his hand 3 inches left. "There." Corvin touched the wall where indicated. The ring flashed so cold it hurt. Silver light spidered under the brick and vanished down into the floor seam. Raphael breathed out reverently. "Well, that is disgusting in a very useful way." The passage beyond bent twice and opened into the chamber his parents had died protecting. Corvin knew that before anyone spoke because the room felt occupied by grief that had not finished deciding whether to become memory or command. The chamber was circular, older than the stadium above, half lined with brick and half with poured concrete where later generations had reinforced it instead of replacing it. At the center stood a waist-high iron housing encircled by channels cut into the floor like spokes. Black residue covered the far wall in a broad fan, but closer to the housing the floor remained mostly clean, as if the line beneath still rejected full contamination. The grandfather stopped breathing for one dangerous second. Corvin turned. "Sit down." The old man ignored him and walked to the housing with the stubborn ceremony of someone entering a grave and a chapel at once. His hand shook only once as he brushed the top edge. "Your mother stood here," he said. The room went absolutely still. "Your father at that wall with a rifle and more courage than technique. We believed we could rotate the line without waking the district. We were wrong." The harrower had already scented the shift. It sent less of itself then, only enough to kill. Corvin could not feel his fingers. Kaelen stepped near enough that her shoulder brushed his. She said nothing. Thank God for that. Some grief cracks if spoken near too quickly. The old man kept his eyes on the housing. They bought time. Enough for me to close the branch. Enough for me to carry what was left of the line back to the bar. Enough for me to decide something unforgivable. Corvin looked at the back of his grandfather's neck, at the stoop age and injury had finally forced into it, and felt anger and pity and gratitude, and revulsion, not so tightly together that no clean moral order would separate them. Family was often that disappointing. Do not die in here, he said, voice rough. I am too tired to untangle this without you. The old man barked one harsh laugh. Sentiment. Disgusting. Work saved them from drowning in what the room meant. Dor and Raphael secured the chamber perimeter. Irina checked the outer hall for signs of Mara's watchers and found none, which probably meant the stadium itself had become the true guard. Kaelen crouched at the spoke channels and called out depth and pattern changes while Corvin laid the seal iron into the housing notch the grandfather indicated. When his ring met the iron lip, every channel in the floor lit at once. Not bright. Not gentle. Hungry. Silver flame ran through the cuts and into the walls. The whole chamber rang with a note too low to hear and too deep not to feel. Above them, the stadium answered. Not cheering this time. Groaning. The harrower sensed injury in its root work and pressed back. The far wall burst. Not outward. Inward, as black tendrils punched through brick and concrete like roots through wet paper. Kaelen moved first, blades flashing silver arcs in the cramped light. Irina joined her half a step later, old training finding a new purpose. Corvin stayed at the housing because if he pulled the relic too soon the charge would fail. Dor braced the grandfather back behind a support column and opened fire on anything with form enough to be hurt by bullets. Raphael shouted measurements no one needed and then proved useful by slamming a flare charge into the breach, forcing the tendrils to contract with a shriek that scraped every nerve in the room. Hold it, Dor barked. I am holding it. Corvin snapped, because the floor channels were still brightening in stages, not yet fully bound. The ring burned now. He could smell skin singe under the metal. He did not let go. Through the widening breach, he saw not merely black matter but fragments of the chamber under center field, the harrower's mass threading above and around it like a living storm. It was closer than the maps had suggested. The building had warped internally to shorten its own routes. Kaelen severed a tendril thick as a man's thigh and got driven backward into the wall by the recoil. Irina took the next two, silver singing as she moved. The grandfather, from behind the column, fired once and took a fragment through the shoulder for his trouble, then cursed the thing with truly ancestral creativity. The line reached completion in a burst. Silver rose up the chamber walls in branching filaments. The breach convulsed. Every tendril still in the room went rigid and then burst apart into black steam. Far above, the stadium groaned again, this time with genuine hurt inside the sound. Corvin yanked the seal iron free and staggered back, smoke lifting from the ring where it touched his skin. It is done, the grandfather said, pale as salt and bleeding anew through his coat. Western and central join are awake. Corvin caught him before he could sink. You are not dead. Your disappointment is noted. But the victory lasted only one breath. Over the radio at Corvin's shoulder, June's voice snapped alive through static. Surface to lower team. Mara's people have shifted early. Repeat, shifted early. West Ring fire teams moving now. Blood moon visible through cloud break. It is starting ahead of projection. Corvin looked toward the breach, toward the vibrating channels, toward Kaelen wiping black matter from her blade with a face gone ice calm. How long? June answered at once. An hour, maybe less before full red. That was not enough time for another retreat and clean reentry. The field had just moved closer. Corvin helped the grandfather straighten. Then we stopped thinking in phases. Kaelen met his eyes across the chamber. She understood immediately. Part 1 of the final assault had just ended. The rest would begin before any of them had the decency to be ready. Chapter 76, Blood over Concrete. The stadium stopped pretending to be patient the moment the moon showed red through the cloud break. Even underground they felt the change. Air pressure dipped, as if a giant lung somewhere above had drawn breath. The lit channels in the chamber shivered silver, then held. Beyond the breached wall, the harrower's mass shifted with a new coherence, no longer merely gathering itself, but arranging. The difference felt terrifyingly close to intention. June's voice continued through the radio in clipped bursts as the surface battle accelerated. West Ring engagement confirmed. Tamsin has split 4 of Mara's lower faithful from the fire teams. Martin holding the north loop with 2 vehicles and more stubbornness than ammunition. Nora says if anyone on your end can move faster, this would be a wonderful time. Raphael keyed his own set. Please tell Nora I remain devoted to her emotional growth. She says your growth can occur after you stop leaving wires everywhere. Corvin almost smiled. Almost. Lower team is moving, he said. Send all civilians farther north. No one stays within sight line of the bowl. Already happening, June replied. One more thing. The sky is wrong. That was all she had time to say before gunfire cracked over the channel and the line filled with static. There are moments when command stops being the selection of good options and becomes the discipline of moving through bad ones without flinching long enough to lose everyone. Corvin had arrived at one of those moments. There would be no return to the bar for a gathered speech and better supplies. No extra hour to let the grandfather stop bleeding through a second bandage. No careful transition from lower insertion to open field strike. The field had pulled phase 2 forward. The stadium wanted its witnesses now. He looked around the chamber and made the choice that had been approaching since the locker room. We go up from here, he said. No one asked what he meant. Kaelen wiped her blade on a blackened cloth and slid it home. Center route. Yes. Door checked the grandfather's shoulder wrap with a mechanic's blunt gentleness. Then we take the old maintenance stair above the chamber joint. It should put us near the west tunnel under the bowl. Should, Raphael said. Door did not spare him a glance. You have been informed of my view on optimism. Irina stepped to the breach and peered through the shifting residue haze. If we rise through the west tunnel, Mara will expect an air charge once she sees him. She will stage for capture. Then let her stage, Corvin said. The difference is that now the central line is awake beneath her feet. The grandfather leaned harder than he wished against the support column, but his voice remained flint. And the bowl has witnesses other than hers if we move quickly. Remember what I told you. Meaning is never singular while the eyes remain divided. Corvin nodded once. Then we divide them. The route upward was an old service stair hidden behind a rusted maintenance cage. Door had to kick the lower hinge twice before it surrendered. The grandfather cursed on every third step, which was how Corvin knew he was still dangerous enough to matter. Kaelen ranged a half-level above with Irina. Raphael carried the satchel charges and muttered to himself in a language of measurements, prayers, and offensive comparisons between civic engineering and farm tools. Corvin took center, one hand on the rail, the other on the seal iron, feeling the lit lines below him hum through concrete and up his bones like distant current. At the first landing, they found proof that June had been right about the sky. The small emergency window at the turn should have shown the underside of a parking structure and maybe a sliver of weather. Instead, it showed red. Not red light reflected from some sign or flare. Red moonlight, thickened by cloud and rain into the color of diluted blood. It lay over the concrete outside as if the city had been dipped in a wand. Raphael stopped dead. I officially dislike astronomy. The grandfather looked past him at the window with old hatred. Not astronomy. Timing. The world enjoys them both. Gunfire rolled above, closer now. The West Ring had become an active fight. They emerged into the service tunnel beneath the lower bowl under a wash of emergency lights alternating white and amber. The place smelled of wet concrete, popcorn grease from dead seasons, ozone from damaged wiring, and the coppery thread the harrower had begun adding to every air current near the field. Sound behaved strangely. Shouts from the concourse came in delayed fragments. Somewhere in the seating above, people were chanting. Not a crowd. Too few voices. Hunters, likely, using liturgy to keep fear arranged into obedience. Irina heard it and went pale with fury. Mara is using procession cadence. Kaelen glanced at her. Can you break it? Perhaps. Good. Save it. They reached the west tunnel mouth just as Martin's voice tore through the radio. Corvin, if you are breathing, answer. Fire teams pushed the north loop, but Tamsin cut one flank off. Nora has the upper ramp and is swearing at physics. We can hold perimeter for minutes, not an hour. Corvin keyed back. Then stop trying to hold the whole perimeter. Collapse inward. Keep Mara's witnesses from filling the lower bowl. Anyone not essential gets out. Martin did not answer at once. When he did, his voice held tired understanding. You are already going in. Yes. All right. Then I will make the outside ugly enough that they look the wrong direction for as long as possible. That was friendship in a war zone. No speeches. Just competent ugliness offered at the right time. The west tunnel opened onto the lower concourse through double doors half off their hinges. Corvin eased one inward and looked. The bowl beyond had become a cathedral for everything wrong with public devotion. Rain fell through the open air in red-silver threads under the blood moon. The seats climbed into shadow and scarlet haze. Hunter lanterns burned at scattered intervals along the lower rows where Mara's remaining faithful formed narrow witness lines facing the field. They were not many, perhaps 24 in the visible arc, maybe more in upper sections. They stood too still for healthy people, chanting under their breath in cadence that turned the empty stadium's old acoustic memory into ritual scaffolding. Between them drifted black residue in low banners, feeding on the shape of expectation as much as fear. And on the field itself, center turf had split, not with one clean rupture, but in a web of lifted seams around the 50-yard line, where black mass rose through the broken ground in layered sheaths like a thing growing its own armor from the memory of cheers. It was larger than when Corvin had seen it from below. The shell it was forming around itself looked almost skeletal in places, ribs of hardened residue banded by wet black membrane, and lit from within by red pulses that answered the moon overhead. Around the rupture, old yard numbers glistened with water and demon filth until the white paint looked like exposed bone. Corvin heard Kaelen inhale slowly at his shoulder. That is the shell, she said. Yes. It is not complete. No. Then it can still be broken before it chooses its full shape. He looked at her. This was why he loved her. Faced with abomination, she immediately began translating horror into work. Movement on the opposite sideline drew all eyes. Mara Voss stepped from the east tunnel in a long dark coat marked by rain and moonlight. For command loyalists flanked her. Tamsin had not exaggerated the attrition. Mara's once imposing field cell had thinned to a severe remnant. It did nothing to reduce the force of her presence. Command had always been her chosen theater, and the bowl made a natural stage for people who mistook witness for righteousness. She lifted one hand. The chanting in the lower seats quieted at once. Kaelen, Mara called across the field, and somehow the empty stadium carried the name with intimate precision. You continue to choose rooms that reveal your limitations. Kaelen did not move from Corvin's side. And you continue to choose altars that require other people's bodies. Mara's mouth almost curved. History is not made by those who fear cost. No, Corvin called back. It is usually ruined by them. A few heads in the witness line shifted. Good. Mara's gaze found him fully then. Even across the bowl, he felt the weight of her understanding. She had studied him more than he had allowed himself to believe. Not because she admired him, but because she intended to script him. The heir comes at last, she said. Do you know how rare it is, Corvin Varga, for a line bred to guard old power to also understand spectacle? Your injury was not merely misfortune. It was education. This place taught you what crowds take and what they give. That knowledge should have made you useful to me. It made me immune to certain sales pitches. Nothing human is immune. Her words might have landed once. Tonight they slid off something harder-earned. Corvin stepped through the west tunnel onto the sideline with the seal iron bare in one hand and rain immediately striking his face. Kaelen came with him. So did Irina, doors supporting the grandfather a step behind. Raphael, already eyeing support columns like a man considering which part of architecture deserved betrayal first. The bowl watched. That mattered. Corvin could feel it. Not only Mara's loyalists. Martin's people in the north access shadows. Nora somewhere above with a rifle in the attention span of a wolf. Tamsin's defectors along the west ring deciding in real time which version of obedience they could still survive. The city itself beyond the stadium walls, waiting to learn what story this place would be given tonight. Mara extended one arm toward center field. Come then, by blood and choice. The instruction slip in his pocket might as well have burned. For a heartbeat, every bad possibility arranged itself cleanly. Walked to center too soon, and he completed her ritual frame. Refuse center entirely, and Mara controlled the witness line while the harrower finished thickening its shell. Charge her first, and the demon got the time it wanted. Then Irina moved. She stepped out from Corvin's flank and into the open view of the lower bowl. Rain slicked her hair to her face. Her voice, when it came, cracked once on the first word and then found command with terrifying clarity. Lower faithful, she shouted. Here your acting field commander. Boss has lied about the right. The bowl is not cleansing ground. It is feed ground. Any witness line held for center capture serves the harrower first, and the order not at all. Break formation and retreat to west exits. The chant stuttered. Mara did not turn toward her former student. That would have acknowledged danger. You overestimate your rank, she said. Perhaps, Irina replied. You overestimate your god. 2 hunters in the lower east seats broke first, stepping backward with visible uncertainty. Then 3 more on the west ring turned their heads toward Tamsin's position where, right on cue, Tamsin rose from behind a concrete partition and shouted the older withdrawal phrase of Mara's school, the one that predated Voss and still carried the authority of tradition. Lines wavered. That was all the field needed. The harrower screamed from center turf as uncertainty spoiled the shape of witness it had been feeding on. The shell pulsed red-black. Cracks opened along one side where the newly awakened seal line under the field pushed back. The whole stadium shuddered. Now, door barked. Raphael was already moving. He sprinted for the lower support channel and slapped 2 shaped charges onto the old speaker mast bases Tamsin had identified earlier. Not to collapse the bowl, merely to blind the east witness line with dust and concrete spray, ruin their sight line, and force their formation into panic instead of ceremony. Mara understood a beat too late. Stop him, she snapped, but her remaining loyalists were already splitting between obeying her, shooting at Irina, and simply surviving the fact that the demon in front of them had just screamed at their doubt. The first charge blew. Concrete dust erupted up the east lower aisle in a gray-red bloom. The second followed half a second later and sent a speaker mast crashing sideways across 4 rows of seats. No one died in the collapse that Corvin could see. Many plans did. Field team, he shouted. With me. This time when he stepped onto the turf, it was not because anyone had pushed him there. Rain soaked his hair and ran into his eyes. The broken field under his boots felt softer than grass should, as if something beneath it were still deciding whether to be earth or flesh. Kaelen paced him on the left, Irina on the right for the first stretch until her path angled back toward the witness line to keep the fracture growing. Dor and Raphael peeled toward the west edge to manage supports and charge lines. The grandfather, stubborn ruin that he was, came only far enough to the sideline rail to lay one hand on the Varga clasp at his throat and watch with an expression too hard to name. Corvin crossed the 40. The harrower's shell rose another 10 feet, towering now, half-formed ribs curving around a core of mouths and eyes and crowd noise memory. Black tendrils lashed out from the broken turf and struck sparks where Kaelen's silver met them. Every cut she made left a pale seam in the shell, proof that the blueprint's final truth still held. Her blades could weaken what his relic would later have to kill. He crossed the 30. Mara entered the field from the east with her saber drawn and 3 loyalists at her back, unwilling to cede center entirely even as her witness lines fractured. She was no longer trying only to command the ceremony. Now she was trying to outrun its collapse and seize the final image by force. Kaelen saw her and smiled without warmth. She still thinks this is about who stands closest when history looks down. Corvin tightened his grip on the seal iron. Then let us disappoint her. He crossed the 20. The blood moon burned over the open bowl. Around him the empty stadium held every old cheer and every old humiliation in suspension, and for the first time since his knee had broken under those lights years ago, Corvin did not feel consumed by what the place remembered of him. He felt larger than it. Not stronger in the simple sense. Larger in meaning. He was no longer the boy waiting for a crowd to tell him who he was. He was not even only the heir his family had made in panic and love and terrible necessity. He was the man choosing what walked into the center. At the 10-yard line, the harrower opened its unfinished face, and the whole bowl filled with the sound of many thousands of voices trying to become one. At the same instant, Mara Voss lunged from the east, and Corvin, with Kaelen beside him and the red moon above, stepped into the final field of his life. Chapter 77, The Red Center. Mara Voss came in low and fast, her saber drawing a white line through the rain as she crossed the east hash marks with the economy of a person who had spent half her life teaching others how to kill in open ground. Kaelen met her before the blade reached Corvin's ribs. Silver struck steel with a bright flat crack that skipped across the bowl louder than gunfire. The sound went up through the empty seats and came back changed, as though the stadium itself had taken interest in the fact that two hunters were trying to settle an argument at the edge of a demon's birth. Kaelen's body turned with the hit rather than against it. Her right short sword caught Mara's saber high, her left blade cut toward the older woman's wrist, and the two of them slid apart over rain-slicked turf in a scatter of pale sparks. Corvin saw all of that in a single hard instant and did not let himself watch the rest. If he watched Kaelen, he would protect Kaelen. If he protected Kaelen now, the harrower would finish becoming. He drove his boots forward, teeth set against the pressure in his skull, seal iron clenched in his right hand, and ran the final yards toward the broken center of the field. The harrower opened wider as he approached, and the thing it revealed was worse than any mouth. Mouths were honest. Mouths admitted they meant to eat. What spread through the shell at center was a theater of need, layer after layer of faces pressed into one another and trying to become a single shape. Some were twisted almost beyond being human. Some looked like ordinary people caught in the instant between panic and prayer. Some looked like men Corvin half remembered from Friday nights in this same bowl. Faces from the stands, security guards, assistant coaches, students painted in school colors, people who had once poured their faith into a field without understanding that places like this remembered devotion long after the fans went home. Their voices hit him as one wave. Not words at first. Longing. Expectation. The deep sick pull of being watched and judged and wanted all at once. The turf under his feet gave with a wet yielding pulse. Black cords burst upward and wrapped his calves. He slashed twice with the relic and the cords recoiled, smoking where old seal metal met demon flesh. 10 yards from center, the air turned thick as blood steam. Every injury he had ever feared, every silence that had ever opened after applause died, every memory of his ruined knee and the dark weeks after it came rushing up as if this field had kept them in storage for the exact moment he would be weakest. At the sideline rail, the grandfather slammed the butt of his old shotgun against metal hard enough to ring it like a bell. "Corvin," he shouted, and the name cut straighter than the screaming. "Do not let the place tell you who you are." The Varga clasp at his throat flashed once, a brief dark red pulse under the ring. Along the west lower line, Dor and Raphael were already moving among the concrete, seems the way other men might move through church aisles, exact and intent, and too busy to be frightened until later. Dor dropped to one knee near a service hatch and drove a hooked iron tool into the crack where the chamber below met the field above. Raphael hurled a satchel charge farther south to blow open a blocked drainage trench, not to destroy the bowl, but to loosen the skin over the chamber and rob the harrower of the clean geometry it wanted. On the west ring, Tamsin stood in plain view with her rifle lowered and shouted retreat orders in the old formal cadence of her order until 3 more uncertain hunters broke away from Mara's dying witness line and ran for the exits. Irina picked up the call from the north aisle, her voice roughened by rain and smoke and the knowledge that every word she spoke against Mara closed one road and opened another. The ritual frame frayed under that refusal. The shell at center flickered, then thickened again in fury. Corvin reached the 5-yard line, and the stadium changed around him without moving a single wall. The rain became tunnel water dripping from a concrete ceiling. The floodlights became the bright, cruel lamps of a surgical room. He smelled antiseptic, wet turf, old tape, his own panic from years ago, and beneath all of it the same metallic sweetness that had followed his first waking in the back room of the bar when his heart had already stopped. He saw the trainer who had once told him his season was finished. Then the doctor. then his own face in a dark television screen after the interviews ended and the room went empty. The harrower spoke through those images with a voice made of crowds trying to sound compassionate while still wanting more. You were loved while you could give them something, it whispered. You were mourned only until a healthier body arrived. The field took your future. Let me return it. Corvin staggered, and one knee hit the turf where his worst memory lived. Pain did not spear up from the old injury. Something meaner did. Recognition. A part of him that had once measured worth in yards, throws, praise, and the shape of other people's hope tried, for one sick pulse, to believe the voice. He planted the seal iron into the ground to keep from falling flat. Black light ran up the relic, licked his wrist, and for an instant his reflection shivered in the metal. Pale eyes, bloodline face. Rain across features no longer entirely mortal. Then Kaelen's voice snapped through the illusion from somewhere off to his left. Corvin. Stay where I can find you. He turned just enough to see her and Mara circling each other near the numbers on the east side of center. Mara's saber moved with brutal precision. Kaelen's twin blades moved like a language learned in childhood and rewritten by experience. Neither woman wasted breath on threats. Mara struck for joints and tendons. Kaelen struck for the small failures hidden inside certainty. Their footwork cut dark marks through the rain-slicked grass skin while black tendrils lashed between them from the harrower's shell, forcing both hunters to fight two battles at once. Mara drove Kaelen back 3 steps with a flurry aimed high, low, then center. Kaelen yielded ground, caught the center cut on crossed blades, and drove her shoulder into Mara's chest hard enough to break rhythm. You still lead from the front when you want worship, Kaelen said, breath even despite the violence. You taught us that danger is where truth strips rank clean. I finally agree with one of your lessons. Mara's answer came with her blade. I taught you not to confuse affection with judgment. He has made you soft. Kaelen's mouth curved without humor. No, he made me choose. The harrower hated that sentence. Corvin felt the hatred turn through the shell like a giant beast rolling under deep water. The turf at center heaved. Cracks opened in a rough spiral around the 50-yard line, exposing glimpses of the chamber beneath. Old concrete, rusted steel braces, seal marks pressed into the foundation long before the stadium had existed above it. The demon's half-formed body rose again, taller now, rib-like arches stretching toward the moon, the whole thing trying to gather shape from panic faster than resistance could take it away. Corvin ripped the seal iron free and lunged the last steps. As he did, a tendril thick as a man's torso slammed into him from the side and drove him across the painted line. He hit the field hard enough to crater soft blackened turf and lost the relic for one spinning instant. When he pushed up onto one hand, the bowl was screaming with voices that were not all the harrowers. Some were real. Priya at the tunnel mouth calling for the wounded. Nora firing from a high row and cycling the bolt with ruthless calm. Elias shouting route corrections over the radio, as if command could still make sense of this. Some were only the field remembering old cheers and reusing them as fuel. Corvin saw the seal iron lying 6 feet away at the edge of a widening crack that breathed hot, rotten air from below. He reached for it as black hands made of memory rose from the turf and caught his arm. The hands were not strong enough to hold him forever. They were strong enough to delay him until disaster matured. That was all the harrower needed. Chapter 78, The Shape of Choosing. Kaelen knew exactly when Mara realized the field had stopped obeying her. It happened in the eyes before it happened in the blade. For one flash of time, just as the crack under center widened and the shell convulsed against the failing witness line, Mara's expression broke open and showed the truth beneath discipline. Not fear of death. Mara had lived with death so long it had become furniture in her mind. What cracked through was insult, the cold astonishment of a person who had spent years believing she could stand above any ritual and now found herself being used by one. Kaelen cut at that opening immediately. Her right blade hammered Mara's saber out of center. Her left point came in under the older woman's guard and scored a silver line across the leather at her ribs, and then the harrower flung 3 whipping tendrils between them as if offended by the sight of honesty. Kaelen pivoted under the first strike, severed the second, and let the third pass close enough to feel its foul heat across her cheek. Mara retreated 2 paces, not from Kaelen, but from the tendrils. Even now she adjusted to danger like a master. Even now she made adaptation look like authority. Rain flattened Kaelen's hair to the back of her neck. Blood, not all of it hers, ran warm along 2 fingers where Mara's saber had scraped across her glove. She barely felt it. Corvin was down at center. She could feel his presence in the same fierce practical way she had learned to feel exits and ambush points and weight shifts in combat. It was not magic. It was not sentiment either, not in the soft, useless sense. It was attention sharpened by love and repetition until the body no longer mistook one for the other. She did not look at him. Looking would cost timing. Instead, she listened to the field and the man together. When Corvin's rage rose, the air around him changed. The demon sang against it because demon hunger always loved to ride real hunger. She heard that song thickening now beneath the storm. Mara heard it too and smiled in the old way that meant an argument had become a lesson. There, Mara said, advancing again with small exact steps. That is the core error. You thought pairing with a monster would make him less monstrous. It only gave his appetite a witness who wants to forgive it. Kaelen met her with steel and did not give the older woman the satisfaction of immediate anger. 2 fast exchanges rattled through wrist, shoulder, and spine. Then Kaelen slid inside Mara's next cut, trapped the saber momentarily against her own crossed blades, and spoke from inches away. You always believed killing was proof of clarity. It was only proof that you stopped asking better questions. She broke contact with a twist and kicked Mara back toward the east hash. On the north side of the bowl, Irina had become the fracture point of the entire order. Hunters who had followed Mara into the stadium now looked between 2 women shaped by the same brutal school and saw radically different futures standing in the ring. One demanded obedience to a right that had plainly turned foul. The other demanded judgment at the exact moment judgment might ruin every certainty left. Men and women trained to hunt monsters found themselves having to admit that rules were not the same thing as truth. Some chose late. Some died while deciding. A loyalist rifleman rose from the west aisle and leveled on Irina. Tamsin shot him through the shoulder before he could fire. He spun down into the seats and disappeared from view with a cry that sounded more shocked than hurt. West ring breaks with us, Tamsin shouted. Anyone still aiming inward is feeding the thing. Fall back if you intend to live through dawn. Beside the old tunnel mouth, Priya and June dragged a wounded defector behind a concrete brace, while Elias relayed shifting positions across 3 failing radios at once. Nora changed firing points every few seconds, each shot from above chosen not for spectacle, but for consequence. A muzzle, a hand on a detonator, a leg moving toward a charge line. The whole battle had become a web of decisions. The harrower wanted frenzy. Corvin's people and the splintered hunters were surviving by refusing it. At center, the black hands around Corvin's arm climbed toward his shoulder with awful tenderness. They were formed from old applause and old pity and every cheap piece of public affection that had once made him feel irreplaceable. The demon had found the shape of temptation that matched him best. Not power in the abstract. Recognition. Restoration. The promise that the field could be made to love him again. Only this time enough to keep him. Faces surged through the shell above him. Thousands of spectators trying to arrange themselves into his parents, then into coaches, then into strangers chanting his name with tears in their voices. It was obscene and effective and almost beautiful in the way floods can look beautiful from a hill before you remember what they do at ground level. Corvin bared his teeth and tried to pull free. The grip only tightened. Cold from the Varga ring ran up his hand and into the bones of his wrist, a different current than the demon's. Smaller, older, less interested in seducing him. The ring did not offer him lost things. It reminded him of obligations. The memory that came with it was not a crowd. It was the back room of the bar, his grandfather's shaking hands, the smell of old whiskey and rain, the terrible love inside the decision that had made him what he was. Not a restoration. A claim. Not you belong to them, but you belong to us. Corvin. This time the voice was not Kaelen's. It was the grandfather's, closer than before and roughened by pain and fury. Your mother never asked that field who her people were. Neither did your father. Do not shame them by kneeling to concrete. Corvin turned his head and saw the old man had come off the sideline rail and onto the turf despite every warning they had given him. He stood only 15 yards away, shoulders bowed under injury and age and stubbornness, one hand pressed to his side, the other closed around the Varga clasp hanging over his chest. The sight of him, battered and ridiculous and still advancing, broke something false inside Corvin. The field had taken his future once. This man had given him another at terrible cost. The difference mattered more than pain. With a low, savage noise that sounded almost like a laugh, Corvin drove his free hand into the turf, seized one of the memory-made wrists binding him, and ripped it apart. Black vapor burst across his face. The second hand followed. Then the third. He rolled, grabbed the seal iron, and came up half-crouched as the shell above center descended toward him like a cathedral made of screaming flesh. Kaelen saw him regain his feet and felt relief try to soften her. She killed that softness immediately because Mara did not miss such things. The older woman came in with a brutal overhead line that forced Kaelen to take the hit on both blades and give ground toward the numbers. Mara pressed, boots chewing muddy cuts into the blackening turf, face intent and stripped almost bare of expression now. "You think love made you stronger," she said. "It made you legible. Everything you are can be used because everything you are bends toward him." Kaelen parried high, turned, and let Mara's next thrust slide past her ribs close enough to tear cloth. "That is what trust looks like from a great distance," she said. "You have never stood near enough to know the difference." Mara answered by headbutting her. Pain exploded bright across Kaelen's brow. She stepped back on instinct and tasted blood at her lip. The world narrowed to rain, red moon, the drag of breath, and the old shape of her teacher trying to force her back into being a blade someone else could hold. Then Corvin roared at center, a deep bloodline sound that shook the shell, and Kaelen realized the next phase had begun whether any of them were ready or not. The turf split fully open beneath the 50-yard line. Chapter 79, Hunger Without Witness. The rupture at center field did not burst upward so much as exhale. One instant the ground was merely failing. The next it opened into a black-red throat 6 yards across, rimmed with shattered turf and broken seal concrete, breathing air from old buried places that no stadium should ever have covered. Rusted catwalk braces jutted through the gap like cracked ribs. Beneath them the original chamber glowed with intermittent lines of dull red, where ancient marks built into the foundation were fighting not to be erased. The harrower dropped tendrils into that opening by reflex, anchoring itself deeper, and in doing so revealed the core of its need. It was not only trying to manifest, it was trying to root. Corvin understood that with a clarity so cold it steadied him. If the relic went into the shell alone, the demon might break apart and reform later. If the seal below remained corrupted, Seattle would keep a door under its skin. He had to reach the chamber and strike where bloodline craft touched demon appetite, which meant he had to get through the thing at center while every instinct in his dead body urged him to tear and feed and answer violence with more of it. The Varga rage arrived not as blind anger, but as a simplification. That was what made it dangerous. The battle was complicated. The rage promised simplicity. It took the stadium, the hunters, the fractures in the witness lines, the civilians at the tunnel mouth, Mara, Kaelen, pain, memory, and dread and translated all of it into a series of direct appetites. Break what moves against you. Drink what weakens. Remove every threat until silence remains. Corvin felt his senses sharpen to vicious points. He heard blood moving in bodies across the field. He smelled fear and iron and ozone and damp concrete with enough precision to separate them by source. The harrower sensed the change and tried to ride it, tried to make the rage its vehicle, because a bloodline predator turned loose at center would feed witness as surely as any formal right. The shell bent toward him, opening seams where Kaelen's silver had cut it, inviting collision. Somewhere off to his right, a wounded loyalist stumbled from the east seats onto the field and raised a pistol with trembling hands. Corvin's head snapped toward the motion before thought arrived. For one terrible heartbeat, the easiest path was obvious. Take him first. Take everything. Let the whole bowl learn to fear something older than demons. Do not give it your name. Kaelen's voice carried across the field between blade strikes, and because he loved her he heard not only the words but the exact force of effort under them. Mara was driving her hard. Steel rang again, then in a rolling burst that ended in Mara's hissed breath and Kaelen's short grunt of impact. Still she kept speaking. Corvin, listen to me. Rage is not shape. It is weather. Let it pass through and choose after. That was not the language of hunters. That was the language of the woman who had sat with him in dark cabins in the Cascades while he learned to live inside a body that wanted ugly things. The woman who had laughed at him when he tackled his first winged horror like a panicked athlete instead of a predator. The woman who had learned the map of his silences and had given him hers in return. The field and the demon together offered him an audience. Kaelen offered him recognition without performance. The difference struck so deep it hurt. Corvin turned from the staggering loyalist and drove instead toward the harrower's nearest descending limb, smashing the seal iron into the black cartilage of the shell with both hands. Red-white force burst along the seam. The demon shrieked. The rage did not leave him, but it lost the steering wheel. Dor saw the opening first because engineers respected consequence more than spectacle. The east seam is compromised. He barked into the radio net, and then to Raphael, without waiting to see if anyone had heard. Collapse the support line under the tin and flood the chamber with air. Make it expose the load path. Raphael was already there in practice, if not in exact position. He sprinted along the sideline trench with a coil of detonator line dragging behind him like a wet tail, vaulted a broken advertisement barrier, and slid under a section of drooping mesh where the stadium's lower skin had begun to peel from its frame. A tendril dropped toward him from above. Nora's shot cut through the thing 2 feet from his head. Black matter splashed the concrete wall and smoked. I owe you again, Raphael shouted without looking up. Collect later, Nora called from somewhere impossibly high and cold. June and Priya pulled 2 more wounded hunters away from the tunnel mouth, while Elias redirected anyone still capable of carrying ammunition or water. There were no clean sides left at field level now. Only people deciding in real time whether they would help a city survive or help a demon root itself under it. Irina made her own decision in the oldest language her body knew. She descended from the north aisle with her blade bare and placed herself where Mara's remaining loyalists could see her clearly. Lower order, hear me, she shouted again, voice cracking under strain but still carrying. Any hand raised for Vance after this moment stands outside our law. Any fire directed towards center that is not meant to break the demon serves corruption. One of Mara's loyal lieutenants leveled a rifle at her from the west vomitory. He hesitated because he knew her, because he had trained under her, because old loyalties can stall a finger for exactly 1 fatal second. Tamsin used that second and knocked him sprawling with a shot to the leg. Irina did not thank her. There was no time and no need. Instead, she turned her blade outward, not toward Corvin, but toward the hunters who still had to choose. The gesture mattered more than the weapon. It declared publicly that the monster at center was not the man beside whom Kaelen fought, but the hunger rising through the field itself and anyone who served it knowingly. The effect was immediate, if incomplete. More of Mara's witness line broke. 2 dropped their weapons outright. 3 retreated toward the west exits with faces white as salt. 1 screamed a prayer and fired at the harrower, which was at least directionally correct. At center, the demon lashed back. A column of black force erupted from the open chamber and struck Corvin square in the chest, hurling him across broken turf and into the edge of the crater. He hit hard enough to fracture old concrete with his shoulder. The seal iron almost left his grip. For a breathless instant, all sound tunneled down to a single ringing pitch. Then memory crashed over him again, harder now because the demon understood subtlety had failed. He saw his parents, not as they had truly been, but as fear wanted them. His mother bloodied and accusing, his father silent and disappointed, both standing at the tunnel entrance under the stadium as if waiting for him to admit he was not worth what had been spent. He knew the images were false even while they hurt. That was the terrible efficiency of fear. It did not need belief to injure. It only needed access. The harrower leaned through the shell and spoke with their voices layered over its own. We died guarding this because we knew you would not be enough. The words cut with surgical cruelty because they ran close to a thought Corvin had never fully defeated in himself. He rose anyway. Not elegantly. Not like a hero in a cleaner story. He rose the way hurt men rise when there is no moral beauty left in endurance, and only necessity remains. You do not get to wear them, he said into the screaming bowl. His voice sounded torn up and older than his face. You do not get to put their mouths on your hunger. Kaelen heard that answer and knew he was still himself. The knowledge hit her with such force, she nearly smiled in the middle of Mara's next cut. Nearly. Mara saw too much for that kind of carelessness. Their blades met again over the painted 12-yard line, silver and saber teeth grinding against each other while rain ran down both their faces. He is stronger than I expected, Mara said, which in her mouth counted as near admiration. So were you. Once. Kaelen twisted free and cut low, forcing Mara to skip back over a split in the turf. I am stronger now, she said. Mara answered with a sequence Kaelen had not seen since training years, a punishing chain of attacks designed to overwhelm by rhythm rather than surprise. Kaelen knew every beat of it. That was the trouble. Her body wanted to respond by the old pattern, and the old pattern had always ended with her yielding ground and awaiting correction. She broke the sequence on purpose. On the fourth strike, she stepped inside instead of away, let Mara's guard brush past her shoulder close enough to score pain, and drove the pommel of her left blade into the older woman's throat. Mara staggered, more enraged than hurt. Kaelen moved to finish, but a huge tendril from the harrower crashed between them and tore a furrow through the field. Black spray covered them both. When it cleared, Mara was already retreating towards center, toward the demon, toward the place where she still believed victory might be stolen by proximity. Corvin dragged himself to the lip of the chamber and looked down. What waited below was not merely a foundation room. It was the original wound under the stadium, the buried seal his parents had died protecting, and the one place in the city where bloodline and demon craft had been grinding against each other for generations. He understood, finally, where the killing blow had to land. Chapter 80, the last cut of the old order. The chamber beneath center field had been built before memory and repurposed by every age that had lacked the humility to leave dangerous places alone. Corvin saw military concrete from one era, utility braces from another, fresh ritual scoring from Mara's people, and beneath all of it the older Varga work burned into the stone itself. The seal marks were not decorative. They were instructions pressed into matter. Hold. Narrow. Refuse entry. Remember the boundary even when men build bleachers above it and call the place entertainment. Most of the marks were cracked now, their lines disrupted by decades of neglect and by the harrower's deliberate feeding. At the chamber's center rose a column of black-red material, not fully liquid and not fully flesh. A root of the demon sunk into the old seal bed and pulsing in time with the false crowd noise overhead. Every time the shell above took in fear, that root thickened. Every time a witness line broke or a silver cut opened the shell, the root spasmed and leaked dark vapor. Corvin could see the logic of the end at last. Kaelen had to strip the shell weak enough for the relic to reach the root cleanly. He had to drive seal iron into the anchor where demon and seal were locked together. And someone had to keep the chamber open long enough for both acts to matter. The grandfather came up beside him with a limp grown ugly and a face that had gone the gray of old paper. You should not be on your feet, Corvin said automatically. Not because the sentence would change anything, but because sons and grandsons say foolish, hopeful things when they are frightened. The old man gave him a look that had once emptied bars of drunks twice his size. You should have died 2 years ago and chose not to inconvenience me. Let us not start discussing what should be happening now. He peered into the chamber, and the fury in him turned suddenly quiet. That is the root, he said. I had hoped not to see it with my own eyes. Rain beaded in his eyebrows. The Varga clasp in his hand had gone hot enough to redden his palm, but he did not loosen his grip. Your father used to say the seal was less like a lock and more like a promise. Promises need someone alive to keep making them. That is why the line never relied on iron alone. Corvin looked at him fully then. What are you telling me? The grandfather did not soften the answer. That the relic opens the way, but blood seals it. Ours. The ring will help choose how much of you gets taken in the bargain. He let that settle for half a breath, then added with cruel tenderness. And before you start making sacrificial faces, know this. I did not turn you so you could die noble under a football field. A A scream tore across the bowl from the east side. Corvin looked up in time to see Mara Voss drive Kaelen backward toward the numbers near the 15 with a storm of blows fierce enough to blur the saber into a pale arc. Kaelen gave ground only because the demon's tendrils were moving with Mara now, not under her control, but in temporary harmony with her hunger. Every time Mara forced Kaelen towards center, the harrower struck to narrow the options further. It was an ugly alliance, opportunistic and doomed, and therefore extremely dangerous. Irina broke from the north edge and came in at Mara's exposed side with a clean committed cut. Mara turned one-handed and parried without looking. Even under pressure, she was terrible. "You were always sentimental under the discipline," Mara said to her former student as their blades locked for a breath. "I should have killed that out of you." Irina's answer carried grief rather than heat. "You killed enough out of all of us." She forced separation and took position a few paces off Kaelen's flank, not quite trusted, not quite forgiven, but present. The arrangement looked fragile because it was. Still it held for the next exchange, and holding for the next exchange was often all war really meant. Corvin climbed out of the crater and ran toward them because the end had become too narrow to leave any hand idle. The harrower sensed his intent and slammed a tendril down between him and the duelists. He cut through the thing, but its black interior burst across his shirt and arms with enough heat to blister dead skin. The rage surged again in answer to pain. This time he was ready for its lies. He did not try to banish it. He seized it by direction. The next tendril came lower. He caught it with both hands, boots skidding deep trenches through the ruined turf, and heaved until the demon's own mass pulled the limb farther down than it intended. "Kaelen," he shouted. She understood before the word finished leaving him. She stepped across Irina's line, spun once under Mara's saber, and brought both silver short swords down into the tensioned tendril at the exact moment Corvin wrenched it taut. The cut flashed white. The limb severed near the shell with a detonation of black vapor and pale sparks. The harrower reeled. For the first time that night, the giant body at center actually listed, its balance broken by coordinated force rather than desperate resistance. Kaelen landed hard, rolled, and came up on one knee. Mara stared at the severed limb smoking on the field, as if some private assumption had finally been insulted past repair. Then Mara stopped trying to win the city and returned to the simpler project of killing Kaelen. The change made her more dangerous than before. Ritual ambition had divided her attention. Personal fury focused it. She drove at Kaelen with the strict precision of a teacher correcting the student who had dared to survive instruction. Irina met the first pass and nearly lost her weapon arm for the effort. Mara cut her across the upper arm and kicked her clear, sending her skidding through wet turf into the painted numbers. Kaelen came in from Mara's blind side, silver flashing for the inside, seam under the ribs where she had scored leather earlier. Mara twisted at the last possible instant. The blade entered only an inch, enough to injure, not enough to finish. Mara hissed and slammed the pommel of her saber into Kaelen's temple. The impact dropped Kaelen to one hand. Corvin was moving before he knew he had chosen to move, but the grandfather's voice caught him from the chamber edge. "No, the root first or none of this holds." The old man was right, and Corvin hated him for it, because love often resembles hatred when it arrives shaped like restraint. Irina rose again with blood pouring down her sleeve. She could barely lift her blade. Still she stepped into Mara's path one final time. "You do not get her," she said. Mara's face went unreadable. "You mistake me," she replied. "I already had her once." She cut. Irina turned the blow enough to save her throat, but the strike opened a deep slash across her side and dropped her hard. Kaelen made a sound Corvin had never heard from her. Not fear exactly, not grief, but the raw fury of someone watching a past she did not want repeated try to claim the present. She rose into that fury cleanly. Mara came for her. Kaelen gave no ground at all. The exchange that followed was too fast for any untrained eye to read. Saber, silver, wrist bind, elbow strike, turn, shoulder collision, cut to thigh, missed thrust, reverse slash. Then the old training sequence returned again, the same punishing chain Mara had used earlier. This time Kaelen did not merely break it. She reauthored it. On the fourth beat, she trapped the saber with her left blade. On the 5th, she stepped inside where the old lesson claimed no safe line existed. And on the 6th, she drove her right short sword up under Mara's sternum straight into the heart. The older woman froze against her, rain running over both their faces. For one long pulse the two of them stood so close they might have been embracing. Mara looked down at the hilt between them, then back up at Kaelen. No plea came. No apology. Those belonged to different kinds of people. What came instead was a tired, almost curious recognition. You chose well enough to kill me, she said. Kaelen's voice shook once and then steadied. No, I chose well enough to stop letting you decide what I am. Mara's eyes moved past her toward center field, toward the failing shell and the blood moon, toward a city she had tried to save by making herself smaller than mercy and larger than law. Then her weight went out of her all at once. Kaelen eased her down rather than throwing her aside. The tenderness of that act was not forgiveness. It was refusal. Mara had taught an entire generation to confuse hardness with truth. Kaelen would not honor her by becoming the last lesson. She rose with blood on both hands, chest heaving, face blank with the effort of continuing after the kind of victory that leaves a bruise deeper than loss. Irina rolled onto one elbow near the numbers and managed a ragged laugh that ended in pain. I always hated her timing, she said. Kaelen crossed to her immediately. Do not speak unless it helps. Irina's mouth twitched. It helps me. She looked past Kaelen to Corvin at the crater edge. Finish it. Tamsin can get those who still listen out. The rest have made their choices. Corvin met her gaze and saw no request for absolution there, only a clear accounting. He nodded once. Kaelen came to him a second later, Mara's blood diluted by rain across her wrists, eyes bright and terrible and wholly alive. For one instant in the roaring middle of the stadium, they stood close enough that he could feel her breath. Can you still choose? She asked him softly, meaning the rage, the relic, the field, all of it. Corvin looked at her, then at the open chamber, then back. I can, he said. Kaelen touched 2 fingers to his cheek, quick and fierce. Then I will make you a path. She turned toward the harrower before he could answer, blades rising silver under the moon. Chapter 81, The Seal at Midfield. After Mara fell, the stadium lost the last pretense that human command mattered to it. The harrower reared in naked hunger, the shell at center splitting open along every seam Kaelen had cut until its towering body looked less like a creature and more like a catastrophe temporarily arranged into anatomy. Mouths opened inside mouths. Eyes surfaced and dissolved. The crowd noise stored in the bowl for decades came pouring through it in broken waves. Cheers, screams, songs, prayers, chants from old games, sobbing from fresh deaths. Everything emptied into one giant sound no sane throat should have been able to make. The pressure of it shook rust from upper railings and popped old rivets free from neglected beams. The east speaker mast that Raphael had only partly crippled finally tore loose and crashed sideways into rows of seats with a thunder that rolled around the bowl like a second storm. Yet in the midst of all that giant fury, one truth remained precise. The shell could still be hurt by silver. The root below could still be sealed by bloodline iron. The ending was not easy. It was merely clear. Kaelen sprinted first. She moved across the destroyed field with the economy of someone who had already spent everything ornamental and kept only what mattered. Corvin followed 3 strides behind until a sweeping tendril forced him wide. That was acceptable. They had stopped trying to occupy identical ground. Partnership was not sameness. It was timing. Kaelen cut left under a descending rib of black cartilage and slashed upward, opening a pale seam from what might have been the demon's hip to its false chest. The harrower convulsed toward her. Corvin used the reaction and drove the seal iron two-handed into the lower gap she had made. Ancient metal met corrupted anchor flesh and detonated with a burst of red-white force that lit the whole underside of the shell. The shockwave threw both of them back, but the root below answered. In the chamber, the old seal marks flared brighter, visible now through the crater as lines of living red. The demon screamed with a new note in it, not only pain but destabilization. Again, Kaelen shouted before she had even fully risen. Corvin saw blood leaking down her right sleeve and hated the sight later. For now he only moved. Around them the surviving field team turned individual bravery into structure. Dor and Raphael hauled a cracked service brace into the south lip of the crater to keep the opening from collapsing before Corvin could descend. The task should have required machinery. Necessity made do with chains, leverage, and profanity. Tamsin led a withdrawing knot of hunters along the west exit and paused only long enough to fire controlled shots at any loyalist too stubborn to stop aiming inward. Priya had left June at the tunnel triage station and come closer with a med pack slung across one shoulder because she understood that battles often kill through timing after they fail through violence. Nora, high above, ceased trying for center mass and started shooting only at those eyes and joint gaps Kaelen's silver opened, not because bullets could kill the harrower, but because disruption mattered. Elias kept the radios alive with a kind of furious civic faith, as though the act of routing voices through order itself insulted the demon. The grandfather stood at the crater's edge like a bad-tempered saint of ruin, one hand clenched on the Varga clasp, speaking under his breath in a language Corvin had never fully heard before. The old words were not dramatic. They sounded practical, like carpenters discussing beams in a house they intended to keep standing. The harrower adapted. It learned that Kaelen was the knife and Corvin the hammer, and that separating them was the only remaining intelligent move. Two tendrils shot low at Corvin's knees while a third dropped behind Kaelen to cut off retreat. Corvin leaped the first pair, landed badly on torn turf, and felt the rage surge at the stumble like a predator scenting weakness in its own body. The third tendril wrapped Kaelen's left wrist before she could clear it and yanked her sideways hard enough to drag furrows through the field. Corvin changed direction immediately, but the demon had planned for that too. A wall of memory slammed into him from the shell, a full crowd rising, chanting his name, begging him to come back to the center in the old way, to take the ball, to save the drive, to be the chosen body in the chosen place. He nearly lost half a second to the force of the remembered need. Half a second was enough for the tendril to pull Kaelen toward a cluster of opening mouths in the shell. She did not scream. She anchored with one boot, severed her own binding strap at the wrist to gain a fraction of reach, and cut twice with the remaining free blade, scoring only shallow lines. Corvin hit the tendril with the seal iron and one bare hand at once, the relic burning and his bloodline strength ripping. The limb burst apart. Kaelen rolled clear, came up breathing hard, and looked at him with furious gratitude. "You nearly listened to them," she said. Corvin spat black residue and rain from his mouth. "I did. I hated it." Her expression sharpened into the ghost of a grin. "Good. Hate can be useful when aimed properly." They ran the next sequence almost without words. Kaelen flanked high. Corvin pressed low. The harrower dropped weight toward whichever of them felt more dangerous in the moment, and therefore kept exposing the opposite side. The pattern would not have worked in open country against a thinking human force. Against a giant half-manifest thing rooted into a chamber and drunk on unstable witness, it worked beautifully. Kaelen's twin blades became silver punctuation marks written across the demon's body. Every cut she made flashed pale and held for a heartbeat before black matter tried to seal over it. Corvin put the relic into those heartbeats. Once into the false ribcage. Once into a shoulder seam that exploded a whole spray of eyes into vapor. Once into the base of the neck where the stored crowd noise suddenly broke, and for an instant the stadium went quiet enough that everyone could hear actual rain. That quiet was so shocking it nearly felt holy. Then the screams returned, but thinner. Below them the root twisted in its pit with increasing desperation. The ancient red lines in the chamber pushed back harder, no longer only surviving, now beginning to dominate. "Now!" the grandfather shouted, and Corvin knew he meant the descent. The problem was that the harrower knew it too. The giant body folded inward protectively around the crater, trying to become a shell over its own root. Kaelen answered before Corvin could curse. She ran directly up a sloping slab of broken turf thrown into a ramp by the crater blast, used the angle to launch herself chest-high against the demon's nearest inward curving rib, and buried both silver blades to the hilt. For one impossible suspended instant, she hung there with rain streaming off her and the red moon behind her head like a war icon from some forgotten chapel. Then she ripped both blades outward in opposite directions. The cut opened the entire front of the shell from sternum to lower abdomen. White fire raced along the silver path. The harrower convulsed and bent backward, exposing the crater in full. "Go," she screamed. Corvin went. He dropped into the chamber feet first and hit the old concrete catwalk below with enough force to crack the edge under him. Heat and rot rose from the root at center in waves. Up close, the thing was not a column at all, but a braided mass of memories made material. Stadium, fear knotted together with older subterranean hunger. Faces moved inside it, as if drowning just below black glass. He saw his own among them for a fraction of a second and did not look twice. The seal iron in his hand had become almost too hot to hold. The Varga ring on his other hand burned cold enough to ache through bone. Above, the grandfather's voice changed pitch, the practical old language becoming command. Corvin understood suddenly that the old man was not merely encouraging from the lip. He was holding the seal framework open through bloodline right and stubborn will. Every second in the chamber now cost him something. Corvin ran the final few steps toward the root. It struck first, a lash of black-red matter that wrapped his waist and slammed him against a brace hard enough to knock air from dead lungs. The demon spoke from the root with every voice it had stolen and every crowd it had polluted. "We can make you beloved forever," it hissed. "We can let her live. We can let the old man rest. Only stop refusing." Corvin coughed something dark and almost laughed despite the pain. Even now the thing thought every soul had a price simple enough to name. "You still do not understand people," he said. Then he drove the seal iron into the root with both hands and every piece of himself he could aim. The impact was not an explosion in the ordinary sense. It was an argument won at last. Red light from the seal marks surged up the relic and through the root. Black force surged back against it. For one impossible, suspended interval, Corvin stood in the crossing place between them and felt both histories trying to use him. Predator bloodline. Family promise. Demon appetite. Stadium witness. Loss. Love. Hunger. Duty. The rage tore through him, seeking the easiest path, and there was no easy path left. So he chose the hardest one. He opened his left hand and pressed the Varga ring directly against the root above the buried blade. Cold and heat met. The ring cracked the skin of his palm and took blood. The seal answered that blood like a long-neglected oath, hearing its true name spoken again. Red light flooded the chamber. Above, Kaelen screamed his name, not in panic, but in refusal to let the world take him wordlessly. The harrower's body arched over the crater, every false rib and mouth and eye pulled taut as the root began to burn from within. The grandfather dropped to one knee at the edge, but never stopped speaking. Corvin held on through pain, so complete it ceased to be pain and became simply reality. Then the root split. The harrower broke. Chapter 82. Between Ruin and Dawn. Even broken apart, the harrower tried to remain a problem. The first fragments that rained into the crater burned away cleanly where the seal marks were hottest, but other pieces struck farther out on the field and moved with insect desperation. Little knots of black appetite trying to crawl toward shadow, drains, wounds, anything that promised a future smaller than the one they had just lost. Corvin saw one slide toward a dead loyalist at the east numbers and smashed it flat with the heel of the seal iron before it could sink into cooling flesh. Kaelen severed 3 more with fast, angry strokes while calling positions to Nora above. Around them, every survivor who still had a steady hand turned from battle posture to clean up without being asked. That transition mattered. Great disasters often return through the cracks left by people admiring survival too soon. Priya understood that with the clarity of a medic who had watched infection steal victories after the bleeding stopped. She stalked along the tunnel mouth and field edge with a satchel full of alcohol, salt, silver dust, and pure contempt, ordering anyone touched by black residue to hold still while she checked pupils, pulse rhythms, skin temperature, and the smell of their breath. When Raphael tried to tell her he was fine, she informed him that men who say they are fine while covered in demon ash deserve to be tied to chairs for public education. June laughed so hard she had to sit down on a broken equipment crate. The grandfather nearly collapsed then, and the whole field changed focus around him at once. He had been standing by stubbornness alone for the last quarter hour, held upright by a bloodline obligation older than the stadium and a personality too foul-tempered to fail decorously. Corvin saw his knees buckle and reached him before his shoulder hit the cracked sideline casing. The old man was still conscious, which might actually have been the worst possible version because it meant he had the strength to complain. "Do not make a face," he muttered as Corvin caught him under the arms. "I have had uglier mornings." Blood had soaked through the rough cloth bandage under his jacket. Not fresh, bright blood now, but the dark, steady loss of a body that had already been carrying too much injury before it tried to hold a seal open against a manifest demon. Kaelen crouched on the other side and pressed 2 fingers to the old man's neck, then looked at Priya with a seriousness that finally shut down the jokes. Priya arrived at once, knelt in the wet turf, opened the jacket with efficient hands, and hissed a curse sharp enough to shave paint. "You do not get to die because you were theatrical at the wrong hour," she told him. "I need stronger terms than that if you expect obedience," he said. "Try again." Priya pointed at June and Elias. "Litter. Now." Then at Corvin. "You hold pressure here unless you want me to narrate his organs individually." Corvin obeyed without speaking. The grandfather's hand found his wrist after a moment and gripped once, not because he needed reassurance, but because even then he preferred communication to move sideways through irritation instead of sentiment. They carried him only as far as the shelter of the lower west tunnel because he refused the full retreat to the street until Dorr confirmed the chamber was stable enough not to eat half the stadium in delayed revenge. Dorr, naturally, had already climbed back into the crater with Raphael and 2 lengths of scavenged chain because peace for him apparently meant inspecting the infrastructure of Apocalypse. Nora kept watch above him with the sour patience of someone who accepted that brilliant people often lacked the instinct that tells ordinary citizens not to climb into cursed holes after midnight. Tamsin, who should have been halfway to the west gate with the last remnants of her order, came back instead with 4 hunters still willing to follow her. "We can help move debris and contain fragments," she said, not asking permission so much as offering terms of continued relevance. Kaelen glanced at Corvin. He understood the question in the glance. This was what the next age of the city would be made from, not only victories, but choices about who got to stand inside them after. He looked at the hunters, tired, bloodied, stripped of command certainty, and saw something useful in the fact that they had returned rather than fled. "Help," he said. "Anything that still moves black goes in the seal pit or under silver. Anything under seats gets checked twice. No heroic guesses." Tamsin nodded once. "That is a better doctrine than most I was taught." The next hour passed in labor dense enough to feel almost dreamlike after the velocity of the battle. The bowl that had held a war became a worksite. People moved in intersecting lines between danger and necessity, carrying braces, lights, med kits, ropes, buckets of sand, coils of wire, and lengths of torn banner cloth repurposed into stretchers. A few civilians emerged from maintenance rooms and under-seat hiding places once the screaming stopped, blinking into the open like people waking inside the wrong century. June and Elias took names, not because names solved anything immediately, but because after nights like this anonymous suffering becomes a second cruelty if left unattended. One older groundskeeper in a soaked jacket stood staring at the crater with both hands over his mouth until Corvin crossed to him and said as gently as his ruined voice allowed, "The field is gone, but the city is still here." The man lowered his hands very slowly. "Good," he whispered. "I never liked this place much anyway." It was such an absurd, ordinary sentence that Corvin nearly laughed. Instead, he clapped the man's shoulder and guided him toward the triage tunnel where June was distributing blankets that still smelled faintly of the bar fryer. Below center, Dorr discovered that the old seal had not simply reclosed. It had reconfigured. He shouted for Corvin and Kaelen, and because shouting from inside a demon-burned crater carries a particular kind of authority, they went. The chamber glowed now in quieter red lines that no longer surged like live current, but held with a deep coal steadiness. The shattered remnants of the root had fused into a crust around the embedded seal iron, effectively locking the relic into the anchor bed. Dorr crouched near the edge, pointing with a length of snapped conduit. "Look here and here," he said. The original seal marks were boundary patterns. Your strike added a convergent structure. Not merely closed. Directed. Corvin stared at the lines and saw what the engineer meant even without formal training. The new pattern did not only bar entry from below. It narrowed possible breach routes through a series of nested red paths that all funneled back toward the Varga bloodline signature burned into the ring and relic contact point. "So what does that mean in human language?" Raphael asked from behind them, breathing hard and filthy up to the elbows. Dor glanced back without annoyance, which for him counted as tenderness. "It means if something intelligent tries to pry this open again, the seal will answer by calling attention to itself through the bloodline rather than failing silently under neglect." He straightened with a wince. In simpler terms, the city gained an alarm. The grandfather, listening from his makeshift bed of torn tarps near the tunnel mouth, snorted despite obvious pain. Varga work finally learns to complain loudly. About time. Corvin crouched at the crater edge longer than necessary, looking at the relic fused into the old foundation. Part of him felt bereft at the sight. The seal iron had become, over the last months, both weapon and proof, the piece of family history he could hold when all the invisible obligations around his name felt too abstract to trust. Leaving it there was correct. He knew that. Correctness did not erase the sensation of relinquishing something that had helped him become legible to himself. Kaelen came down beside him and leaned her forearms on her knees in the same posture, without comment. For a while they said nothing. The chamber hissed softly under them as rain touched warm seal stone. Finally she asked, "Do you want to go after it?" The honesty of the question disarmed him more than comfort would have. "A selfish part of me does," he admitted. "The smarter part knows dragging it free would be like pulling a nail from a cracked beam to admire the workmanship." Kaelen nodded. "Then let the selfish part mourn and let the smarter part win." Corvin turned his head enough to look at her. "You say things like that and make it sound easy." One corner of her mouth moved. "Nothing with you has been easy." Her hand found his for a moment in the dark red glow near the crater lip. "That is not a complaint." Later, when Priya finally bullied the grandfather into letting her stitch and bind him properly behind a privacy screen improvised from torn sponsor tarps, Corvin found himself alone for the first time since the route broke. Alone was a relative term in a ruined stadium full of survivors, but there was a pocket of silence near the north tunnel where the concrete deadened voices and the dawn had not yet begun to bleach the sky. He stood there with black residue drying on his clothes and felt the aftershock arrive. It was not dramatic. No shaking collapse, no shouted grief. Just the delayed understanding of scale. If Kaelen had missed one cut, if Irina had failed to fracture the witness line, if Tamsin had stayed obedient, if Nora had missed the tendril above Raphael, if the grandfather had fallen before the chamber held, if Corvin had listened to the field for 1 second too long. The chain of survival looked terrifying in reverse. He leaned one shoulder against cold concrete and closed his eyes. Footsteps approached, light but unhidden. Kaelen, because of course it was Kaelen. She stopped close enough that he could feel her presence without opening his eyes. "You vanished," she said. "I moved 30 yards, he replied. "That qualifies as vanishing to those of us who are tired and suspicious." He opened his eyes then. In the low tunnel light, she looked young in one angle and ancient in the next. The particular age war gives people who keep choosing tenderness anyway. "I thought," he said, and then stopped because the sentence had too many possible endings. "I thought I would lose you. I thought I would not come back from the rage. I thought the field might finally take everything." Kaelen spared him the labor of arranging the pieces. "I know," she said quietly. "I thought the same in several directions." She leaned beside him against the wall, shoulder to shoulder, not facing him yet. "When Mara fell, I did not feel triumph first. I felt how long I had been carrying her inside my reactions. Every angle, every caution, every expectation of correction. It was like finding a room in my own mind I had mistaken for architecture when it was only occupation." Corvin listened without interrupting. That was one of the first real skills he had learned with her, and perhaps one of the hardest. Kaelen let out a slow breath. "You should know this plainly. Loving you did not make me forget what I was taught. It made me examine it. That is why I could kill her. Because by the end I knew exactly which lessons were structure and which were poison." She turned then and met his eyes directly. "You did the same with the rage." Corvin laughed once, bitter and low. "Mine is still very much alive." "So is mine," she said. Being alive is not the shame. Surrender is. He looked away toward the low strip of open light at the end of the tunnel. The field knew exactly what to offer me. Kaelen's answer came without pity. She would never insult him with that. Yes, it offered you the old version of being wanted because the new version asks more of you. The old one required performance. The new one requires character when nobody is cheering. She rested her head lightly against the wall and added, "You chose correctly." The sentence settled in him more deeply than any praise shouted across the stadium could have done. After a moment he said, "I almost did not." "Almost is where choice lives," she replied. No one deserves much credit for resisting what they never felt tempted by. Then, because exhaustion had made them both more honest, and because honesty after survival is its own form of shelter, she reached up and adjusted the collar of his torn shirt with fingers that trembled only slightly. Also, for the record, when the demon offered to make you beloved forever, that was a particularly cheap pitch. He looked at her and finally smiled in a way that did not hurt. Jealous. Her eyes sharpened. Possessive. There is a difference. By the time they returned to the field, the worst residue had been contained, the chamber braced, and the first weak seam of pre-dawn gray had appeared behind the upper seats. Tamsin's remaining hunters were preparing to depart under Priya's withering observation that anyone bleeding on her clean floor later would regret it. Irina, patched enough to travel and pale enough to worry everyone with sense, asked for Corvin once before she left. He found her sitting against a support pillar near the west tunnel, one hand pressed lightly to the bandage at her side. She did not waste energy on preface. "Mara taught us to see the world as a sequence of necessary severings," she said. She was not wrong that monsters exist. She was wrong about what happens to people who learn to answer every fear with narrowing. Corvin stood with his back to the cold pillar opposite hers and let her speak. "I do not know what remains of the order after tonight," she went on. "Perhaps nothing worth keeping. Perhaps only fragments. Tamsin has more patience than I do for rebuilding from rot." Her mouth tightened with pain. "But I wanted you to hear this from me before distance edits it. Kaelen was not a defect in our training. She was the proof that some part of it still knew the difference between discipline and worship." Corvin glanced down the tunnel where Kaelen was quietly arguing with Priya about whether stitches counted as rest. "She will hate that phrasing," he said. Irina managed a weak smile. "Then improve it when you repeat it." She sobered. "Guard the city well. Orders like mine always return to places they do not understand." Corvin held her gaze and nodded once. "Then they will find we understand it better." When she was gone, the stadium seemed larger and emptier both. The human noise softened into pockets. Work crews became clusters. Fear settled into fatigue. Somewhere above, a gull landed on a broken rail and screamed at the morning as if the whole night had merely inconvenienced its schedule. Corvin stood at center with Kaelen on one side, and the grandfather sitting stubbornly on an equipment trunk a short distance away, wrapped now in 3 blankets, and still somehow able to project criticism over them all. The sky lightened further. The ring on Corvin's hand had begun its low inner warmth, the first sign that dawn would test what the seal had remade in it. He looked at the field where the last fragments of the harrower had been scraped into the crater and burned under red lines, and he understood with a solemn clarity that survival does not occur in a moment. It continues. It is built in the unglamorous hour after the monster falls, when people decide what to keep, what to bury, whom to trust with the roads west, how to speak of the dead, and whether the future will be organized around fear or around the stubborn practical habits of those still alive. That understanding, more than the victory itself, prepared him for sunrise. Chapter 83, The 50-Yard Line at Dawn. When the root tore apart, the giant shell above did not fall immediately. It came undone in stages, as if a whole architecture of stolen fear had to remember all at once that none of it had ever truly belonged to itself. Mouths collapsed into ash-dark vapor. Eyes flashed, dimmed, and burst like wet embers. The false ribs folded inward and shattered into streaming black fragments that the rain drove down into the crater where the seal lines were brightest. The sound the demon made during that collapse began as a scream and ended as a long, stunned exhale, almost human in its disbelief. Corvin remained at the center of the chamber with one hand still locked on the relic because movement felt impossible and because some part of him needed to know the thing was truly failing. Red light surged through the old marks and climbed the chamber walls in branching paths. Every place demon matter touched those lines, it burned away. Above him, the stadium gave one final impossible cheer, made not of living throats, but of stored history discharging itself in a single useless reflex. Then even that was gone. Silence hit the bowl so hard it felt like another shockwave. Corvin sagged to one knee. The root was no longer a root. It was a collapsing spine of brittle black residue around the embedded seal iron, already losing shape. The Varga ring had fused blood and soot across his palm, and when he tried to pull his hand back it took an effort that made his vision go white. A shape dropped into the chamber beside him with more grace than the leap should have allowed. Kaelen landed hard, rolled through the impact, and came up close enough to catch him when he would otherwise have fallen sideways. Her right sleeve hung in ribbons. Blood ran freely from a cut over one brow. Her face, when she found his, was stripped open in a way battle rarely allowed. "Stay with me," she said. No elaborate vow, no dramatic command. The sentence struck him more deeply because it sounded like the truth at the center of every other thing they had ever said. Corvin managed a ragged breath that was not technically required but felt correct anyway. "Trying," he answered. Kaelen's hand cupped the back of his neck with shaking fingers. "Try harder." He laughed, painful and brief. The sound convinced both of them the world might in fact continue. Above, the human battle did not end with the demon. Human conflicts rarely grant that kind of convenience. A knot of surviving loyalists on the East Ring, cut off from Mara, terrified by what they had seen and too proud to call it mistake, raised their weapons toward the crater as if killing the people who had saved them might somehow restore moral balance. Tamsin saw the motion first and shouted. Irina, half-conscious and propped against a broken sideline barrier where Priya had bound her side with ruthless speed, forced herself up far enough to turn and scream a command in the old Order's battle cant. The surviving hunters froze. Corvin climbed from the chamber more by will and Kaelen's shoulder than by strength. When he reached the crater lip, rain and red seal glow behind him, face streaked black, ring burning on one hand, and the seal iron in the other. He saw the exact instant the East Loyalists understood Mara was gone and the thing under the field had not claimed him. Fear moved across them in one collective recoil. Not because he looked monstrous, though perhaps he did. Because he looked alive in a place they had expected no one to survive. The grandfather, still on one knee near the edge, pushed himself upright with a sound of pain that would have humbled younger men. "Leave," he told the hunters in a voice like gravel dragged over iron. "Take whoever remains willing to learn and leave this city cleanly." No one fired. Tamsin lowered her rifle first. Not in surrender, but in acknowledgement that the war she had entered was no longer the one standing before her. Irina followed a heartbeat later, though the act clearly cost her. One by one the rest of the surviving hunters let their muzzles drift toward the ground. Some looked sick. Some looked ashamed. A few still looked angry, but anger without certainty had lost its authority tonight. Corvin met their stares and felt, with exhausted clarity, that he could kill many of them before they reached the exits. The rage murmured that fact to him like a useful piece of weather. He let the thought pass. Power was not proved by indulgence. "Go," he said. His voice carried strangely in the emptied bowl. "Tell whoever still answers your order that the thing under this city is sealed again. Tell them Mara Voss fed a demon because she needed obedience more than truth. Tell them Seattle is not open ground for cleansing. Not anymore." Tamsin held his gaze, then gave a short formal nod. The kind one warrior offers another when both have seen enough death to stop ornamenting respect. She turned and began shepherding the remaining hunters toward the west exits. Irina lingered only long enough to look at Kaelen. In that look lived apology, grief, and a quiet gratitude too complicated for speech. Kaelen answered with the smallest nod. It was not absolution. It was a bridge across ruin, narrow and real. Then Priya all but hauled Irina after the others because blood loss has no patience for symbolism. The hours just before dawn were filled with work rather than triumph. That was fitting. June and Elias organized survivors at the tunnel mouths. checking names, injuries, and ammunition counts with the dazed efficiency of people not yet emotionally caught up to the fact that they had survived. Nora descended from the upper seats with her rifle slung and her jaw set hard enough to crack teeth. She stopped beside Raphael, looked at the wreckage under center, and said, "Well, that was loud." Raphael laughed until the laugh turned into a cough because he had breathed too much dust and fear and perhaps a little miracle. Dor climbed down into the chamber twice to inspect the remaining seal structure despite Priya threatening to break his other arm if he made her stitch him together because of curiosity. The grandfather refused a stretcher and instead sat on the old 50-yard line marker, housing like a king who had misplaced his throne but retained his opinions. The Varga clasp hung dark again against his chest, spent for the moment. Corvin checked on him once and got told to stop looming. Kaelen checked on him once and got told she had better taste in men than the old fool deserved. She actually smiled at that, though the smile looked tired enough to bruise. Rain eased near the edge of dawn. The clouds above the stadium thinned from black to deep slate. The red moon sank westward and lost some of its theatrical cruelty. Under the broken bowl, amidst splintered seats and collapsed speaker masts and the black scars of things that should never have been fed, the survivors began the first small acts of a future. They covered the dead. They marked unstable concrete. They shared water. They wrote names on dry cardboard because names mattered more after nights like this, not less. Corvin moved through those hours in a haze of pain, hunger, and strange calm. The seal held. He could feel that much in his bones. The city did not hum wrong anymore. The glass in the bar miles away would be still. The pressure behind his eyes had lifted. For the first time in longer than he could measure, Seattle felt like a place inhabited by the living rather than a throat trying to close. Yet relief alone was not what steadied him. At every turn there was Kaelen, giving June a hand with a bandage wrap even though her own arm needed better care. Pausing by Irina before the defectors finally left and squeezing her shoulder once without an audience. Standing beside him in silence whenever people tried to thank him in tones that would once have fed dangerous parts of him. She had become, over the long ruin of the series, the person who could tell the difference between reverence and responsibility just by the set of his shoulders. When the first line of sun touched the upper east rim of the stadium, Corvin felt it before he saw it. The old bloodline instinct recoiled. Normally, first light after such exertion would have driven him to shelter with savage urgency. He stepped back on reflex. Then the Varga ring on his right hand warmed, not painfully this time, but with a low, deliberate heat, and a thin veil of red shadow shimmered over his skin. It was not dramatic. Nothing flared. No shield dome rose. The simple result was stranger and more intimate than spectacle. The sunlight touched him and did not bite as deeply as it should have. The family promise in the ring, awakened fully by seal blood and night's labor, gave him a narrow margin against dawn. Enough to stand where he was. Enough to finish this part of the story in the open rather than running from it. The grandfather watched that first contact and let out a slow breath that might have been relief. "Your father always suspected the ring carried more than shade," he said quietly. "He will enjoy being right in death." Irritating man. Corvin looked at the glow across his own hand, then at the brightening rim of the world beyond the ruined seats, and felt a grief so clean it did not bow him. "I wish they had seen this." The old man's answer came without hesitation. "Boy, they did. Not with eyes. With cost." That is the ugly way families see far ahead. Later, when the others had drifted into the practical business of leaving the stadium in phases and making sure no hidden pocket of corruption remained under the lower levels, Corvin walked back to center field. The turf there was ruined beyond repair. The 50-yard line was broken by the crater and by the red-black scars where the harrower had tried to root itself into memory. Yet the place no longer owned him. That was the real change. Kaelen joined him without being asked and stood at his side while the sun continued to lift above the rim in a pale gold wash. She looked east into the growing light, then down at their boots, then at him. "For a place that did its best to kill us," she said, "this field is suddenly quiet." Corvin took a breath he did not need because he wanted the shape of it. "It only knew how to remember me as a loss," he said. "Now it has to remember something else." Kaelen turned toward him fully. Cuts marked her skin. Exhaustion pulled at the corners of her mouth. She had blood on one sleeve and ash on her cheek and looked, to him, more striking than any easier beauty the world might have offered. "And what will it remember?" she asked. He looked around at the broken bowl, at the gray morning opening over Seattle, at the west exits where the last of the hunters had vanished, at the bar people and defectors, and engineers and medics, and impossible family who had somehow held the line. Then he looked back at the woman who had met him first in the rain with silver in her hands and laughter on her mouth, because he had been too naive to know what he was joining. "That the night belongs to those who protect more than themselves," he said. "That fear is not the same thing as power. That this city is not alone under us, and that I am not standing in it without you." Something in Kaelen's face went soft and fierce at once. "Good," she murmured. "Because I am done letting you attempt the impossible alone." He reached for her then, slowly, because both of them hurt, and because some gestures deserve care even after urgency has ruled for hours. She came into him without hesitation. They met over the broken center of the field, under full dawn and the last fading memory of the blood moon, and held each other with the kind of certainty earned only through violence survived honestly. Around them the stadium stood gutted, wet, and finally quiet. Beyond it, the Northwest waited in all its rain-dark breadth, forests and mountain roads and hard little towns and cities with too much grief in them, all of it vulnerable and worth guarding. The grandfather watched from several yards away and pretended not to. June eventually muttered that the old man was smiling. He denied this with vigor. Nora claimed everyone could see it. Priya told them both to stop making noise near the injured. Raphael said someone ought to put the two figures at center on a poster. Dor threatened to strike him with a wrench for blasphemy. Their voices drifted across the field thinly, human and alive and blessedly ordinary after a night made of monstrous things. Corvin heard them through Kaelen's hair and felt something settle inside him that had been restless since the rainstorm in the bar backroom when his old life ended. Not peace in the childish sense. His world would never again be simple enough for that word to fit without qualification. What settled in him was purpose without borrowed applause. The line had not ended. The line had changed. He and Kaelen would stand watch over the dark edges of the Northwest with the bar as home, the ring as promise, the relic as warning, and the memory of this field as proof that even devouring fear could be denied if enough people chose truth at the right terrible hour. As the sun rose higher and the ring's red shadow thinned but held, Corvin drew back just far enough to look at Kaelen again. "We should leave before the others decide to narrate this for us." Kaelen's laugh came low and tired and utterly real. A sound tactical instinct. "I am relieved you kept at least one." He smiled, then looked once more across the ruined 50-yard line where the worst night of the city had become the first morning of something stronger. Hand in hand, under a dawn his family had paid dearly to make possible, Corvin Varga and Kaelen Vance turned toward the waiting world. They did not walk away from the night. They walked into their reign over it together.